in the shadows where genius twists into madness. Some stories are born not from imagination alone, but from the darkness we fear most in ourselves. This is a third-person retelling of Red Dragon by Thomas Harris, a chilling psychological thriller inspired by the author's deep research into the FBI's behavioral science unit, conversations with agents tracking serial killers, and his own haunting visit to a maximum security hospital for the criminally insane. The core idea emerged from that isolated time, where the line between hunter and hunted began to blur. First published in 1981, this groundbreaking novel has captivated millions of readers worldwide, launching one of the most iconic series in modern fiction. Its author, Thomas Harris, is the best-selling master behind the Hannibal Lecter saga, including the phenomenon The Silence of the Lambs. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted for the big screen, first as Manhunter in 1986, and then as Red Dragon in 2002, starring Anthony Hopkins as the unforgettable Dr. Lecter. The visuals you'll see are created by today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the terror and tension. So bear with my requests. By the end of this journey, you may find yourself questioning how well any of us truly knows the monsters that hide in plain sight, and the price of seeing them clearly. At the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details from the films, and a few chilling discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. Will Graham sat Jack Crawford at a picnic table between the old salt-silvered house and the ocean, handing him a glass of iced tea. Crawford gazed at the pleasant house in the clear light and suggested he should have waited until Graham finished work in Marathon, sensing this wasn't the place for the conversation. Graham didn't want to discuss it anywhere, yet he knew Crawford needed to talk, so he invited him to proceed, but insisted no pictures come out of the briefcase. Molly and Willie would return soon. Crawford asked how much he already knew. Graham replied it was only what the Miami Herald and the Times had reported. 2 families murdered in their homes a month apart, in Birmingham and Atlanta, under similar circumstances. Crawford corrected him sharply. The circumstances were identical. Graham inquired about the number of confessions so far. Crawford said 86 cranks by that afternoon, none aware of the key detail that the killer smashed mirrors and used the pieces. He revealed what had been withheld from the press. The man was blond, right-handed, exceptionally strong, wore size 11 shoes, could tie a bowline knot, and left only smooth glove prints. Graham noted that last part had been public. Crawford added the killer wasn't skilled with locks, using a glass cutter and suction cup on the most recent entry, and that his blood type was AB positive, determined from semen and saliva as a excretor. Crawford stared out at the flat sea and asked whether Graham, having seen the stories, including the second one, all over television, had ever considered calling him. Graham said no. When pressed why, he explained the first Birmingham case lacked enough details and could have been revenge or a family matter, but after the second, he recognized it as the work of a psychopath and still chose not to call. He knew Crawford already had the best lab, experts like Heimlich at Harvard and Bloom at Chicago, and didn't see himself as useful anymore. He had come to the Keys to escape that life and no longer thought about such cases. Crawford reminded him he had caught the last 2 such killers. Graham insisted it was only by doing the same work everyone else was doing now. Crawford countered it was the unique way Graham thought, making unexplained leaps. Graham dismissed talk of his thinking as mostly bullshit. The evidence had been there. Crawford acknowledged that, but pointed out how little existed beforehand, barely enough for probable cause. Graham repeated that Crawford had the people he needed and wouldn't be an improvement. He had left to get away from it. Crawford noted he looked all right now, after getting hurt last time. Graham confirmed he was fine, but it wasn't the physical wound. It was deciding to stop. He could no longer bear having to look, especially the hospital visits and interviews after the bodies were found. He feared he'd look, but shut down the thinking part entirely. Crawford gently reminded him these victims were all dead. He noticed Graham unconsciously mirroring his own speech rhythms and syntax, a habit Graham sometimes couldn't control even when he tried. Crawford reached into his jacket and slid 2 photographs face up across the table, repeating that they were all dead. Graham stared at him a moment before picking them up. They showed a woman leading 3 children and a duck with picnic items, up a pond bank, and a family posed behind a cake. After half a minute, Graham set the pictures down, stacked them with one finger, and gazed far down the beach where the boy examined something in the sand. And Molly stood watching with her hand on her hip, waves creaming around her ankles as she swung her wet hair off her shoulders. He watched them as long as he had studied the photos, ignoring his guest. Crawford felt satisfied, but kept it from his face, believing he had hooked Graham and only needed to let it simmer. 3 remarkably ugly dogs wandered up and flopped around the table. Crawford reacted with surprise. Graham explained people dumped small dogs here constantly. He could give away the cute ones, but the rest grew big and stayed. Molly had a soft spot for strays. Crawford observed he had a nice life here with Molly and the boy, asking the boy's age, 11, and noting he was good-looking and would grow taller than Graham. Graham agreed the boy's father had been tall and acknowledged his luck. He mentioned intending to thank Crawford's wife, Phyllis, for the book she brought him in the hospital, but never had. Crawford said he would pass it on. 2 small, bright birds landed on the table, hoping for jelly before flying off. Crawford explained the killer seemed in phase with the moon. The Jacobys in Birmingham on the full moon of June 28th. The Leeds in Atlanta on July 26th. 1 day short of a lunar month. If lucky, they might have a little over 3 weeks before the next. He didn't think Graham would want to wait in the Keys and read about it in the Miami Herald. Respecting Crawford's judgment, Graham listened as Crawford urged him to saddle up and help. Go to Atlanta and Birmingham to look, then come to Washington on temporary duty. Graham made no reply. Crawford waded through 5 waves lapping the beach, then rose, slinging his coat over his shoulder, and suggested they talk after dinner. Graham invited him to stay and eat, but Crawford declined, saying he had messages at the Holiday Inn and would return later, asking Graham to thank Molly anyway. As Crawford's rented car raised thin dust along the shell road, Graham returned to the table, afraid this scene, ice melting in the tea glasses, napkins fluttering in the breeze, Molly and Willie far down the beach, would be how he remembered the end of Sugarloaf Key. At sunset, with herons still and the red sun swelling, Will Graham and Molly Foster Graham sat on a bleached drift log, faces orange, backs in violet shadow. She took his hand and told him Crawford had stopped at the shop first, asked directions, and she had tried to call, but he rarely answered the phone. They had seen the car and come around to the beach. Graham asked what else Crawford had wanted. She said how he was, and she had replied he was fine and Crawford should leave him alone. She pressed what Crawford wanted him for. Graham explained he was a forensic specialist, and Crawford needed him to look at evidence. Molly straddled the log to face him, saying if he missed his old life, he would talk about it, but he never did. He seemed open, calm, and easy now, which she loved. Graham asked if they didn't have a good time. Her quick blink told him his words fell short. She continued that what he had done for Crawford before had been bad for him. With the whole government at his disposal, why couldn't Crawford leave them in peace? Graham reminded her Crawford had been his supervisor on the 2 field cases, the only ones like this in Jack's long career, and now he had another. This kind of psychopath was very rare, and Crawford knew Graham had experience. Molly's gaze fell on the looping, finger-width scar across his stomach, pale against his tan, running from his left hip bone up to notch his rib cage. The mark from Dr. Hannibal Lecter's linoleum knife a year before she met him, nearly fatal. Lecter, called Hannibal the Cannibal in the tabloids, had been the second such killer Graham caught. After the hospital, Graham had resigned from the FBI, left Washington, and taken work as a diesel mechanic in the Marathon boatyard, a trade from his youth. He lived in a trailer until Molly and her ramshackle house on Sugarloaf Key. Now he straddled the log, holding both her hands as her feet burrowed under his. He acknowledged Crawford believed he had a special knack for monsters, almost a superstition. Molly asked if he believed it. Graham watched 3 pelicans fly in formation across the tidal flats and explained that an intelligent, sadistic psychopath was hard to catch because there was no traceable motive, rarely informants, and often the killer might not even realize what he was doing. One had to extrapolate from evidence, reconstruct the killer's thinking, and find patterns. Molly finished the thought, follow him and find him, and admitted her fear that this maniac would hurt Graham like the last one did. Graham assured her the killer would never see him or know his name. The police would take him down if found. Crawford only wanted another point of view. She watched the red sun spread over the sea, high cirrus glowing above. Graham loved how she turned her head, offering her less perfect profile, and suddenly remembered the taste of salt on her skin. He swallowed and wondered what the hell he could do. Will Graham hurt Molly press the choice he had already made inside himself? If he stayed and the killings continued, the place might curdle for him. Some outdated code of honor hanging over their life like a threat. She sensed he wasn't truly asking her. When he asked what she would say if he were, Molly urged him to stay with her. And Willie, she would drag the boy into it if it helped. She refused to play the brave wife, drying her eyes and waving him off. If it went badly, the thin satisfaction that he had done the right thing would fade as fast as a funeral bugle, leaving her alone under half the blanket. He told her he would stay at the back of the pack. She called herself selfish. Graham said he didn't care. Neither did she. Their life here felt keen and sweet, and everything that had happened to him before only sharpened how much he valued it. He nodded. She didn't want to lose it either way. He promised they wouldn't. Darkness dropped quickly, and Jupiter hung low in the southwest. They walked back to the house beside the rising gibbous moon, while baitfish leaped desperately far out past the tidal flats. Crawford returned after dinner, coat and tie gone. Sleeves rolled for a casual air. Molly found his thick, pale forearms repulsive. To her, he looked like a damnably wise ape. She served him coffee under the porch fan and sat with him in silence while Graham and Willie fed the dogs. Maltz brushed the screens. She told him that whatever she said, he would take Graham anyway. Crawford admitted he had to, swearing he would make it as easy on him as possible. He noted Graham had changed and was glad they had married. Molly said Graham was better now, dreaming less often, no longer obsessed with the dogs. He simply cared for them quietly. As his friend, she asked why Crawford couldn't leave him alone. Crawford explained it was Graham's bad luck to be the best. He never thought like other people and had never fallen into a rut. She reminded him Crawford only wanted Graham for the evidence. Crawford confirmed no one was better with evidence. Yet Graham also possessed the other quality, imagination, projection, though he hated that part of himself. Molly said no one would like having it. She made him promise to keep Graham from getting too close. She feared fighting would kill him. Crawford promised he would not have to fight. When Graham finished with the dogs, Molly helped him pack. Will Graham drove slowly past the house where the Charles Leeds family had lived and died. The windows were dark, 1 yard light burning. He parked 2 blocks away and walked back through the warm night, carrying the Atlanta police detective's report in a cardboard box. He had insisted on coming alone, telling Crawford anyone else would distract him, though privately he was unsure how he would react, and wanted no face watching him. He had been steady at the morgue. The 2-story brick home stood back on a wooded lot. Graham lingered under the trees, willing himself still inside, picturing a silver pendulum swinging in darkness until it stopped. Neighbors drove past, glancing quickly, then away. A murder house felt like betrayal to them. The shades were up. No relatives had come to lower them. He circled to the rear without flashlight, moving carefully and listening twice. Atlanta police knew he was here, but neighbors might shoot if startled. Through a rear window, he saw straight through to the front yard light past furniture silhouettes. Cape Jasmine hung heavy in the air. A lattice porch crossed the back, sealed by Atlanta police tape. He removed the seal and entered. The kitchen door was patched with plywood where police had taken out the glass. He unlocked it by flashlight with the key they had given him. He wanted lights and official sounds to justify himself in the silent house where 5 people had died. He did none of it. He sat in the dark kitchen at the breakfast table. 2 pilot lights glowed blue. He smelled furniture polish and apples. The thermostat clicked. Air conditioning came on. Graham startled at the noise but recognized the trickle of fear and kept moving. Fear sharpened his sight and hearing. Here, no one remained to offend. Madness had entered through that door on size 11 feet. Sitting in the dark, he sensed it the way a bloodhound catches a scent. He had studied the detective's report all day. The vent hood light had been on when police arrived. He turned it on now. 2 framed samplers hung beside the stove. One said, "Kissing didn't last, but cooking did." The other, that friends always came to the kitchen to hear the heartbeat of the house. 11:30. The pathologist placed the deaths between 11 and 1. He reconstructed the entry. The intruder slipped the outside screen hook, stood in porch darkness, took a suction cup from his pocket, licked it, pressed it to the glass, cut a circle with the attached cutter, tapped the egg-shaped piece free without letting it fall, reached a gloved hand through the hole, and unlocked the door. Inside, cool air met him under the vent hood light. He could see his own body reflected in the strange kitchen. Graham ate 2 Digels, the cellophane crackle, annoying him as he stuffed the wrapper in his pocket. He moved through the living room, flashlight held away by habit. He made one wrong turn before finding the stairs, which did not creak. He stood in the master bedroom doorway. Faint light came from the digital clock, projecting time on the ceiling, and an orange nightlight by the bathroom. The coppery smell of blood was strong. Eyes adjusted to darkness could see well enough. The killer could distinguish Leeds from his wife, cross the room, seize his hair, and cut his throat. Then back to the wall switch, a greeting to the wife, and the shot that disabled her. Graham turned on the lights. Bloodstains shouted from the walls, mattress, and floor. The air itself felt smeared with screams. He flinched in the silent room. He sat on the floor until his head quieted. Still. The number and variety of stains had puzzled the Atlanta detectives. All victims were found in their beds, yet the locations did not match the blood patterns. At first, they thought Leeds was attacked in his daughter's room and dragged back. Splash analysis made them reconsider. With autopsy and lab reports, Graham now saw the sequence. The intruder cut Charles Leeds' throat while he slept beside his wife, returned to the wall switch, and turned on the light. Hairs and oil from Leeds' head left on the plate by a smooth glove. He shot Mrs. Leeds as she rose, then moved toward the children's rooms. Leeds got up with his cut throat and tried to protect them, spraying arterial blood in great gouts as he fought. He was shoved aside, fell, and died in his daughter's room. One boy was shot in bed. The other was dragged from under his bed, dust balls still in his hair, then shot. After all were dead except possibly Mrs. Leeds, the mirror smashing began, the selection of shards, and further attention to her. Graham had the full autopsy protocols. Mrs. Leeds was shot to the right of the navel, the bullet lodging in her lumbar spine, but she died of strangulation. Elevated serotonin and free histamine in the wound showed she lived at least 5 minutes after being shot, and no more than 15. Most other injuries were probably post-mortem. While she waited to die, what else had the killer done? The struggle and killings took less than a minute. Mirrors were smashed, but something more filled the interval. Atlanta detectives had been exhaustive. Measurements, photographs, vacuuming, grid searches, drain traps. Still, Graham looked for himself. From police photographs and taped body outlines on the mattresses, he could see where each had been found. Nitrate traces on the bedclothes confirmed the gunshot victims died in positions matching those outlines. The profusion of bloodstains and matted sliding marks on the hall carpet stayed unexplained. One detective guessed victims had tried to crawl away. Graham rejected that. The killer had clearly moved the bodies after death, then returned them to the positions in which he had killed them. What he did with Mrs. Leeds was obvious. The others remained a puzzle. He had not disfigured them further. Each child had suffered only a single head gunshot. Charles Leeds bled out, aspirated blood contributing. The only extra mark on him was a superficial post-mortem ligature around his chest. What had the killer done with them afterward? Graham took police photographs and lab reports on the blood and organic stains from his box, along with standard blood drop comparison plates. He examined the upstairs rooms minutely, matching injuries to stains and working backward. On a measured field sketch of the master bedroom, he plotted each splash using the plates to estimate direction and velocity, hoping to reconstruct the body's positions at different moments. A row of 3 bloodstains slanted up and around the corner of the bedroom wall, matched by faint stains on the carpet below. The wall above the headboard on Charles Leeds' side showed heavy staining, with swipes along the baseboards. His sketch began to resemble a join-the-dots puzzle without numbers. He stared between sketch and room until his head throbbed. In the bathroom, he swallowed his last tube buffering, scooping water from the faucet. He splashed his face and dried it with his shirt tail, spilling water on the floor because the drain trap was gone. Otherwise, the bathroom looked undisturbed except for the shattered mirror and traces of red dragon's blood fingerprint powder. Toothbrushes, cream, and razor remained in place. Mrs. Leeds' pantyhose still hung on the towel rack where she had left them to dry. He noticed she had cut the leg off a ruined pair to match 2 one-legged stockings and wear them together, an economical habit that pierced him because Molly did the same. Graham climbed out a window onto the porch roof and sat on the gritty shingles, hugging his knees. His damp shirt clung cold to his back. He snorted hard to clear the slaughter smell from his nose. Atlanta's lights rusted the night sky. Stars were faint. In the Keys, the night would be clear. He could have been watching Shooting Stars with Molly and Willie, listening for the whoosh they always agreed a meteor made. The Delta Aquariid shower was peaking, and Willie was excited for it. He shivered and snorted again. Thinking of Molly now felt tasteless and distracting. Graham had always struggled with taste. His thoughts carried no effective partitions. Everything he saw and learned touched everything else he knew. Some combinations were hard to live with, yet he could neither anticipate nor block them. Decency and propriety trailed behind, shocked and appalled, while his associations flashed at light speed and his judgments lagged far behind. He saw his own mind as grotesque but useful, like a chair made of antlers. Nothing could be done about it. He turned off the lights in the Leeds house and left through the kitchen. At the far end of the back porch, his flashlight caught a bicycle and a wicker dog bed. A doghouse stood in the yard, a bowl by the steps. The evidence showed the family had been surprised in their sleep. Holding the flashlight between chin and chest, Graham wrote a memo. "Jack, where was the dog?" He drove back to the hotel at 4:30 in the morning, forcing himself to concentrate, though traffic was light. His head still ached. He watched for an all-night pharmacy and found one on Peachtree. A slovenly rent-a-cop dozed near the door. The pharmacist, jacket dingy with dandruff, sold him bufferin. The glare hurt Graham's eyes. He disliked young pharmacists. They carried a smug, middle-of-the-litter look, and he suspected they were unpleasant at home. The pharmacist asked what else. Graham took only the bufferin. The Atlanta FBI office had booked him into a glass elevator hotel near Peachtree Center. 2 conventioneers wearing high name tags rode up with him, gripping the rail and eyeing the lobby. One spotted women at the desk and crudely expressed his desire. The other matched the vulgarity. Fear, rut, and anger at the fear. They joked about why women had legs. The elevator doors opened, and they stumbled off. Graham set his cardboard box on the dresser in his room, then hid it in a drawer. He had seen enough wide-eyed dead. He wanted to call Molly, but it was still too early. A meeting waited at 8 at Atlanta Police Headquarters. He would have little to tell them. He tried to sleep. His mind felt like a noisy rooming house with arguments echoing down the hall. Numb and empty, he drank 2 fingers of whiskey from the bathroom glass before lying down. The darkness pressed too close, so he left the bathroom light on. He imagined Molly brushing her hair in there. Autopsy lines sounded in his own voice. The feces was formed. Trace of talcum on the lower right leg. Fracture of the medial orbit wall from mirror shard. He tried to picture the beach at Sugarloaf Key and hear the waves. He visualized his workbench and the water clock escapement he and Willie were building. He sang Whiskey River softly and tried to run Black Mountain Rag through his head. Molly's music. Doc Watson's guitar stayed clear, but he always lost a fiddle break. Molly had tried teaching him clog dancing in the backyard, bouncing, and at last he dozed. He woke rigid and sweating an hour later. The other pillow stood silhouetted against the bathroom light as Mrs. Leeds, bitten and torn, mirrored eyes staring, blood like spectacle legs over her temples and ears. He could not turn to face her. Brain screaming, he reached out and touched only dry cloth. The action brought slight relief. He rose, heart hammering, changed into a dry t-shirt, and tossed the wet one into the tub. He could not move to the dry side of the bed. Instead, he laid a towel over the sweat-damp spot, propped himself against the headboard with another stiff drink, and swallowed a third of it. He reached for anything unrelated to death. The pharmacy where he had bought the bufferin. He remembered old drugstores with soda fountains that felt faintly furtive. As a boy, he always thought of buying rubbers when he entered. Shelves held things one shouldn't stare at too long. In tonight's pharmacy, the contraceptive sat in a lucite case behind the register, like framed art. He preferred the childhood version. Nearly 40 now, Graham felt the tug of that older world like a sea anchor in heavy weather. He thought of Smoot, the soda jerk and manager who drank on duty, forgot the awning so sneakers melted in the window, left the coffee pot on, and summoned the fire department and sold ice cream cones to children on credit. His greatest offense was ordering 50 Kewpie dolls while the owner was away. Fired for a week, then they held a Kewpie sale. The dolls stood in a semicircle in the front window, all staring out with wide cornflower blue eyes and identical spit curls. Graham had lingered, feeling their collective gaze even though he knew they were only plaster. The concentrated attention had made his face tingle. Lying there, Graham began to relax a little. Kewpie dolls staring. He gasped, choked on his drink, and spilled it across his chest. He fumbled for the lamp, retrieved the box from the drawer, and spread the children's autopsy protocols and his measured field sketches across the bed. The 3 bloodstains slanting up the corner matched the stains on the carpet below. The children's dimensions aligned perfectly. Brother, sister, big brother. They had been seated in a row along the wall facing the bed, a dead audience. Charles Leeds, ligature around his chest, tied to the headboard to look as if he sat up watching. They were watching nothing. They were dead. But their eyes were open. The killer had performed for them with Mrs. Leeds' body beside her husband in the bed. He could look around at their faces. Graham wondered if he had lit a candle. Flickering light would give the illusion of expression. No candle was found. Maybe next time. This first small bond to the killer itched and stung like a leech. Why move them again? Why not leave them that way? There's something you don't want me to know. Something you're ashamed of. Or can't afford for me to see. Did you open their eyes? Mrs. Leeds was lovely, wasn't she? You turned on the light after cutting his throat so she could watch him flop. It maddened you to keep the gloves on when you touched her, didn't it? There was talcum on her leg. No talcum in the bathroom. The realization came in a flat voice, not entirely his own. You took the gloves off, didn't you? The talcum spilled from the rubber as you pulled it free to touch her barehanded. Then you put the gloves back on and wiped her down. But while they were off, did you open their eyes? Jack Crawford answered on the fifth ring, awake and clear despite the hour. Jack, this is Will. Yes, Will. Is Price still in Leighton Prince? Yeah, he doesn't go out much anymore, working on the single print index. I think he ought to come to Atlanta. Why? You said the guy down here's good. He is good, but not as good as Price. What do you want him to do? Where would he look? Mrs. Leeds' fingernails and toenails, their painted, slick surface, and the corneas of all their eyes. I think he took his gloves off, Jack. Well, Graham told Crawford he believed the killer had been forced to touch Mrs. Leeds with his bare hands. Crawford handed him a Coke from the machine in Atlanta Police Headquarters at 7:50 in the morning. He acknowledged the movement of the body, grip marks on wrists and behind the knees, but reminded Graham every print in the house came from non-porous gloves. Still, Price had arrived and was already heading to the funeral home, grouchy from the early flight. Crawford noted Graham looked exhausted and asked if he had slept. Graham said maybe an hour. He repeated his conviction that the killer needed skin-to-skin contact. Crawford hoped he was right, yet the Atlanta lab insisted the man had worn surgeon's gloves throughout. Mirror fragments showed smooth prints. Forefinger on the back of the shard wedged in the labia, smudged thumb on the front. Graham pictured the killer polishing the glass afterward so he could see his own face reflected there. Crawford added the shard in her mouth and the ones in her eyes had been obscured by blood. The gloves stayed on. Graham observed that Mrs. Leeds had been a good-looking woman. Crawford had seen the family pictures. In that private moment, with everyone else dead, Graham would have wanted to feel her skin. He asked if Crawford wouldn't have felt the same. Crawford's voice tightened with distaste before he could check it. He busied himself searching his pockets for change. Graham pressed on. They had total privacy. The killer could open or close their eyes however he chose. Crawford echoed that he could do anything he liked. The lab had tried her skin for prints and found nothing, though they lifted a hand spread from her neck. The report made no mention of dusting the nails. Graham noted she had pretty feet. Crawford suggested they head upstairs. The detectives were gathering. Jimmy Price clattered through the front door of the Lombard funeral home with 2 heavy cases, his camera bag and tripod. The frail old man's mood had soured further after the long rush-hour taxi ride from the airport. An officious young man with styled hair steered him into an apricot and cream office where the only object on the desk was a sculpture of praying hands. Price studied the fingertips of the sculpture when Mr. Lombard entered and examined his credentials with meticulous care. Lombard explained the Atlanta office had called ahead, but after chasing off a tabloid photographer the night before, he was taking no chances. The bodies had arrived only at 1 that morning. The funeral was set for 5 that afternoon. They could not delay. Price assured him it would not take long. He requested one intelligent assistant and asked if Lombard himself had touched the bodies. When Lombard said no, Price told him to identify everyone who had so he could print them all. At the morning briefing in the Atlanta squad room, Chief of Detectives R.J. Springfield stood by the door with Dr. Dominic Princi while 23 detectives filed in. Springfield ordered each man to flash a big grin as he passed so Princi could examine his teeth. A large frontal view of upper and lower teeth hung on the bulletin board at the front of the room. Graham and Crawford sat at the back while the detectives took their desks. Public Safety Commissioner Gilbert Lewis and his public relations officer occupied folding chairs apart from the group. Lewis faced a news conference in an hour. Springfield called for an end to the jokes and reported zero progress. House-to-house interviews would expand 4 more blocks. 2 clerks from records and identification would cross-match airline reservations and car rentals between Birmingham and Atlanta. Airport and hotel teams would canvass again, questioning maids and attendants for any cleanup mess. If one was found, they would seal the room and alert the laundry immediately. Dr. Princi stepped forward holding a dental cast. He explained the Smithsonian had reconstructed the killer's teeth from bite marks on Mrs. Leeds and a clear impression left in a piece of cheese from the Leeds refrigerator. The cast showed pegged lateral incisors, crooked alignment, a missing corner on one central incisor, and a grooved tailor's notch on the other from biting thread. A detective muttered about the snaggle-toothed bastard. Another asked how they could be certain the perpetrator had bitten the cheese. Princi replied that saliva from both the cheese and the wounds matched the same blood type, unlike the victim's. Springfield said pictures of the teeth would be distributed for door-to-door use. The public relations officer suggested a "have you seen these teeth" release to the press. Commissioner Lewis approved. The officer then pressed Princi on why it had taken 4 days and why the work was done in Washington. Princi reddened but kept his voice even, explaining bite marks on flesh distort when bodies move, and that the cheese, solid but tricky to cast, provided the reliable sample. The Smithsonian had the proper equipment, and a consulting forensic odontologist. Atlanta did not. He added that Special Agent Crawford had found the cheese 2 days earlier, after local officers had already searched the house and had expedited the lab work at Princi's request. Commissioner Lewis cut off any further bickering, reminding everyone they were on the same side. Crawford rose to address the room. The faces watching him were not entirely friendly. He acknowledged past rivalries between federal and local agencies that had let criminals slip through gaps, but stated that was no longer bureau policy or his own. He did not care who made the arrest. Investigator Graham, seated in back, felt the same. If a garbage truck finished the killer, that would suit them fine as long as he was off the street. Commissioner Lewis asked if Graham, who had worked these cases before, had anything to add. Graham rose and moved to the front. The detectives shifted in their seats. He looked rumpled and sun-blasted, more like a house painter in court than a federal investigator. When he faced them, his ice-blue eyes stood out sharply against his tanned face. He cautioned them not to assume the killer was a former mental patient or had a record of sex offenses. The probability was high that he had no record at all, or only minor breaking and entering. He might have a history of biting in lesser assaults, bar fights, or child abuse, and hospital emergency rooms plus child welfare workers could provide the best leads. Any remembered bad bite was worth checking, no matter the story attached. A tall detective asked if he had only bitten women so far. Graham confirmed that was all they knew, yet the man bit heavily. 6 serious marks on Mrs. Leeds, 8 on Mrs. Jacoby, well above the sex murder average of 3. These bites lacked the central, livid suck mark typical of sexual assaults. They appeared more like a fighting pattern. Still, every bite was worth pursuing because people lied about how injuries happened. Parents often claimed animal bites to shield a family member. Graham sat down. His thigh muscles trembled with fatigue. Crawford and Graham followed Springfield back to his office. The chief poured them coffee while Crawford checked messages at the switchboard. Springfield turned to Graham, his voice brisk in the lingering chaos of the past days. He asked if the team had given him everything needed. Graham confirmed they had been helpful. Springfield admitted they had almost nothing solid yet, though they had developed a walking picture from footprints in the flower bed. The impressions revealed little beyond shoe size and possible height, with the left print deeper, suggesting the man carried something. It felt like routine work, though once it had helped catch a burglar showing signs of Parkinson's. No such luck here. Graham complimented the crew. Springfield agreed they were solid, but noted this kind of horror lay outside their usual line. He asked whether Graham and Crawford worked together regularly or only assembled for cases like this. Graham explained it was only for these. Springfield mentioned the commissioner had credited Graham with nailing Lecter 3 years earlier. Graham corrected him quietly. The Maryland State Troopers had made the arrest, with their team present. Springfield studied Graham's discomfort, then swiveled in his chair and picked up notes on the dog. Last night, a local vet had contacted Leeds' brother. The dog had been brought in by Leeds and his oldest son the afternoon before the murders, suffering a puncture wound to the abdomen. The vet had operated successfully, initially suspecting a gunshot but finding none. He believed it was stabbed with something narrow, like an ice pick or awl. They were questioning neighbors and checking other vets for similar animal mutilations. Graham asked if the dog wore a collar with the Leeds name. Springfield said no. Graham then inquired about the Jacobys in Birmingham. Springfield dialed his liaison, Lieutenant Flatt, and learned the Jacobys had no dog, only a litter box with cat droppings. The cat itself was missing, with neighbors watching for it. Graham suggested checking the yard and behind outbuildings in case the injured cat had hidden to die, and asked about any collar. Crawford added they could send a methane probe if needed to save digging. Springfield relayed the request. The phone rang immediately after. It was Jimmy Price calling from the Lombard Funeral Home for Crawford. Price reported a partial thumbprint and a palm fragment. Crawford praised him warmly. Price described a tinted arch on the smudged thumb from the oldest child's left eye, visible against an 8-ball hemorrhage from the gunshot, and the palm lift from Mrs. Leeds' left big toe, useful only for comparison. He had witnesses and in situ photos. Elimination prints had been taken from all funeral home staff. Crawford agreed to let Price return to Washington to process the prints in his own darkroom and fax copies to Atlanta, Birmingham, and bureau offices. Price reminded him about per diem. Crawford assured him nothing was too good today. Graham stared out the window while Crawford briefed Springfield on the prints. Springfield called it remarkable. Graham's face remained closed and blank. As they left Springfield's office, the Public Safety Commissioner's news conference was ending in the foyer. Print reporters rushed for phones, while television crews performed cutaways, posing questions to empty air for later splicing. On the front steps, a small man darted ahead, spun, and snapped a photo. Freddie Lowndes greeted Graham by name, reminding him of his coverage of the Lecter case for the Tatler and the paperback. Graham refused to talk. Lowndes pressed for details on when Graham had been called in and how this killer compared to Lecter. Graham's voice rose sharply as he told Lowndes the Tatler printed lies and ordered him to stay away. Crawford stepped between them quickly, gripping Graham's arm and steering him onward for breakfast. In the diner, Graham's hand shook, spilling coffee into the saucer. He noticed Crawford's cigarette smoke irritating the couple in the next booth, who ate in resentful silence. Nearby, a mother and daughter argued in low voices, their anger pressing against Graham like a physical heat on his face and neck. Crawford griped about an upcoming trial in Washington that might tie him up for days. Lighting another cigarette, he studied Graham's trembling hands and pallor. He outlined plans to run the thumbprint against known sex offenders in Atlanta, Birmingham, and bureau files. Price would feed it into Finder, the automated system that had improved greatly since Graham left. Once caught, the print and teeth would seal the case. Crawford asked Graham to indulge a hypothetical. If they arrested a strong suspect and Graham saw him, what would not surprise him? Graham admitted he had no clear sense of the man's face and warned they risked chasing inventions. He asked if Crawford had spoken to Bloom. Crawford said Bloom doubted suicide and had reviewed the file with Heimlich. Bloom sent regards and was busy with Ph.D. candidates. Bloom suspected they might hear from the killer, perhaps a note, though he cautioned against overweighting ideas of disfigurement. Graham agreed it would distract. Crawford noted the fingerprint proved Graham already sensed something about him. Graham pushed back, insisting it came from evidence on the wall, and asked Crawford not to expect too much. Crawford assured him they would catch the man one way or another. Graham listed the ways: overlooked evidence or the killer slipping up during a future attack. He added there were no miracles. The man would continue because he had developed a genuine taste for it. Crawford pointed out that Graham did know something. Graham stayed silent until they reached the sidewalk, warning that Crawford should ask again after the next full moon. Back at his hotel, Graham slept 2.5 hours. He woke at noon, showered, and ordered coffee with a sandwich. Settling by the window with the Jacoby file from Birmingham, he scrubbed his glasses and immersed himself, ignoring hallway footsteps and the elevator's distant thud. Soon the file consumed him completely. The waiter knocked with lunch, waited, knocked again, then left the tray outside the door and signed the bill himself. Hoyt Lewis parked his Georgia Power truck beneath the big shade tree in the alley and settled back with his lunchbox. Opening it brought no pleasure now that he packed it himself. No notes, no surprise Twinkie. He was halfway through the sandwich when a loud voice at his ear made him jump. Parsons' red face appeared at the window, Bermuda shorts and yard broom in hand, accusing him of billing $1,000 worth of electricity that month. Lewis turned, startled, and explained he had not yet read the meter but would log it accurately on the spot. Parsons kept on bitterly about the prorated bill and his plan to take it to the Public Service Commission. Lewis offered to read the meter with him right then. Parsons sneered that anyone could read a meter if it wasn't too much trouble. Lewis climbed out, pale with anger, and reminded him of last year's magnet on the meter, left untouched because Parsons' wife claimed he was hospitalized, and the molasses poured in last winter, which Lewis had reported, forcing payment. The bill had climbed after Parsons' own wiring. Something in the house still drained current, yet he refused an electrician and blamed Lewis instead. Parsons backed down the alley toward his yard, insisting he would get to the bottom of it, and claiming someone had been reading Lewis's route ahead of him. Soon, he said across the fence, Lewis would have to work like everyone else. Lewis started the truck and drove on down the alley, sorry to lose the long, familiar, shady spot directly behind Charles Leeds' house. At 5:30 that evening, Lewis drove his own car to the Cloud 9 lounge and downed several Boilermakers to steady himself. When he called his estranged wife, the only words that came were that he wished she still fixed his lunch. She answered sharply and hung up. He played a gloomy round of shuffleboard with some linemen and a dispatcher, scanning the crowd with irritation at the airline clerks and their identical mustaches and pinky rings, already imagining dartboards ruining the place. His supervisor, Billy Meeks, offered to match him for a beer. Lewis pulled him aside about the old son of a bitch Parsons, who kept calling the office. Meeks confirmed Parsons had phoned him the week before, too. Lewis pressed whether Meeks suspected he was skipping rounds. Meeks reassured him firmly. No, executives would know of any check, and Parsons was simply old and contrary. Meeks recalled Parsons congratulating him on finally getting wise to Lewis, which he had ignored. Lewis wished they had involved the law over the meter tampering. He described Parsons ambushing him at lunch under the tree and said the man needed a good ass-kicking. Meeks reminisced about the old route, mentioning he had once seen Mrs. Leeds sunbathing in her swimming suit a time or two. Cute little Peter Belly, and called the whole family's death a damn shame. She had been a nice lady. Lewis observed it was too bad the killer struck the Leeds house with Parsons conveniently right down the street. Meeks said he never let his own wife lie out in a swimming suit. He had warned her some insane bastard might jump the hedge. He asked if the police had questioned Lewis. Lewis confirmed they had spoken to everyone on the routes, though he had worked Laurelwood on the other side of Betty Jane Drive the entire week until today. Lewis picked at the label on his beer, realizing Parsons must have actually seen someone the week before, since the call had come then. Meek suggested it might have been Southeastern Bell check-in lines. Lewis wondered if he should call the cops anyway. It might scare Parsons when they pulled up. Graham returned to the Leeds house in the late afternoon. He entered through the front door and kept his eyes from the ruin the killer had left. So far, he had seen only aftermath. Files, a killing floor, meat. Today, he needed to know how they had lived. He surveyed the garage first. A well-used, well-maintained ski boat, a station wagon, golf clubs, a trail bike, and power tools that looked almost untouched. Adult toys. Graham pulled a wedge from the golf bag, choked up on the long shaft, and made a jerky practice swing. The bag released a puff of leather scent as he set it back against the wall. Charles Leeds things. He moved through the house tracing Leeds' presence, hunting prints in the den, the great books lined up neatly. Sewanee annuals. Shelves held H. Allen Smith, Perelman, Max Schulman, Vonnegut, Evelyn Waugh. C.S. Forrester's Beat to Quarters lay open on a table. In the den closet waited a good skeet gun, a Nikon camera, and a Bolex Super 8 movie camera with projector. Graham, who owned almost nothing except basic fishing gear, a third-hand Volkswagen, and 2 cases of Montrachet, felt a mild animosity toward the adult toys and wondered at himself. He followed Leeds' trail through the house out of a quiet sense of obligation, learning the man first felt like asking permission before he could look at his wife. He sensed it was she who had drawn the monster, as surely as a singing cricket draws death from the red-eyed fly. Then Mrs. Leeds. Graham reached her small upstairs dressing room without glancing into the bedroom. The yellow space looked almost untouched, except for the smashed mirror above the dressing table. A pair of L.L. Bean moccasins stood on the floor before the closet as though she had just stepped out of them. Her dressing gown had been flung onto its peg. The closet showed the mild disorder of a woman who kept many other closets organized. Her diary rested inside a plum velvet box on the dressing table, the key taped to the lid beside a police property room check tag. Graham sat on the spindly white chair and opened the diary at random. He read the December 23rd entry. She described sitting at her mother's house while the children slept, liking the glassed-in sun porch, despite once hating how it changed the place. She wondered how many more Christmases her mother could manage with a house full of grandchildren, and hoped for many. The drive up from Atlanta had been hard, snowing after Raleigh. They crept along, and she was already tired from preparations. Outside Chapel Hill, Charlie stopped the car, snapped icicles from a branch to make her a martini, and returned with snow in his hair and eyelashes. In that moment, she remembered she loved him. Feeling something break with a little pain and spill warm inside her, she hoped the parka fit him. If he had bought her the tacky dinner ring like Madeline's, 4 big diamonds the color of dirty ice, she would die. Icicle ice was so clear. Sunlight through the car window turned the broken icicle into a prism, casting a red and green spot on her hand holding the glass. She could feel the colors on her skin. When he asked what she wanted for Christmas, she cupped her hands around his ear and whispered she wanted his big prick as far inside her as it would go. The bald spot on the back of his head turned red. He was always afraid the children would hear. Men had no confidence in whispers. Graham read on in the fading light, the page flecked with detective cigar ash. He moved through the daughter's tonsillectomy and the scare in June when Mrs. Leeds discovered a small lump in her breast. Her silent worry reached him across the page. The children were so small. 3 pages later, the lump proved a benign cyst, easily removed. Dr. Janovich released her that afternoon. They drove to the pond they had not visited in a long while. Charlie brought 2 bottles of champagne on ice. They drank them and fed the ducks as the sun went down. He stood at the water's edge with his back to her for a time, and she thought he cried a little. Susan said she feared they would come home from the hospital with another brother for her. Home. The telephone rang in the bedroom. Graham heard the click of the answering machine, and then Mrs. Leeds' recorded voice, bright and pleasant, apologizing that she could not come to the phone and asking the caller to leave a name and number after the tone. He half expected Crawford after the beep, but only the dial tone answered. The caller had hung up without speaking. He had heard her voice. Now he needed to see her. He went downstairs to the den. In his pocket, Graham carried a reel of Super 8 film that had belonged to Charles Leeds. 3 weeks before the murders, Leeds had dropped the film at a druggist for processing and never collected it. Police recovered the receipt from his wallet and retrieved the film. Detectives had viewed it along with the family snapshots developed at the same time and found nothing useful. Graham wanted to watch the Leedses while they were still alive. At the station, the detectives had offered their projector, but he insisted on viewing it inside the house. They let him check it out of the property room with visible reluctance. He found the screen and projector in the den closet, set him up, and settled into Charles Leeds' big leather armchair. His palm met something tacky on the armrest, a child's sticky fingerprints blurred with lint. His hand smelled of candy. The silent home movie was pleasant and more imaginative than most. It opened on a gray Scotty asleep on the den rug. The dog lifted its head briefly at the camera, then slept again. A jump cut showed the dog still dozing. Suddenly, its ears perked. It rose, barked, and the camera followed as it trotted into the kitchen, shivering with excitement and wagging its stumpy tail at the door. Graham waited, lip caught between his teeth. The door opened, and Mrs. Leeds entered, carrying groceries. She blinked, laughed in surprise, and brushed her tousled hair with her free hand. Her lips moved as she stepped out of frame. The children followed with smaller sacks, the girls 6, the boys 8 and 10. The younger boy, clearly a veteran of home movies, pointed to his ears and wiggled them. The camera angle sat fairly high. Leeds had been 75 inches tall, according to the coroner. Graham judged this section had been shot in early spring. The children wore windbreakers, and Mrs. Leeds looked pale. At the morgue, she had carried a deep tan with clear bathing suit marks. Brief scenes followed. The boys playing ping-pong in the basement, Susan wrapping a present in her room with her tongue curled in concentration and a wisp of hair across her forehead. She brushed the hair back with her plump hand exactly as her mother had done in the kitchen. Next came Susan in a bubble bath, crouched like a small frog under a large shower cap. The camera angle dropped lower and the focus softened, clearly a brother's work. The scene ended with her shouting silently at the lens and covering her 6-year-old chest as the shower cap slipped over her eyes. Not to be outdone, Leeds had surprised Mrs. Leeds in the shower. The curtain bumped and bulged like a grade school theatrical. Her arm appeared around the edge, holding a large bath sponge. The lens ended obscured in soap suds. The film closed on Norman Vincent Peale speaking on television, then panned to Charles Leeds snoring in the very chair where Graham now sat. Graham stared at the blank white square on the screen. He liked the Leedses. He regretted the morgue visit. He suspected the madman who came for them might have liked them too, but liked them better the way they were now. Graham's head felt stuffed and heavy. He swam hard laps in the hotel pool until his legs turned rubbery, then climbed out thinking simultaneously of a Tanqueray martini and the taste of Molly's mouth. He mixed the martini in a plastic glass and telephoned Molly. She answered warmly, calling him hotshot. He told her he was still in the damned Atlanta hotel and admitted he felt lonesome. She said she was too. He added that he was horny. She echoed the same. She described a run-in with Mrs. Hopper trying to return a whiskey-stained dress worn to the JC event. Graham asked what she had said. Molly replied she told the woman she had not sold it that way. Mrs. Hopper claimed she never had trouble returning dresses before, which was why she shopped there instead of elsewhere. Molly admitted she then joked that she was upset because Will talked like a jackass on the phone. Graham asked about Willie. Molly said he was fine, covering turtle eggs the dogs had dug up. She asked what he was doing. He answered that he was reading reports and eating junk food, doing a lot of thinking. She offered to help. He confessed he had no firm lock on anything yet. Plenty of information, but he had not done enough with it. She wondered how long he would stay in Atlanta, assuring him she was not pressuring him to come home. He said at least a few more days and told her he missed her. She suggested talking about fucking. He said he could not stand it and they had better not. She teased that he did not mind if she thought about it. He said absolutely not. She told him they had a new dog that looked like a cross between a basset hound and a Pekingese. Graham groaned. She added it had big balls that almost dragged the ground and that it retracted them when it ran. Graham doubted it. She insisted he did not know. He claimed he did. She asked if he could retract his. He admitted he had once, in his youth, clearing a barbed wire fence in a hurry while carrying a watermelon he had not cultivated. She asked why. He described fleeing a swine herd alerted by dogs. The man burst out in BVDs waving a fowling piece but tripped over a butterbean trellis, giving him a running start. She asked if the man shot at him. Graham said he thought so at the time, though the reports might have come from his own behind. He confirmed he cleared the fence handily. She called it a criminal mind even then. He denied having a criminal mind. The conversation turned to painting the kitchen. She asked what color he liked. Distracted, he suggested yellow, then blue when she objected. When she said blue felt cold, he snapped that she could paint it baby shit tan for all he cared, then caught himself and apologized. He promised they would go to the paint store together when he got home, pick chips, and maybe new handles. She agreed and said she did not know why she was talking about it. She told him she loved him, missed him, and knew he was doing the right thing, even though it cost him. She would be there when he came home or meet him anywhere, anytime. Graham told her, dear Molly, and urged her to go to bed. She said good night. He lay with hands behind his head, conjuring dinners with Molly, stone crab and Sancerre, salt breeze mixed with the wine. But his curse was to pick at conversations, and he did so now. He had snapped at her over a harmless remark about his criminal mind. Stupid. Graham found Molly's interest in him largely inexplicable. He called police headquarters and left word for Springfield that he wanted to start helping with legwork in the morning. There was nothing else to do. The gin helped him sleep. Springfield arrived at his office at 7 Tuesday morning. Flimsy copies of every call note on the Leeds case covered his desk, 63 in all. The top sheet was red-flagged. Birmingham police had found the Jacoby cat buried in a shoebox behind the garage, a flower between its paws wrapped in a dish towel. The name was printed on the lid in a child's hand. No collar. A granny knot of string held the lid. The medical examiner ruled it strangled. Shaving revealed no puncture wound. Springfield tapped the earpiece of his glasses against his teeth. They had dug soft ground with a shovel. No methane probe required. Graham had been right. He licked his thumb and worked through the stack. Most notes described vague, suspicious vehicles in the neighborhood the previous week. 4 anonymous callers had warned Atlanta residents they would end up like the Leedses. Hoyt Lewis's report sat midway through. Springfield called the overnight watch commander and asked about the meter reader complaint on Parsons, number 48. The commander said utilities had been contacted last night and would reply this morning. Springfield ordered an immediate callback, plus checks with sanitation, the city engineer, and any construction permits along the alley. He wanted updates in his car. He dialed Graham's hotel room. They would meet in front of the hotel in 10 minutes for a ride. At 7:45, Springfield parked at the alley's end. He and Graham walked abreast in the gravel wheel tracks. Even this early, the sun pressed hot. Springfield advised Graham to get a hat. His own straw sat low over his eyes. The chain-link fence behind the Leeds house was thick with vines. They stopped beside the light meter on the pole. Springfield observed that anyone coming this way could see the entire rear of the house. In 5 days, the yard had already gone neglected. Grass uneven, wild onions thrusting through, small branches scattered. Graham felt an urge to gather the twigs. The house appeared asleep. Lattice porch striped with long morning shadows. Standing in the alley, Graham could picture himself at the back window, opening the porch door. Strangely, in bright daylight, the killer's entry route he had reconstructed now eluded him. He watched a child's swing sway gently in the breeze. Springfield pointed out Parsons' 2 houses down, grubbing in a flower bed. They approached the back gate beside the chain garbage cans. Springfield measured the meter height with tape, while Graham waited. Parsons leaned his tilling fork against the house and came over in sandals and white socks stained with dirt and grass. His face shone pink. Graham recognized the flush of arteriosclerosis. The man had taken his pill. Springfield introduced himself and asked if they could talk, explaining they hoped Parsons could help. Parsons asked if they were from the power company. Springfield said no, they were police. He asked whether Parsons had seen a stranger reading the meter last week. Parsons denied it at once, then complained that the meter reader had accused him of tampering. Springfield reassured him that was not the issue and reminded him he had told Lewis someone else had read the route ahead. Parsons confirmed he had, adding it was about time. He was documenting everything for the Public Service Commission. Springfield pressed for a description. Parsons said the man looked like a Georgia Power employee, brown uniform and cap. He had spotted him from the kitchen window, wanted to speak, but had to put on a robe. By the time he reached the yard, the man was gone. He did not recall a truck. Springfield stressed they were verifying everyone in the neighborhood last week. It mattered. Parsons asked if it concerned the murder and whether anyone was arrested. Springfield said no one yet. Parsons rambled about watching the street the night before. The horror of the Leeds killings, his wife's distress, and who might buy the house. He had seen black people looking at it. He mentioned speaking to Leeds about the children a few times and leaving lawn pamphlets in the mailbox. The wild onions had been suffocating. Springfield asked exactly when he had seen the man. Parsons was unsure, but thought afternoon. Springfield suggested they step inside so Parsons could show them the exact spot at the kitchen window. Parsons demanded credentials from both. Inside, the house felt silent and airless, every surface shiny with the desperate neatness of an aging couple watching their lives blur. Graham wished he had stayed outdoors. He imagined silverware drawers still holding traces of egg between the tines. He told himself to focus and draw the old man out. The sink window gave a clear view of the backyard. Parsons pointed it out and asked if they were satisfied. He had never spoken to the man and could not remember his face. If that was all, he had work. Graham asked why he had been undressed in the middle of the afternoon. Was he unwell? Parsons snapped that his own house was his business. He could wear anything he liked. He accused them of lounging in the cool instead of hunting the killer. Graham noted that, as a retired man, it made no difference if some days he simply stayed in his robe. Parsons's veins stood out at his temples. He insisted he dressed and worked every day. That Friday, he had mulched the garden, finished a full load by afternoon, more than they would accomplish today. Then came inside hot and showered. Graham asked what he had been doing in the kitchen. Parsons said fixing iced tea. Graham observed the refrigerator stood across the room, away from the window. Parsons glanced from window to refrigerator, eyes dull with confusion. Then understanding flashed. He stepped to the cabinet by the sink and said he had been reaching for Sweet and Low when he saw the man. That was everything. Graham told Springfield he believed Parsons had seen Hoyt Lewis. Springfield agreed. Parsons denied it fiercely, eyes watering. Lewis was sun-brown with greasy hair and sideburns. This man had been paler blonde hair cut square across the back of the neck beneath the cap. He had turned to write on a clipboard. Springfield asked about the face. Parsons was unsure. Perhaps a mustache, but not like Lewis, who had none. He guessed the man stood at eye level with the meter. Would he recognize him again? No. Age? Not old. Had he noticed the Leeds dog nearby? No. Springfield apologized for doubting him earlier, called the information a real help, and said he would send an artist to sit at the kitchen table for a sketch. No name would appear in the papers. Parsons followed them out. Springfield complimented the yard, saying it deserved a prize. Parsons said nothing. His face flushed deeper, eyes wet. In baggy shorts and sandals, he glared after them, then seized the fork and hacked blindly at the flower bed scattering mulch across the grass. Springfield listened to the crackle of his car radio as he checked with utilities and city agencies. None could place the man in the alley on the day before the murders. He relayed Parsons' description and directed the artist to begin with the utility pole and meter, then eased the witness forward from there. The chief of detectives guided the unmarked Ford through traffic. He told Graham the artist preferred working at the station where secretaries could watch, witnesses shifting uncomfortably behind him. A station house was no place to question someone you didn't want to frighten. Once the sketch was ready, they would canvass the neighborhood door to door. To door. Springfield felt a faint spark of progress. They had pushed the old man hard, and he had delivered. Now it was time to use it. Graham agreed it would be the strongest lead yet if the alley man proved to be their killer. Inside, he felt only disgust with himself. Springfield pressed on. If this was the same man, it meant he wasn't drifting randomly. He had stayed overnight in town. He planned ahead by a day or two. He scouted locations, killed the family pet, then the family. What kind of plan was that? He turned to Graham. This was Graham's area of expertise. Graham admitted it was, if it belonged to anyone. Springfield knew Graham had seen this pattern before. He needed to talk about Lecter, even though Graham had bristled at the mention earlier. Graham stared out at the passing sidewalk crowd, his voice flat as if dictating notes. Lecter had killed 9 people they knew of. 2 more had survived, one breathing through a machine in Baltimore, the other locked away in a Denver mental hospital. He did it simply because he enjoyed it, and still did. Lecter wasn't crazy in any ordinary sense. He could function perfectly when he chose to. Springfield asked what the psychologists called it. They labeled him a sociopath, for lack of a better term. He showed no remorse or guilt, and had tortured animals as a child, the clearest early warning. Yet he lacked most other sociopathic traits. He wasn't a drifter, had no criminal record, wasn't shallow or exploitative in daily life. His brain scan showed unusual patterns, but nothing conclusive. Springfield asked what Graham himself called Lecter. Graham hesitated, then said he thought of him as a monster. Like those rare infants born malformed in hospitals, kept warm and fed but never placed on life support, allowed to slip away. Lecter looked normal on the outside, but something essential was missing inside his mind. Springfield mentioned friends in Baltimore who still wondered how Graham had caught Lecter. What was the first clue, the first feeling? Graham called it pure coincidence. The 6th victim had been bound to a pegboard in his workshop, savagely cut and pierced with arrows. The wound stirred a vague memory Graham couldn't place. Then Lecter struck 3 more times in 9 days, forcing them to race ahead. Later, Graham learned the victim had an old arrow scar on his thigh from a hunting accident years earlier. Hospital records showed Lecter had been the first doctor to treat him in the emergency room. Graham visited Lecter's elegant psychiatric office, antiques gleaming under soft light. Lecter claimed he remembered little, just that a hunting companion had brought the man in. Something felt wrong. Graham and Crawford reviewed every file but found nothing. They couldn't get a warrant. On a Sunday, with the building nearly empty, Graham returned. While Lecter spoke politely, offering help, Graham glanced at ancient medical books on the shelf above. In that instant, he knew. Their eyes met. Graham's expression must have changed. Lecter knew, too. Graham mumbled an excuse and left for the hallway payphone, trying to stay calm until backup arrived. He never heard Lecter approach in stocking feet. Only the sudden breath on his neck gave any warning before the rest. Springfield asked how he had known for certain. It came to Graham days later in his hospital bed. The 6th victim's pose and injuries matched an old medical illustration called Wound Man. Figures showing every kind of battle trauma on a single body. Graham had seen it once in a pathology lecture. That was all. Just luck. Springfield sounded skeptical. Graham snapped that if he didn't believe it, he shouldn't have asked. Then he caught himself and apologized. That was how it had happened. Springfield accepted the account. He needed to understand these things. Parsons' description and the pet mutilations suggested the killer scouted as a meter reader and felt driven to harm the family animals before striking the household. Police now faced a difficult choice: whether to warn the public about the pattern. Alerting everyone might give them eyes on the street and early warning of the next attempt. But the killer almost certainly followed the news. He could simply change his approach. Many in the department wanted to keep the slim lead secret, sending only a private bulletin to veterinarians and animal shelters across the Southeast, asking for immediate reports of pet mutilations. That meant withholding the clearest warning from ordinary citizens. It was an uncomfortable moral bind. They consulted Dr. Alan Bloom in Chicago. He believed a published warning would likely make the killer alter his scouting method, though Bloom doubted the man could stop attacking pets no matter the risk. Bloom also warned against assuming they had 25 days until the next full moon on August 25th. On the morning of July 31st, 3 hours after Parsons gave his description, Birmingham, Atlanta, and Crawford, in Washington, agreed by conference call. Send the private bulletin to veterinarians. Canvass the neighborhood with the artist's sketch for 3 days. Then release the information to the media. For those 3 days, Graham and the Atlanta detectives walked the sidewalks, showing the faint sketch to residents near the lead's home, hoping someone could sharpen the vague face. Graham's copy grew damp and soft from constant handling in the heat. Many doors stayed closed. At night, he lay in his room, skin dusted with powder against a rash, his thoughts circling the problem like a hologram he couldn't quite resolve. The breakthrough feeling stayed just out of reach. Meanwhile, 4 accidental shootings and 1 death occurred as nervous householders fired at family members returning late. Prowler calls surged. Useless tips piled up at headquarters. Despair spread through the department like illness. Crawford returned from Washington at the end of the 3rd day and found Graham peeling off sweat-soaked socks. Graham told him to try walking the route himself. Crawford said the canvass results would air on the news tonight anyway. He hadn't expected much from it. Graham asked sharply what else Crawford thought he should have done. Crawford answered that Graham had done his best. That was all anyone could ask. He added that busy work had sometimes acted like a drug for him too, especially after he stopped drinking. He suspected the same for Graham. Graham felt the anger drain away. Crawford was right. Graham had always been a natural procrastinator, compensating with speed in school. This was not school. He had known for days there was one more thing he could do. He could wait until desperation drove him to it in the final days before the full moon. Or he could act now while it might still matter. The reasons clicked into place like roller coaster chains climbing toward the drop. At the crest, without realizing he had clutched his stomach, Graham spoke the words aloud. He had to see Lecter. Dr. Frederick Chilton stepped around his desk and shook Will Graham's hand at the Baltimore State Hospital for the Criminally Insane. He hesitated over the title, but Graham corrected him at once that he held no doctorate. Chilton mentioned Dr. Bloom's call the day before, offered a chair, and admitted he sometimes felt more like Lecter's secretary than his keeper, buried under the endless mail from researchers who considered it fashionable to correspond with the killer. Graham thanked him and explained he needed maximum privacy for the meeting, with the possibility of returning or telephoning later. Chilton nodded and laid out the rules. Lecter would remain inside his room, the only place he was ever unrestrained. A double barrier faced the corridor. A chair would be placed there, screens if Graham wished. Nothing could pass through except soft paper free of clips or staples. Documents went via the sliding food tray. Graham said he might need to show stimulating material, but he accepted every restriction exactly as Dr. Bloom and Crawford had promised. Chilton insisted on one final point before Graham could leave. He warned that Lecter was disarmingly courteous. For a full year after arrival, he had appeared perfectly cooperative, so security had been eased. On the afternoon of July 8, 1976, he complained of chest pain. Restraints were removed for an electrocardiogram. While one attendant stepped out and the other looked away, Lecter seized the nurse. He tore out her tongue before they could stop him. His pulse never climbed above 85. Chilton unrolled the EKG strip across his desk and traced the flat line with a dry, shiny finger to prove it. Graham's face gave nothing away. Chilton leaned back, steepled his fingers, and continued. They had once hoped Lecter would be a living window into pure sociopathy, lucid, trained in psychiatry, yet a mass murderer. 12 sessions with him had yielded nothing. He was too sophisticated for any test. Even Dr. Bloom had tried. Lecter published brilliant articles on disorders he did not possess, perhaps afraid that once he was solved he would be forgotten and left in a backward forever. Chilton asked what Graham could tell them about Lecter. Graham said nothing. Chilton pressed further, wondering whether Graham had reconstructed the killer's fantasies from the crime scenes and whether that insight had helped him identify Lecter. Graham stayed silent. Chilton noted the staff's curiosity, but promised, on Dr. Bloom's strict orders, that no one would bother him this visit. Graham stood. He thanked the doctor and said he was ready to see Lecter now. The steel door of the maximum security wing closed behind him, and the bolt shot home. Graham knew Lecter slept late into the morning. Corridor lights to the cell were already dimmed. He wanted a moment to watch Lecter asleep, to brace himself in case the madness reached into his own head and he had to contain it fast. He followed an orderly pushing a linen cart to muffle his footsteps. Lecter was nearly impossible to surprise. Halfway down the hall, Graham paused. Steel bars sealed the entire front of the cell. Beyond arm's reach stretched a taut nylon net from ceiling to floor and wall to wall. Inside, a table and chair were bolted down, stacked with soft-cover books and correspondence. Graham touched the bars, then pulled his hands away. Dr. Hannibal Lecter lay on his cot, head propped against the wall, Alexandre Dumas's Le Grand Dictionnaire de Cuisine open across his chest. After 5 silent seconds, Lecter's eyes opened. He remarked on the same cheap aftershave Graham had worn in court. Graham answered that it kept arriving as a Christmas gift. Lecter's maroon eyes caught the light in tiny red points. Graham felt the hair rise along his nape and pressed a hand to the back of his neck. Lecter recalled the Christmas card he had sent. Graham had received it, destroyed it carefully in the backyard, and washed his hands before touching his wife. Lecter rose, small, lithe, impeccably neat, and crossed to his table. He suggested Graham take a seat. An orderly was already bringing a folding chair from the closet down the hall. Lecter remained standing until Graham was seated. He inquired politely about Officer Stewart. Graham said he was fine, omitting that the young man had quit law enforcement after seeing Lecter's basement and now managed a motel. Lecter expressed mild regret that Stewart's emotional troubles had overtaken him, then asked whether Graham himself ever suffered such problems. Graham answered no. Lecter agreed that of course he did not. Graham felt Lecter's gaze probing straight through to the back of his skull, as if something small and restless were walking around inside. Lecter said he was glad Graham had come after 3 years. His other visitors were only banal clinicians and grasping academics. He noted that Graham had read his recent article on surgical addiction and asked what the layman thought of it. Graham called it interesting. Lecter lingered on the word layman, then reminded him that he, Graham, was the one who had caught him. He asked how Graham had done it. Graham replied that the transcript contained everything and that it no longer mattered. Lecter insisted it did not matter to him either, yet pressed the question again. Graham told him he needed his help with the Atlanta and Birmingham murders. Lecter confirmed he had read the newspaper accounts. Scissors were forbidden, so he could not clip them, though he joked that he must not appear morbid or they might take away his books. He guessed Graham wanted to know how the new killer chose his victims and offered to share whatever ideas he had. When Lecter asked why he should bother, Graham laid out the incentives: access to research materials and film strips from the AMA library, the complete case file, and the chance to discover whether he was smarter than the man Graham was hunting. Lecter observed that this implied Graham believed himself smarter than Lecter, since he had caught him. Graham answered that he knew he was not smarter. Lecter asked once more how Graham had caught him. Lecter tilted his head, augur-like, as he studied Graham. He noted Graham's deep tan, the rough hands that no longer looked like a cop's, and the childish aftershave with a ship on the bottle. Another silence stretched before he warned Graham not to try persuading him through intellectual vanity. Graham replied that he expected no persuasion. Lecter would help or he wouldn't. Dr. Bloom was already working on it anyway. Lecter asked if Graham had brought the file and pictures. Graham admitted he had both, but refused to hand them over when Lecter demanded them in exchange for consideration. Lecter then asked whether Graham dreamed much. Graham turned to leave. Lecter reminded him he had not yet threatened to remove the books. Graham kept walking. Lecter called after him, offering to review the file and share his thoughts. Graham packed the abridged file tightly into the sliding tray. Lecter pulled it through and asked for an hour alone. Graham waited on a worn plastic couch in the grim lounge, avoiding conversation with orderlies, staring at motionless objects and visiting the restroom twice while numbness settled over him. When the hour ended, the turnkey readmitted him. Lecter sat at his table, eyes filled with thought, having spent most of the time on the pictures. He described the killer as a very shy boy he would love to meet, then suggested the man might be disfigured or believe himself to be. He pointed to the smashed mirrors, noting they were arranged so the killer could see himself reflected in the victim's eyes, Mrs. Jacoby and Mrs. Leeds. Graham called it interesting. Lecter corrected him sharply. Graham had already considered it. Lecter accused him of coming only to refresh the old scent by looking at Lecter again, and suggested he simply smell himself. Graham insisted he wanted Lecter's opinion. Lecter said he had none yet but would share it when he did. He asked to keep the file and see future ones, offering that Graham could telephone him. His lawyer's rare calls brought a phone to the cell. Graham refused to give his home number and told Lecter to leave messages at the number on the file. As Graham walked away, Lecter called after him, asking again how Graham had caught him. Graham moved faster toward the steel door. The final words reached him as the bolt slid home. The reason Graham caught him was that they were just alike. Graham felt only dread at the coming loss of numbness. His blood drummed like hollow wings in his ears. The distance to the outside seemed absurdly short. Only 5 doors separated Lecter from the world. He had the uneasy sense that Lecter had walked out with him. Outside the entrance, he stopped, looked around, and assured himself he was alone. Across the street, Freddie Lowndes aimed a long lens from his car window and captured Graham's profile in the doorway beneath the stone words, Baltimore State Hospital for the Criminally Insane. The National Tattler later cropped the image to Graham's face and just the last 2 words. Hours after Graham left, Dr. Hannibal Lecter lay on his cot in dimmed lights. He lingered on textures, the pillowcase weave against his clasped hands, the smooth lining of his cheek, then let odors drift through his mind, real and imagined. Clorox in the drains, semen, chili cooking down the hall, sweat-stiffened khaki, the bitter green of cut cocklebur, and tea-weed from Graham's refusal to share his number. Lecter sat up. The man might have been civil. His thoughts carried the warm brass scent of an electric clock. He blinked, raised his eyebrows, turned up the lights, and wrote a note to Chilton requesting a telephone to call his counsel. Entitled to private legal calls, he had never abused the privilege. Since Chilton would not allow him to the phone, the instrument was brought to his cell. 2 guards arrived with a long cord, one holding keys, the other a can of mace. They ordered Lecter to the back of the cell, face the wall. Any turn before the lock snapped would earn a face full of mace. Lecter thanked them politely. He reached through the nylon net to dial Chicago information, then the University of Chicago Department of Psychiatry. He asked for Dr. Alan Bloom and, pretending embarrassment, requested the secretary's name, Linda King. When the line was answered, he posed as Bob Greer from a publishing house needing Will Graham's address and phone number for an urgent book shipment Dr. Bloom had requested. The graduate assistant read it from the call caddy, FBI headquarters in Washington, and Post Office Box 368, Marathon, Florida. Lecter felt much better. He considered surprising Graham with a call sometime, or, if civility failed, having a hospital supply house mail him a colostomy bag for old time's sakes. 700 miles southwest, in the Gateway Film Laboratory cafeteria in St. Louis, Francis, Dolarhyde waited for a hamburger. The steam table entrees looked filmed over. He stood by the cash register sipping coffee from a paper cup. A red-haired young woman in a lab smock entered, studied the candy machine, then approached him from behind. She addressed him as Mr. D and asked him to sit with her for a minute. She had something to tell him. Dolarhyde turned, red goggles hiding his eyes. She kept her gaze on the nosepiece. She apologized for Bob, who had been drunk and clowning at the party. He hadn't meant anything by it. She urged Dolarhyde to sit. He agreed with a muffled sound. They sat. She twisted a napkin and explained everyone had been glad he came. Bob did voices all the time. He should be on the radio. When he slipped into that other voice, he was too drunk to realize how it landed. The laughter had died when Bob understood what he had done. Dolarhyde noted that Bob had continued anyway. She admitted she had confronted Bob, whose face turned red. Bob had even tried to hug Dolarhyde and turn it into a joke. Dolarhyde said he had laughed it off and did not want Bob feeling terrible. He asked her to tell Bob it would not change anything at the plant. If he had talent like Bob's, he would joke all the time too. They would all get together soon so Bob would know how he felt. She said Bob was sensitive underneath the fun. Dolarhyde agreed he must be tender. He pressed a knuckle under his nose, muffling his voice, and told her she was good for Bob. She tapped his wrist. He registered the touch behind the goggles. She said she was glad they talked and left. Dolarhyde watched her go. A suck mark showed on the back of her knee. He thought, correctly, that Eileen did not appreciate him. No one really did. Francis Dolarhyde stood in the cool, chemical-scented darkroom and checked the developer in the A-tank. Hundreds of feet of home movie film from across the country passed through it every hour. Temperature and freshness were critical, and the responsibility was his until the film reached the dryer. Many times, each day he lifted samples and examined them frame by frame. He kept the room quiet, discouraging chatter among his assistants, and directing them mostly with gestures. When the evening shift ended, he stayed behind alone to develop, dry, and splice his own film. He reached his grandparents' big house around 10 at night. It stood at the end of a gravel drive through an apple orchard north of St. Charles, Missouri, just across the river from St. Louis. Dead and twisted trees mingled with the living ones. The absentee owner neglected the place. In late July, the heavy smell of rotting apples hung in the air, and bees droned by day. The nearest neighbor was half a mile away. Dolarhyde made his usual inspection the moment he stepped inside, still wary after the failed burglary years earlier. He switched on lights room by room and looked around. A visitor would never guess he lived alone. His grandparents' clothes still hung in the closets. His grandmother's brushes lay on her dresser with strands of hair caught in them. Her teeth rested in a glass on the bedside table, the water long evaporated. She had been dead 10 years. Satisfied he was alone, he went upstairs, took a long shower, and washed his hair. He slipped into a synthetic kimono that felt like silk, then lay on his narrow childhood bed, while his grandmother's plastic-capped hairdryer hummed over his head. He leafed through a new high-fashion magazine. The hatred and brutishness in some of the photographs stirred him. Excitement rose. He swiveled the reading lamp shade to illuminate the print on the wall at the foot of the bed. William Blake's The Great Red Dragon and The Woman Clothed with the Sun. The image had stunned him the first time he saw it. Nothing had ever come so close to his own inner vision. For weeks afterward, he had feared his thoughts might glow through his ears, might fog the darkroom film. He had tried cotton balls, then steel wool that made his ears bleed, and finally small rolls of asbestos cloth from an ironing board cover. The Red Dragon had been all he had for a long time. Now he had more. He felt the first stirrings of an erection and knew he could not wait. Downstairs in the parlor, he drew the heavy draperies, set up the screen and projector, and settled into his grandfather's lazy-boy recliner. He draped a towel over the arm, killed the lamps, and switched on the light machine above the ceiling fixture. Colored dots crawled across the walls, the floor, his skin. In the dark, he might have been drifting in a glass bubble among the stars, the machine spinning faster as it warmed until the dots swarmed like meteor showers. One patch of cardboard kept the movie screen in shadow. He did not need to smoke tonight. He thumbed the switch and the projector started. A gray Scotty perked its ears and ran to a kitchen door, tail stub wagging. Then the dog raced beside a curb, snapping at its side. Mrs. Leeds entered carrying groceries, laughing, touching her hair. The children followed. A cut to Dolarhyde's own bedroom upstairs. He stood nude before the Red Dragon print, wearing close-fitting combat glasses, stroking himself erect. The focus blurred as he approached the camera with stylized dancer steps, face filling the frame until his open mouth engulfed the lens, tongue thrusting between jagged teeth. The next section was harder to watch. A bouncing blur resolved into the bedroom where Charles Leeds thrashed and Mrs. Leeds sat up shielding her eyes, then tried to rise. The camera jerked wildly before steadying on a tripod. They were all dead now, arranged. The two children sat propped against the wall facing the bed. The third sat across the corner facing the lens. Mr. and Mrs. Leeds lay under the covers. Mr. Leeds tilted against the headboard, rope hidden, head lolled. Dolarhyde entered the frame from the left, blood-smeared, naked, except for glasses and gloves, moving with Balinese grace. He capered among the bodies, approached Mrs. Leeds' side, whipped the covers away, and held the pose like a matador finishing a Veronica. In the parlor recliner, Dolarhyde sweated, tongue sliding out over the wet scar on his upper lip, moaning as he worked himself. Even at the peak, he felt a pang of disappointment. In the final scenes, he lost all grace, rooting frantically with his back carelessly to the camera. No pauses, no elegance, only brutish frenzy. Still, the film was wonderful. Not as wonderful as the acts themselves, but close. Two flaws troubled him. The deaths were not actually shown, and his own performance had deteriorated at the end. The Red Dragon would never lose control that way. He had many more films to make. With practice, he would keep his aesthetic distance even in the most intimate moments. This was his life's work, magnificent, eternal. He would press on soon. He had already copied several 4th of July family films. Summer's end always brought a rush of vacation movies to the lab. Thanksgiving would bring another. Families mailed their applications to him every day. The plane from Washington to Birmingham was half empty. Will Graham took a window seat with no one beside him. He refused the stewardess's tired sandwich and opened the Jacoby file on the tray table. At the front, he had listed the similarities between the two families. Both couples were in their late 30s. Both had 2 boys and a girl. Edward Jacoby had an older son from a previous marriage who had been away at college. Both sets of parents held college degrees and lived in 2-story houses in pleasant suburbs. Mrs. Jacoby and Mrs. Leeds had been attractive. The families shared some credit cards and subscribed to the same popular magazines. There the similarities stopped. Charles Leeds had been a tax attorney, Edward Jacoby an engineer and metallurgist. The Leedses were lifelong Atlanta Presbyterians. The Jacobys were Catholic and had lived in Birmingham only 3 months after moving from Detroit. The word random echoed in Graham's head like a dripping faucet. Newspapers and frustrated detectives used it constantly. It was not accurate. Mass and serial killers never chose victims at random. This man had seen something in the Jacobys and the Leedses that drew him, something that spoke to him. He might have known them well. Graham hoped so, or not at all, but he had seen them beforehand. The women stood at the core of it. There were differences in the crimes. Edward Jacoby had been shot coming down the stairs with a flashlight, probably awakened by noise. Mrs. Jacoby and the children were shot in the head. Mrs. Leeds in the abdomen. The same 9mm automatic had been used throughout, with traces of steel wool from a homemade silencer in the wounds. No fingerprints on the casings. The knife appeared only on Charles Leeds. Thin-bladed, very keen, possibly a filleting knife. Entry had been through a Pride patio door at the Jacobys', a glass cutter at the Leeds'. Photographs showed less blood in Birmingham, but stains on the bedroom walls 2.5 feet above the floor proved the killer had kept an audience there too. Birmingham police had found no fingerprints, even under fingernails. Summer burial would have destroyed any print like the one on the Leeds child. The same blonde hairs, the same saliva, the same semen appeared at both scenes. Graham propped photographs of the 2 smiling families against the seat back and stared at them in the quiet of the cabin. Something had drawn the killer specifically to them. He wanted very much to believe there was a common factor he would find soon. Otherwise, he would have to walk into more houses and see what the Tooth Fairy had left behind. Graham received directions from the Birmingham field office and phoned the police from the airport. The rented compact car sprayed cold water from the air conditioner vents onto his hands and arms as he drove. His first stop was the Geehan Realty office on Denison Avenue. Tall, bald, Geehan crossed the turquoise shag carpet quickly to greet him, but his smile faded when Graham showed his badge and asked for the Jacoby house key. Geehan asked if uniformed officers would be at the house that day. Graham said he didn't know. Geehan hoped not. He had 2 showings scheduled that afternoon. The house was nice, and buyers forgot the murders once they saw it. Last Thursday, a retired couple from Duluth had been close to signing when a squad car arrived, and the officers described exactly where each body had lain. The couple left shaken. Geehan tried to reassure prospects the place was safe now, but they still drove away upset. He asked if any single men had requested to view the house. Geehan said none had asked him, though it was a multiple listing. Painting had only finished inside the previous Tuesday. 2 coats of latex, 3 in spots, and exterior work continued. It would soon be a showplace. He could not close until probate, but he could prepare buyers with a memorandum of understanding. His associate held the note and the interest kept running. The executor was Byron Metcalf of Metcalf and Barnes. Geehan told Graham to drop the key in the mail when finished. Graham felt the flat weight of a cold trail as he drove out to the Jacoby house. It lay barely inside the city limits in newly annexed land. He stopped once beside the highway to check his map before finding the turnoff onto an asphalt secondary road. More than a month had passed since the killings. Back then, Graham had been fitting diesels into a 65-foot Rybovich hull, signaling Arriaga in the crane for another half-inch. Molly had arrived late afternoon with big prawns and cold Dos Equis. They sat under an awning in the half-finished cockpit, while Arriaga drew crayfish cleaning instructions and sawdust on the deck, and sunlight danced on the undersides of wheeling gulls. Water squirted onto Graham's shirt. He was in Birmingham now. No prawns or gulls, only pastures and wooded lots with goats and horses on his right, Stonebridge's elegant homes on his left. He spotted the realtor's sign 100 yards ahead. The Jacoby house stood alone on the right. Pecan sap made the gravel drive sticky. It rattled in the fenders. A carpenter on a ladder installing window guards raised a hand as Graham walked around the house. A flag-side patio lay shaded by a large oak that would also block the floodlight at night. This was where the Tooth Fairy had entered. Through sliding glass doors now replaced with bright new aluminum frames still bearing the manufacturer's sticker. A new wrought iron security gate covered them. The basement door was fresh steel with deadbolts. Crated hot tub components waited on the flagstones. Inside, bare floors and dead air echoed his footsteps. New bathroom mirrors had never reflected the Jacobys' faces or the killers. Each showed a fuzzy white spot where the price tag had been ripped off. A folded drop cloth lay in the master bedroom corner. Graham sat on it long enough for sunlight through the bare windows to slide one board width across the floor. There was nothing left here. If he had come immediately after the Jacobys died, would the Leedses still be alive? The question pressed on him. It did not lift when he stepped back outside under the sky. He stood in the shade of a pecan tree, shoulders hunched, hands in pockets, staring down the long drive to the road. The Tooth Fairy must have driven. Where had he parked? The gravel drive was too noisy for a midnight approach, though Birmingham police disagreed. Graham walked to the roadside. Asphalt ditches ran as far as he could see. A vehicle might pull across and hide in brush on the Jacoby side if the ground were hard and dry. Across the road, Stonebridge's single entrance had private patrol. A strange car or late-night walker would be noticed. He ruled it out. Back inside, he was surprised that the telephone still worked. He called the Weather Bureau and learned 3 inches of rain had fallen the day before the murders. The ditches had been full. The Tooth Fairy had not parked beside the asphalt road. A horse in the adjacent pasture kept pace with him along the whitewashed fence as he walked toward the rear. Graham gave it a lifesaver and left it at the corner while he continued behind the outbuildings. He stopped at the depression where the Jacoby children had buried their cat. In his mind, the outbuildings had been white. They were actually dark green. The children had wrapped the cat in a dish towel, placed it in a shoebox with a flower between its paws. Graham rested his forearm on the fence and pressed his forehead against it, picturing the small, solemn rite. Parents retreating inside, ashamed to pray. Children discovering the sharp place loss makes bowing heads, while the shovel towered over them, then quietly debating whether the cat was in heaven with God and Jesus. Certainty settled over him in the hot sun on the back of his neck. The Tooth Fairy had killed the cat and watched the children bury it. He had to see that if he possibly could. He had not made 2 trips, one to kill the cat, another for the family. He came, killed the cat, and waited for them to find it. No one knew exactly where the children discovered the body. Police had found no witnesses after noon the day before the killings, 10 hours earlier. How had the Tooth Fairy arrived, and where had he waited? Behind the back fence, head-high brush ran 30 yards to the trees. Graham checked his wrinkled map. An unbroken quarter-mile strip of woods stretched behind the property and continued both ways. A section-line road bordered the woods on the south, parallel to the road in front. He drove back to the highway, measured the distance on his odometer, turned south onto the section-line road, and drove until he was directly behind the Jacoby house. The pavement ended at a new low-income housing project, not yet on his map. He pulled into the parking lot filled with old, sagging cars, 2 up on blocks. Black children played basketball on bare earth around a single netless hoop. Graham sat on his fender and watched for a moment. He wanted to remove his jacket, but knew the .44 Special and flat camera on his belt would draw stares. He always felt embarrassed when people noticed his gun. 8 shirts against 11 skins, all playing at once, refereeing by acclamation. A small skin shoved down in the rebound, stalked off angry, returned with a cookie, and dove back in. The yelling and ball thump lifted Graham's spirits briefly. 1 goal, 1 basketball. It struck him again how many possessions the Leedses and Jacobys had shared. Boats, sporting gear, camping equipment, cameras, guns, rods. Another common thread. Then the memory of how both families looked afterwards rose, and he could no longer watch. He took a deep breath and crossed the road into the dark woods. Heavy underbrush at the edge thinned quickly in the deep shade. He moved easily over pine needles in warm, still air while blue jays announced his approach. The ground sloped to a dry stream with cypresses and raccoon and mouse tracks pressed in red clay. Older human footprints, including children, showed rounded and caved in from several rains. Beyond the stream, the land rose into sandy loam supporting ferns beneath the pines. Graham climbed through the heat until he saw daylight beneath the trees at the wood's edge. Through the trunks, he glimpsed the upper story of the Jacoby house. Head-high undergrowth again ran from the woods to the back fence. He pushed through and stood looking into the yard. The Tooth Fairy could have parked at the housing project and walked through the woods. He could have lured the cat into the brush, choked it, and tossed the limp body over the fence so it landed on its back with a thump. He had done it in daylight. The children would not have found or buried the cat at night. And he had waited to watch them discover it. Would he have stayed all day in the hot brush? At the fence, he risked being seen through the rails. To watch from deeper in the brush, he would have to stand and face the house windows with the sun on him. He would retreat to the trees. So did Graham. Birmingham police had searched the area routinely, but before the cat was found, looking for dropped objects and tracks, not a vantage point. Graham moved a few yards into the forest behind the house and worked back and forth in the dappled shade, first along the high ground with its partial yard view, then down the tree line. After more than an hour, a wink of light caught his eye. He lost it, then found it again. A ring-pulled tab from a soft drink can, half buried in leaves beneath an elm, one of the few elms among the pines. He spotted it from 8 feet away and approached no closer for 5 minutes while he scanned the ground. He squatted and brushed leaves ahead of him as he duck-walked forward to avoid disturbing impressions. Working slowly, he cleared leaves around the entire trunk. No footprints had pressed through the mat of last year's leaves. Near the tab, he found a dried apple core eaten, thin by ants. Birds had pecked out the seeds. He studied the ground another 10 minutes. Finally, he sat, stretched his aching legs, and leaned back against the tree. A cone of gnats swarmed in a shaft of sunlight. A caterpillar rippled along the underside of a leaf. Graham spotted a wedge of Red Creek mud from a boot instep on the limb above his head. He hung his coat on a branch and climbed carefully up the opposite side of the tree, peering around the trunk at the branches overhead. At 30 feet, the Jacoby house lay 175 yards away, its roof color dominant from this height. He could see the entire backyard and the ground behind the outbuildings clearly. A decent pair of field glasses would easily pick up any expression on a face at that distance. Traffic hummed in the distance, and a beagle bayed far off on a trail. A cicada started its numbing buzz and swallowed every other sound. The thick limb just above him joined the trunk at a right angle to the house. Graham pulled himself higher and leaned around to examine it. Close to his cheek, a soft drink sat wedged between limb and trunk. He whispered into the bark that he loved it. Still, a child might have left it there. He climbed higher on the small branches, risky work, until he could look down on the big limb. A patch of outer bark had been shaved away on the upper side, leaving a green inner bark rectangle the size of a playing card. Centered in it, carved cleanly through to the whitewood, was a simple symbol. The work was precise and sharp, nothing a child could do. Graham photographed the mark, bracketing his exposures carefully. The view from the big limb was excellent and had been improved. The stub of a small branch jutting down from the limb above had been clipped off to clear the sight line. The fibers were compressed and the ends slightly flattened. He searched for the severed piece. It lay tangled in the branches below, brown withered leaves among the green. The lab would need both sides of the cut to measure the blade pitch, so he would have to return with a saw. He photographed the stub while muttering to himself. He believed that after the tooth fairy killed the cat and tossed it into the yard, he had climbed up here and waited. He had watched the children and passed the time whittling and dreaming. When night fell, he saw them moving past their bright windows, watched the shades come down, watched the lights go out one by one. Then he climbed down and went into them. The descent would not have been hard with a flashlight and the bright moon rising. It was hard enough for Graham. He stuck a twig into the can's opening, lifted it gently from the crotch, and descended, holding the twig in his teeth when both hands were needed. Back at the housing project, someone had written, "Levon is a doo-doo head" in the dust on the side of his car. The height of the lettering showed that even the youngest children there could already write. He wondered if they had marked the Tooth Fairy's car the same way. Graham sat for a few minutes studying the rows of windows. About 100 units faced the lot. Someone might remember a white stranger parked late at night. Even a month later, it was worth checking. To cover every resident quickly, he would need Birmingham police help. He resisted the urge to send the can straight to Jimmy Price in Washington. He had to ask the locals for manpower. Better to give them everything he had. Dusting the can was routine. Lifting acid-etched prints was not, but Price could still try it afterward if no bare fingers touched it. The FBI document section would pounce on the carving like a rabid mongoose anyway. Everyone could have copies of the pictures. Nothing would be lost. He called Birmingham Homicide from the Jacoby house. The detectives pulled up just as the realtor Geehan was ushering his afternoon buyers inside. Eileen was reading a National Tatler article titled "Filth in Your Bread" when Dolarhyde entered the cafeteria. She had eaten only the filling from her tuna salad sandwich. Behind his red goggles, Dolarhyde's eyes flicked down the front page. Cover lines promised Elvis at Secret Love Retreat, exclusive pics, stunning breakthrough for cancer victims, and the huge banner "Hannibal the Cannibal helps lawmen. Cops consult fiend in Tooth Fairy murders." He stood at the window stirring his coffee until he heard Eileen rise. She dumped her tray and was about to toss the paper when he touched her shoulder and asked for it. She handed it over, saying she only wanted the horoscopes. Dolarhyde read it in his office with the door closed. Freddie Lowndes had 2 bylines in the double-page center spread. The main story breathlessly reconstructed the Jacoby and Leeds murders, filling in police omissions with lurid inventions that Dolarhyde found banal. The sidebar interested him more. It reported that federal investigators, stalled in their hunt for the Tooth Fairy, had consulted the savage killer Hannibal Lecter in his maximum security cell. ace investigator Will Graham, nearly killed by Lecter years earlier, had been pulled from retirement to lead the case. A high federal official was quoted saying it took one to catch one. The article questioned whether the remark referred to Lecter or to Graham himself. It revealed Graham had once spent 4 weeks in a mental institution for deep depression after killing Garrett Jacob Hobbs, the Minnesota Shrike. Graham had never been a full FBI agent because of the Bureau's strict screening for instability. Former colleagues described him as a useful king snake under the house. Lecter remained confined for life, but continued writing scientific articles and corresponding with respected psychiatrists. Dolarhyde stopped reading and studied the pictures. One showed Lecter pinned against a state trooper's car. The other was Lowndes' profile shot of Graham outside the Baltimore State Hospital. Small photos of Lowndes ran beside each byline. Dolarhyde ran the tip of his forefinger slowly back and forth across the images, the rough newsprint exquisitely sensitive under his touch. Ink smudged his fingertip. He wet it with his tongue and wiped it clean on a tissue. Then he cut out the sidebar and slipped it into his pocket. On the drive home from the plant, Dolarhyde bought quick-dissolving toilet paper used in boats and campers, plus a nasal inhaler. His hay fever had eased, despite the usual summer misery. Extensive rhinoplasty had left him with no nasal hair, so upper respiratory infections plagued him too. A stalled truck held him on the Missouri River Bridge to St. Charles for 10 minutes. He sat patiently in his black van, carpeted, cool, and quiet, Handel's water music playing on the stereo. He drummed his fingers on the wheel in time with the music and dabbed at his nose. 2 women in a convertible waited in the next lane, wearing shorts and midriff-tied blouses. Dolarhyde looked down from the van. They appeared tired and bored, squinting into the lowering sun. The passenger had her head back and feet on the dash. Her slumped posture creased her bare stomach. A suck mark showed on the inside of her thigh. She caught him staring, sat up, and crossed her legs. Weary distaste crossed her face. She said something to the driver. Both looked straight ahead. Dolarhyde knew they were talking about him. It did not make him angry. Few things angered him anymore. He felt he was developing a becoming dignity. The music remained pleasant. Traffic ahead began to move, while the convertible lane stayed stalled. Dolarhyde looked forward to getting home. He tapped the wheel in rhythm and rolled down the window with his free hand. He hawked and spat a thick blob of green phlegm that landed on the passenger's lap, just beside her navel. Her high, thin curses trailed behind him over the handle as he drove away. Dolarhyde stood before the heavy black ledger, its brass corners glinting under the light. From the moment he had first seen it at the bankruptcy sale of an old St. Louis printing company, he had known it must be his. Now freshly bathed and wrapped in his kimono, he unlocked the closet at the top of the stairs and rolled the massive volume out on its sturdy machine table. He positioned it carefully beneath the painting of the Great Red Dragon, then settled into his chair and opened the cover. The musty scent of fox paper rose to meet him. Across the first page, in ornate letters he had illuminated himself, stood the words from Revelation. And there came a great red dragon. Also, the only item not neatly mounted was a loose, yellowed photograph slipped between the early pages. A small boy version of himself clutching his grandmother's skirt on the steps of the big house, while she stood rigid with folded arms and straight back. He turned past it without pause, ignoring the image as though it had been placed there by error. The ledger held many newspaper clippings, the earliest detailing the disappearances of elderly women in St. Louis and Toledo. Between them, pages filled with his own fine copperplate handwriting in black ink, elegant as William Blake's. Ragged bits of scalp with trailing hair were fastened in the margins, like comets pressed into a divine scrapbook. The Jacoby clippings from Birmingham rested there too, accompanied by film cartridges and slides tucked into glued pockets. So were the lead stories, with their own film beside them. The name Tooth Fairy had first appeared in the Atlanta press. He had already marked it out in every Leeds article. Now he did the same to the fresh Tatler clipping, slashing over the offending words with angry strokes of a red marker. He turned to a blank page, trimmed the clipping to size, and considered Graham's photograph. The carved words "criminally insane" above the image stirred a deep revulsion in him. Any place of confinement filled him with hatred. Graham's closed expression offered nothing. He set the picture aside for now. But Lecter was different. The published photo he had was inadequate. Dolarhyde retrieved a better one from a box in the closet, one that captured the doctor's fine eyes. Still, it fell short. In his mind, Lecter's likeness deserved to be rendered as the dark portrait of a Renaissance prince. Only Lecter, among all men, might possess the sensitivity and experience to grasp the glory and majesty of his becoming. A quiet certainty filled him. Lecter would understand the unreality of those who died to fuel the transformation, how they were not truly flesh but light, air, color, and fleeting sounds that ended when altered, like bursting balloons of hue. They mattered more for the change they enabled than for the scrabbling lives they once led. Dolarhyde endured screams the way a sculptor tolerated dust from stone. He believed Lecter could see that blood and breath were merely elements burning to power his radiance, just as light itself came from fire. He longed to meet the doctor, to talk and share their common vision, to be recognized by him as John the Baptist had recognized the one who followed, to sit upon him as the dragon sat on 666 in Blake's Revelation, and to film his death as he merged with the dragon's strength. Dolarhyde pulled on fresh rubber gloves and moved to his desk. He unrolled a fresh strip of 7 sheets from the toilet paper, discarding the outer layer, and printed a letter to Lecter with his left hand, his careful script belying the bent prune quality of his spoken voice. The difference between how he spoke and how he wrote always startled him, yet even now he could not express the deepest things he felt. He needed a personal reply from Lecter before revealing more. After studying his collection of Lecter clippings again, a simple solution came to him, and he wrote once more. The letter felt too hesitant when he reread it, signed only as "Avid Fan." He brooded over the signature, his chin lifting with imperious disdain. "Avid Fan" would not do. He slipped his gloved thumb into his mouth, removed his dentures, and set them on the blotter. The upper plate was unusual. Straight white teeth atop a twisted pink acrylic fitted to his gums, with a soft plastic prosthesis and obturator to aid speech. From a small case he took another set, identical in casting, but without the prosthesis. These crooked teeth bore dark stains and carried a faint stench, matching those in his grandmother's bedside glass downstairs. His nostrils flared at the odor. He opened his sunken smile, fitted them in place, and wet them with his tongue. Folding the letter across the signature, he bit down hard. When he unfolded it again, the name lay enclosed in an oval bite mark, his notary seal, an imprimatur flecked with old blood. Later that afternoon, Attorney Byron Metcalf loosened his tie at 5 o'clock, mixed himself a drink, and propped his feet on the desk. Graham declined a drink, grateful for the cool air conditioning as he picked cockleburrs from his cuffs. Metcalf explained that he had not known the Jacobys well. They had only lived in Birmingham 3 months. He and his wife had visited for drinks a couple of times. Ed Jacoby had come to him for a new will shortly after transferring there. Metcalf was now executor, as the wife had been listed first, but he served as alternate should she be deceased or infirm. Jacoby had a brother in Philadelphia, though they were not close. Metcalf, a former assistant district attorney who had run for the top job in 1972 and lost, described how he and the DA's office had examined every paper, suspecting at first a disguised crime for power or money like the Yablonsky case. Nothing suggested financial gain. Ed Jacoby's salary and patents had been spent nearly as fast as earned. Everything went to the wife, with a small entailed California land for the children and a spendthrift trust for the surviving son to cover 3 more years of college. Niles Jacoby had been a source of trouble, living with his flaky mother in California, sent to Chino for theft, then brought back by Ed and placed at Bardwell Community College. After friction at home, they had moved him to a dorm. When Graham asked about the night of the murders, Metcalf confirmed Niles had been at a movie and back at school, verified, and had type O blood. He offered to help further the next day, as he needed to pick up his wife soon. Graham requested access to the Jacobys' personal effects: diaries, pictures, correspondence. Metcalf noted that most had been lost in a Detroit house fire caused by welding sparks, igniting stored paint. What remained was in locked boxes at the bank with small valuables, no diaries that he recalled. He agreed to get Graham into the bank the next morning before court and pick him up afterward. Graham also asked for copies of all probate documents, claims, contests, correspondence, to compare with the Leeds estate in Atlanta. Metcalf promised them, though he doubted money was the motive. The next day, student housing at Bardwell Community College consisted of 4 small dorm buildings around a littered quadrangle. Loud music clashed across the space, Kiss battling the 1812 overture as Graham arrived. A water balloon exploded nearby. He ducked under a clothesline and stepped over a bicycle to reach the suite. Niles Jacoby shared. The bedroom door stood ajar, music blasting from within. Graham knocked, then pushed it open. A tall, spotty-faced boy sat on one bed, sucking on a long bong pipe, while a girl in dungarees lay on the other. The boy jerked his head around, struggling to focus. Graham switched off the stereo and stated he was looking for Niles Jacoby. The boy protested it was just for his asthma and begged to talk. The girl offered to ask around. As she moved through the other rooms, toilets flushed repeatedly. Few traces of Niles remained in the space. One family photograph lay on the dresser, which Graham lifted a melting glass from and wiped dry with his sleeve. The girl returned and directed him to the Hateful Snake bar. The Hateful Snake occupied a storefront with dark green painted windows. An odd mix of vehicles waited outside: bobtail trucks, compact cars, a lilac convertible, high-rump drag cars, and 4 full-dress Harley-Davidsons. An air conditioner dripped steadily onto the sidewalk from above the door. Graham entered the crowded, dim space that smelled of disinfectant and stale cologne. The husky female bartender in overalls handed him a Coke over the heads at the service bar. She was the only woman present. Niles Jacoby, dark and razor-thin, stood at the jukebox. The man beside him selected the music. Jacoby looked like a dissolute schoolboy, but his companion did not. The other man had a boyish face atop a knobby, muscular body, wearing a T-shirt and jeans worn white over pocket contents. His arms were corded with muscle, hands large and ugly. One professional tattoo read, "Born to Fuck," a crude jailhouse one spelled Randy. His short prison haircut had grown out unevenly, and a small shaved patch showed on his forearm. A cold knot formed in Graham's stomach. He followed the pair through the crowd to a booth at the back and stopped 2 feet away. "Niles, my name is Will Graham. I need to talk with you for a few minutes." Randy looked up with a bright, false smile, one front tooth dead. "Do I know you?" Graham kept his voice level as he faced the pair in the booth. He wanted Niles alone. When Randy tried to shut him down with a warning to butt out, Graham studied the man's scarred forearms, the fresh adhesive dot in the elbow crook, the shaved patch where a knife edge had been tested, classic knife fighter marks. Fear prickled cold along his spine. He forced himself to stand firm rather than retreat. He laid his identification on the table and warned Randy to stay seated, promising 2 navels if he moved. The man's tough posture collapsed into instant inmate compliance. Graham ordered him to produce the 5-inch folding knife from his left rear pocket with 2 fingers only. Once it lay on the table, Graham pocketed the greasy weapon. Next, he demanded the blood bank slip from Randy's wallet. It confirmed type O. Graham dismissed him curtly, watching the man slink away through the crowd. Alone with Niles in the car, Graham drove back toward the school while the young man spoke. Niles said he had barely known his father, who had left when he was 3 and stayed away at his mother's insistence. Last spring, Ed Jacoby had appeared at Chino, tense but straightforward, offering custody and school if Niles would commit to trying. Niles had been released 2 weeks later. He insisted he had never mentioned his family to cellmates or anyone at Chino, nor brought friends, school or otherwise, to the Jacoby house. Ed had seemed upset only about Niles's poor grades and absences in their final talk, even buying him 2 alarm clocks. Niles claimed he possessed no letters, papers, or other personal items from his father, only the single family photograph Graham had already seen on the dresser. He offered it freely, saying it showed a version of his father he had never known. Graham spent the next days trying to understand the Jacobys. Metcalf granted him full access to the bank lockboxes. He read every letter, mostly business, and examined the jewelry and silver without finding anything useful. For 3 sweltering days, he and Metcalf worked through the warehouse pallets, opening every crate. Police photos guided him to reconstruct the original placement of items in the house. Most furnishings were new, purchased with Detroit fire insurance. The family had left few personal traces. One bedside table still bore traces of fingerprint powder and a hardened blob of green wax in the center. Graham wondered again whether the killer preferred working by candlelight. The Birmingham forensics team shared everything. The best they and Jimmy Price in Washington could recover from the soft drink can was a blurred nose print. Firearms and tool marks confirmed the severed tree branch had been cut with thick-jawed bolt cutters. The mark carved in the bark was identified by Langley's Asian Studies section as a Chinese character, meaning "you hit it," or "you hit it on the head," a gambling term for a lucky or positive sign, also appearing on a mahjong tile. It denoted the Red Dragon. At the Birmingham airport, Graham stood at a payphone updating Crawford in Washington, when the secretary interrupted Crawford's line with an urgent call from Dr. Chilton at Baltimore Hospital. Crawford switched over. Chilton reported finding a note, 2 pieces of toilet tissue bearing teeth marks, hidden in Hannibal Lecter's cell. It appeared to come from the man responsible for the Atlanta and Birmingham killings. Speaking carefully, Chilton read the contents aloud. The writer expressed delight that Lecter had noticed him and proposed correspondence. He revealed he was becoming something extraordinary and believed only Lecter could truly understand. He hinted at sharing private things someday if conditions allowed. He mentioned a complete collection of Lecter's press notices, which he viewed as unfair distortions, much like those applied to himself, dismissing the nickname Tooth Fairy as ridiculous. He commented on Graham's unremarkable yet determined appearance and suggested Lecter should have taught him not to interfere. The note apologized for the makeshift stationery, chosen because it would dissolve quickly if swallowed, and promised something wet next time if he heard back. It closed with the signature "Avid Fan." Crawford listened in silence, then asked whether Lecter knew the note had been discovered. Chilton confirmed Lecter remained unaware, still in the holding cell while his quarters were cleaned. The cleaning man had found the rolled tissue and delivered it directly. Crawford pressed for confirmation that Lecter could not see his cell from the holding area. Crawford weighed Chilton's answer for a moment, then put him on hold. He stared at the blinking phone buttons, sensing the line tightening. Switching back to Graham, he explained the note hidden in Lecter's cell sounded like a fan letter from the Tooth Fairy, seeking approval and showing curiosity about Graham. Part of it was torn and scratched out, leaving unclear how Lecter was meant to reply, but it hinted at possible ongoing correspondence if Lecter stayed unaware. Crawford wanted the note for the lab and a cell search, yet both carried risk. If Lecter suspected anything, he might warn the killer. Time was critical with 10 dead in a month. They could not afford a slow mail game. Graham agreed to move immediately. Crawford said he would see him in 2 hours. He ordered his secretary to arrange a helicopter, any available, theirs, DCPD or Marines, and have it on the roof in 5 minutes. A document case and a search team were to meet him there. Back on the line with Chilton, Crawford instructed him to keep the discovery secret. detain the cleaning man in his office, and have the building superintendent shut off water and power to Lecter's hall. The super was to walk past the holding cell carrying tools, visibly hurried and irritable, offering no explanations. Garbage pickup was to be canceled. Nothing was to touch the note. They were on their way. Crawford then called scientific analysis, telling Brian the incoming note from the Tooth Fairy took absolute priority. It had to return unmarked within the hour after processing through hair and fiber, latent prints, and documents. He would hand-deliver it himself. 40 minutes later, Crawford stepped off the helicopter onto the roof. Hair whipped wild and rode the elevator down still warm at the federally mandated 80 degrees. In hair and fiber, he found Beverly Katz in an examining room, brushing a child's coveralls suspended over white paper. A sprinkle of debris fell, followed by a single tightly coiled hair drifting slower than sand. She cocked her head and murmured her usual quiet, "Gotcha." Crawford tapped the glass. Katz came out, stripping her gloves, and confirmed the note had not yet been printed. In the next room, she donned fresh gloves while he opened the case. The 2 pieces of toilet tissue, bearing clear tooth impressions, rested between plastic sheets. Katz glanced at the bite marks. Crawford nodded. They matched the killer's overlay. She lifted the note onto a dowel over fresh paper, examined it under magnification, fanned it gently, and tapped free another tiny object. She photographed the torn edges at high magnification, then flipped the note and removed one more speck with fine tweezers. Finally, she placed clean white gloves in the case beside it as a do-not-touch signal and handed it back. One short hair, perhaps a 32nd of an inch, and a couple of blue grains were all she had recovered so far. Crawford gave her comparison samples: hair from Lecter's comb, whiskers from his razor, and hair from the cleaning man, then hurried on. In latent prints, Jimmy Price and his technician worked under the helium-cadmium laser, hunting fluorescence on the porous toilet tissue. Only glowing perspiration smudges appeared. Price confirmed 3 ungloved handlers: the cleaner, Lecter, and Chilton. The surface was unforgiving. Even fuming with iodine risked stains that would not fade in time, and ninhydrin with heat was impossible without washing afterward. Price admitted defeat. No print could be recovered. Crawford cursed softly, then rested a hand on the old man's shoulder, acknowledging that if a print existed, Price would have found it. He dropped the white gloves into the smoking dry ice wastebasket and moved on. Disappointment churning inside him, Crawford reached documents where Lloyd Bowman, pulled abruptly from court, blinked as he adjusted. Bowman noted Crawford's wind-blown hair with dry humor, then transferred the note to his lighted work surface. He had 20 minutes maximum. The torn hole and scratched sections were clear. Bowman explained the reply instructions had likely been in the missing piece. Lecter had obscured the hopeful line about corresponding with felt-tip ink before folding and pinching most of it away. He photographed the tooth marks, and back of the note under raking oblique light, his shadow sweeping the walls. Flattening the edges between glass revealed vermilion ink smears on the tatters. Under infrared, fragments of writing emerged on the torn margins. Tips of T's and the tail of what might be an M. Nard Bowman concluded the only safe blind communication was through publication, since phone calls were too slow and monitored. The Tattler had carried the Graham and Lecter stories. Its name contained 3 T's, and an R personal column seemed the obvious channel. Crawford checked with the FBI library and phoned instructions to the Chicago field office for advanced proofs of the classified pages. Bowman promised any further minor findings would go straight to Chicago. Crawford took the case and headed for the door, telling Bowman to fill him in after the asylum visit. The Tattler would hit stands that evening, printed in Chicago on its Monday through Thursday schedule. Graham stepped out of the Metro Central turnstile into the heavy afternoon heat. His flight bag slung over one shoulder, the fare card already forgotten in his pocket. The J. Edgar Hoover building rose ahead like a vast concrete cage shimmering above the street. He had never worked inside it. Crawford waited at the escort desk, added his own authority to Graham's temporary credentials, and led him through the gate with a magnetic tag. The corridors stretched white and endless. Crawford carried the bag without comment, noting Graham's fatigue and the restless way he scanned the halls. aware the killer's thoughts had already turned toward him. In Crawford's new office, painted the gray of a battleship, they spoke quickly about the note. It had gone back into Lecter's cell undetected. Water poured on the floor, a fake pipe break and electrical short-staged while Simmons mopped in view. Lecter appeared to accept the story. Graham voiced the doubt that had written with him on the plane, whether Lecter had written the note himself. Crawford dismissed it. The bite mark matched the victim's wounds exactly, and the ballpoint ink was unavailable to Lecter. Rankin and Willingham had searched the cell perfectly, restoring every item with Polaroids, yet found nothing else. The mail and phone at the hospital were now fully monitored. A Saturday call Lecter claimed was to his lawyer had slipped through on a Watts line, but future ones would not. Graham read the note twice, the spidery handwriting forming his own name and setting a high, steady ring in his ears. Crawford fixed an Alka-Seltzer and confirmed the Tattler alone had carried the story linking Graham and Lecter. It had reached stands nationwide the previous Tuesday. The Tooth Fairy could not have seen it before then. Lecter had received the message no earlier than Wednesday, torn out the reply instructions, and scratched over an earlier compliment he could not bear to destroy. Bowman believed Lecter would answer through the Tattler's personal column. Graham agreed. Lecter corresponded eagerly with people everywhere. They weighed options. Graham suggested baiting the killer with a fake message about important evidence, or a mistake the Tooth Fairy might repeat. Crawford asked for the strongest lure. Graham proposed using Lecter himself, transfer him to federal custody, stage an escape from a VA psychiatric hospital, then run a message in the next Tattler inviting a meeting. The Tooth Fairy might come to absorb Lecter, to engulf and surpass him. Crawford called it a last resort. The public panic would be uncontrollable. Graham offered a fallback. Stake out a distant observation point near a mail drop the killer might watch from afar. Crawford noted the Secret Service had an unused setup they could borrow, but any ad had to go in today or wait until Monday. Chicago was already checking the Tattler's classified proofs. Graham asked about Lecter's own ad order letter. Crawford said the mail stayed in the advertising manager's office and they risked tipping the paper if they pushed too hard. They could still place a fabricated reply if needed, though. Any error would ruin the channel. Crawford's phone rang. The lab was ready. They moved to Zeller's larger office. Bowman caught up in the corridor, photographs and data fact sheets in hand, worried about making his 4:15 court appearance against the check forger Nilton Eskew and his partner. Crawford assured him he would. Inside, Beverly Katz smiled at Graham from the couch, while Jimmy Price scowled beside her. Brian Zeller, young for his post, waited behind the desk. Crawford asked for any finding that disproved the note's origin with the Tooth Fairy. None existed. Bowman had already sent Chicago numerals lifted from an impression on the back, 666, amid more than 200 personal ads. He passed Graham the data-fax copies. All read like ordinary marriage offers or appeals to runaways. No one yet knew how they would spot the correct one. Beverly Katz reported first. One whisker matched Lecter's samples in scale count, core size, and color, distinct from the Birmingham and Atlanta traces. 3 blue grains and dark flecks had gone to Zeller. Zeller identified the grains as commercial chlorinated cleaner, likely from the cleaning man's hands, plus minute dry blood particles too small to type. Katz continued. The tears at the ends of the note had wandered off the perforations. If the roll was ever recovered intact, it would provide a definitive match. She recommended an immediate advisory to arresting officers to search for it. Crawford nodded. Bowman added that the paper was marine and motorhome toilet tissue, brand Wiedeker, manufactured in Minneapolis and distributed nationwide. Graham arranged the photographs on an easel beside the windows. Bowman's unexpectedly deep voice carried clearly despite his small frame, his bow tie shifting with each word. He explained that the writer was right-handed but had used his left hand, printing in careful block letters that showed unsteadiness and inconsistent sizes. The proportions suggested mild, uncorrected astigmatism. The inks on both sections of the note appeared identical royal blue under normal light, yet subtle differences emerged under colored filters. He had switched pens midway through the missing portion. The first pen had begun to skip and started with a characteristic blob, indicating it had been stored point down and uncapped, likely in a desk pencil jar. The writing surface had been soft enough to be a blotter, which might still hold impressions. Bowman wanted it added to Beverly's advisory. He turned to an extreme enlargement of the note's reverse side. Oblique light revealed faint impressions, left where the writer had folded the paper to continue writing the bottom section, including the torn-out part. The mark showed 666 NN, probably from a moment of pen trouble when he had pressed harder. No such sequence appeared in any published ad. The orderly sentence structure and standard letter-size folds indicated delivery in a plain envelope. 2 dark smudges were printing ink marks, suggesting the note had been folded inside some innocuous printed material. That was all, Bowman concluded. Unless Jack had questions, he needed to reach the courthouse for his testimony and would check in afterward. Crawford wished him luck sinking them deep. Graham lost himself in the Tatler Personals column, scanning the raw desperation of the ads. He barely noticed the others leaving until Beverly Katz addressed him directly. Startled, he looked up into her bright, kind eyes and weathered face. She said she was glad to see him back and that he looked good. He thanked her. She added that Saul was attending cooking school. Still inconsistent, but once things settled, Graham should come over and let him practice on him. He agreed he would. Zeller drifted off to his laboratory. Only Crawford and Graham remained, watching the clock. 40 minutes remained until Tatler press time. Crawford announced he was going after their mail and asked what Graham thought. Graham said he believed they had to. Crawford called Chicago from Zeller's phone, warning Will to prepare a substitute ad if needed. Graham said he would work on it. Crawford then arranged the drop with the Secret Service, an outside message box on a fire extinguisher service in Annapolis Lecter's territory. The Tooth Fairy would recognize it as something Lecter could know. Alphabetical pigeonholes allowed easy checking from a park across the street. The service people collected assignments and mail by driving up. It looked solid. Graham outlined the 2 messages they needed in the same edition. The first would warn the Tooth Fairy that his enemies were closer than he realized, that he had made a serious mistake in Atlanta, and that repeating it would doom him. It would claim Lecter had mailed secret information about their progress, their closeness, and their leads. The second message, beginning with your signature, would contain the mail drop address. They had to structure it this way. Even veiled, the first warning might draw casual cranks, but without the address, they could not reach the drop and interfere. Crawford approved and asked if Graham wanted to wait in his office. Graham declined, preferring to stay busy, and headed to see Brian Zeller. In serology, Graham asked Zeller to show him the samples used to type the Tooth Fairy. Zeller, peering through his bifocals, confirmed the report had been clear and complete. Graham admitted he simply needed to hold the evidence in his hands. Zeller, understanding the old superstitions of the hunt, obliged and led him to the counter. Graham examined the vials and slides, then the glassine envelopes, one with 2 blonde hairs from Birmingham, another with 3 from Mrs. Leeds. He stared at the spit, hair, and semen on the table, searching the empty air for any image, any face that might replace the formless dread inside him. A ceiling speaker called Graham to Crawford's office on red. He found Sarah typing while Crawford watched over her shoulder. Chicago had an ad order containing 666. They were dictating it now. The lines emerged on the typewriter. Dear Pilgrim, you honor me. You're very beautiful. I offer 100 prayers for your safety. Find help in John 6:22, 8:16, 9-1. Luke 1:7, 3-1. Galatians 6:11, 15-2. Acts 3, verse 3. Revelation 18, verse 7. Jonah 6-8. Graham recognized it instantly. Lecter had called him a pilgrim during their conversation. Crawford cursed under his breath. The message ended with "Bless you, 666." Crawford confirmed with Chicago that the ad manager had stayed silent. They had 22 minutes to insert their own message if they could crack the code. He sent Sarah to telex it to Langley's cryptography section, while Bowman, on recess, examined the text in his office. Bowman aligned the message precisely on his blotter and cleaned his rimless glasses slowly. He read it repeatedly, upside down and sideways, tracing margins with his finger, then consulted a Bible. After 5 minutes of turning onion skin pages, he concluded they would not make the deadline. The time left should go to other efforts. Graham spread his empty hands. Bowman removed his glasses, revealing pink pressure marks on his nose. He felt confident the note to Lecter was the Tooth Fairy's only prior communication, so the code would be simple, meant only to defeat casual readers. The missing section was only about 3 inches, not enough for complex instructions. The numbers did not fit a jailhouse tap code. He guessed it was a book code. The 100 prayers likely indicated a page. The scriptural pairs probably line and letter. But which book? Not the Bible. Galatians 15 verse 2 and Jonah 6 verse 8 proved that, as both books had far fewer chapters. The Tooth Fairy must have named the book in his note to Lecter, something he knew would be available in Lecter's cell. Graham stood listening as Crawford confirmed that Lecter had ordered or borrowed nothing from Chilton. The papers had only reported medical books, psychology texts, and cookbooks in his cell. Bowman suggested the code book was therefore one of the standard references in those fields, something so basic the Tooth Fairy could count on Lecter owning it. He asked for a full list of Lecter's books. Graham stared at his shoes, then remembered that Rankin and Willingham had taken Polaroids of the cell during their search so everything could be replaced exactly. Bowman, already packing his briefcase, asked Graham to have them meet him at the Library of Congress with the photographs. Crawford made one final call to the CIA cryptography section. The Langley computer continued running every possible substitution and alphabet grid with no breakthrough. The cryptographer agreed it was almost certainly a book code. Crawford checked his watch. 3 choices remained, and they had to decide immediately. Pull Lecter's message from the Tattler and print nothing. Substitute their own plain language messages and invite the Tooth Fairy to the drop. Or let Lecter's ad run unchanged. Graham hated the idea of a plain language message. Lecter would likely never hear from the Tooth Fairy again. Yet releasing the unknown code felt worse. Crawford worried aloud that Lecter might reveal the partial thumbprint and the fact that no prints were on file anywhere, giving the killer a chance to alter his hands and mock them in court. Graham reminded him the thumbprint had never been in the case summary. Lecter saw. They had to let the message run. At least it would keep the Tooth Fairy communicating. 15 minutes later, the big presses in Chicago rolled faster, their thunder shaking dust from the rafters. The waiting FBI agent took one of the first copies, confirmed Lecter's personal ad was in place, and sealed the paper into an express pouch for Washington. In the dark hour before dawn, Crawford woke abruptly in his own bed. He felt his wife's warm weight settled comfortably against his back, and did not know why he had surfaced until the telephone rang again. He answered without fumbling. Lloyd Bowman had broken the code and needed him to hear it at once. Crawford swung his feet to the floor, searching for his slippers. The message read, "Graham home Marathon, Florida. Save yourself. Kill them all." He told Bowman he had to go. Crawford moved straight to his den without bothering with a robe. He called Florida twice, the airport once, then rang Graham at the hotel. Graham's voice came tight on the line. Crawford told him Bowman had solved it, then ordered him to stay calm and keep listening because everything was already handled. The decoded text gave the Tooth Fairy Graham's home address in Sugarloaf. Lecter had handed it over, but the sheriff's department had 2 cars rolling toward the house right now, and a customs launch was covering the ocean side from Marathon. The Tooth Fairy could not possibly have acted in time. Crawford had arranged for deputies to seal the road and watch the house discreetly so Molly would not be frightened. Graham could call her when she woke. Crawford would pick him up in half an hour. Graham said he would not be there. Crawford explained the next flight did not leave until 8, and it would be faster to bring Molly and Willie north. His brother's house on the Chesapeake was ready and empty. If Graham did not like the plan, Crawford would drive into the airport himself. Graham mentioned he needed items from the armory. Crawford promised they would stop there on the way. Molly and Willie were among the first passengers off the plane at National Airport. Graham spotted them moving quickly through the crowd of returning tourists. Molly scanned the terminal, saw him, and spoke quietly to her son without smiling. She reached Graham first, offering a light kiss. Her fingers felt cold against his cheek. Willie shook hands from arm's length, eyes watchful. Graham made a joke about the weight of Molly's suitcase as they walked toward the car. Willie said he would carry it. A brown Chevrolet with Maryland plates eased in behind them as they left the lot. Graham crossed the Arlington Bridge and pointed out the Lincoln and Jefferson memorials and the Washington Monument before turning east toward the Chesapeake. 10 miles outside the city, the Chevrolet pulled alongside in the inside lane. The driver lifted a hand to his mouth, and a calm voice crackled over the hidden speaker. They were clean, no tails. Graham keyed the concealed microphone, acknowledged, and the Chevrolet dropped back and turned off. He explained to Molly that it had only been a final security sweep for press cars. She answered quietly that she understood. They stopped late in the afternoon at a roadside restaurant for crabs. While Willie wandered over to the lobster tank, Graham told Molly he hated dragging her into this and that he was sorry. She asked if the Tooth Fairy was now after him personally. Graham said they had no reason to believe so. Lecter had simply suggested it, urged him on. Molly admitted the feeling was clammy and sickening. He assured her the Chesapeake house was safe, Crawford's brother's place, unknown to anyone except him and Crawford. She did not want to discuss Crawford. Graham described it as pleasant, freshly whitewashed, with impatiens by the steps, and a yard sloping to the bay where a swimming raft waited. Molly drew a deep breath. When she released it, the anger seemed to leave with it, leaving her tired but calm. She gave him a crooked smile and asked if they would have to put up with any Crawfords. He said no, then took her hand across the table. He asked how much Willie knew. She said plenty. Tommy's mother had brought home a supermarket tabloid. Tommy had shown it to Willie. The paper contained distorted stories about Graham Hobbs, the earlier case, Lecter, everything. It had upset the boy. When she offered to explain the real version, Willie had said he would ask Graham to his face. Graham felt a surge of pride at the boy's steadiness. He guessed the paper had been the tattler and felt fresh anger at Freddie Lowndes' rise hot in his throat. He excused himself to the restroom and washed his face with cold water. In the office, Sarah was saying goodnight to Crawford when the telephone rang. She set down her purse and umbrella to answer. The caller asked for Graham and said he might try again tomorrow afternoon. Her tone sharpened. Crawford came around the desk. She held the receiver as if it had gone dead in her hand. The man had identified himself only as the Pilgrim, the name Lecter had used for the Tooth Fairy. Crawford said the name aloud. It was him. Graham drove to the grocery store while Molly and Willie unpacked at the cottage. He found canary melons and a ripe cranshaw. Back at the house, he parked across the street and sat gripping the wheel a moment longer, ashamed that because of him, Molly had been pulled from the home she loved and dropped among strangers. Crawford had done well. This was no anonymous federal safe house. The whitewashed cottage looked cared for, impatiens blooming by the steps, the rear yard sloping gently to the Chesapeake with a swimming raft anchored offshore. Blue-green television light flickered behind the curtains. Baseball, Graham knew. Willie's father had played in the Florida State League, a good one. He and Molly had met on the school bus, married in college, traveled the circuit together with the baby, living on Spam and Spirit. The father had earned a Cardinals tryout and hit safely in his first 2 games. Then swallowing problems began. The cancer took him in 5 months when Willie was 6. Graham knocked at the cottage door since he had no key. Willie's voice called that he would get it, but Molly first checked through the curtains before approving. Willie opened the door with a fish billy gripped close to his leg, clearly brought from home in his suitcase. Graham's eyes stung at the sight. Molly took the grocery bag from him and offered coffee or gin, though not his preferred kind. When she stepped into the kitchen, Willie asked Graham to come outside. From the back porch, they watched the riding lights of boats anchored in the bay. Willie asked if there was anything he needed to know to protect his mother. Graham assured him they were both safe here. The car that had followed them from the airport had simply confirmed no one was tailing them. No one could locate the house. Willie asked directly if the crazy man wanted to kill Graham. Graham said they did not know that for certain. He had simply felt uneasy with the killer knowing the address. Willie asked if Graham was going to kill him. Graham closed his eyes briefly and said, "No, it was his job to find him so authorities could lock him in a mental hospital for treatment and to keep him from harming anyone." Willie mentioned the supermarket newspaper Tommy's mother had, which claimed Graham had killed a man in Minnesota and been in a mental hospital. He had never known that and asked if it was true. Graham admitted it was. Willie said he had started to ask his mother, but decided to ask Graham straight. Graham appreciated the directness. He explained it had not been just any mental hospital, but one that treated everything. He had been in the psychiatric wing. The distinction mattered. It clearly bothered Willie to learn this, especially since Graham was married to his mother. Willie replied that he had promised his father he would take care of her, and he meant to do it. Graham felt the weight of Molly's judgment from inside the screen door as the kitchen lights went out. He was handling her heart through the boy. Willie seemed unsure what to ask next, so Graham supplied it. The hospital stay had come after the business with Hobbs. Willie asked if Graham had shot him. Graham said yes. Willie pressed for how it happened. Graham told him Garrett Hobbs had been insane, attacking and killing college girls with a knife. Graham had found a small, curly metal shred in one victim's clothing, the kind left by a pipe threader. That clue led him to check steam fitters and plumbers over a long time. Hobbs had left a peculiar resignation letter at a construction site Graham was examining. Hobbs was not working anywhere, so Graham had gone to his apartment. On the stairs, with a uniformed officer beside him, Hobbs had shoved his wife out the door. She tumbled down dead. Graham had told the officer to call for SWAT, but he could hear children screaming inside. He could not wait. He entered the apartment where Hobbs held a girl from behind and was cutting her throat with the knife. Graham had shot him. The girl had survived and recovered fully. Willie absorbed it in silence, while faint music drifted from an anchored sailboat. Graham left out the rest for the boy, but could not stop seeing it himself. Mrs. Hobbs clutching at him on the landing, stabbed repeatedly, prying her slick red fingers away, the door giving after he cracked his shoulder. Hobbs using his own daughter as a shield while slicing at her neck, her chin tucked down. The 38 knocking pieces out of Hobbs, yet him still cutting. Hobbs finally sitting on the floor crying, "See? See?" as he died. That day Graham had lost his faith in 38's ace. He continued that the Hobbs incident had haunted him. He replayed it constantly, convinced he could have handled it better, until he felt nothing at all. He stopped eating and talking. Deeply depressed, he entered the hospital at a doctor's suggestion. After a while, he gained distance. The injured girl even visited. They talked, and he finally set it aside and returned to work. Willie asked if killing someone, even when necessary, felt that bad. Graham answered that it was one of the ugliest things in the world. Willie offered to fetch Cokes from the kitchen, making it sound casual. Graham accepted. Willie added that his mom ought to come out and see the lights. Late that night, Graham and Molly sat together on the back porch swing. Light rain fell, turning the boat lights into grainy halos in the mist. The bay breeze raised goosebumps on their arms. Molly asked if this could take a while. Graham hoped not, but admitted it might. She said Evelyn could mind the shop for a week and 4 days, but she needed to return to Marathon for a day or two when her buyers arrived and could stay with Evelyn and Sam. She should also go to market in Atlanta herself to prepare for September. Graham asked if Evelyn knew where she was. Molly had only said Washington. Good. She observed how hard it was to have anything. Rare to get it, harder to keep it. This was a damn slippery planet. Graham agreed it was slick as hell. She asked if they would return to Sugarloaf. He promised they would. She warned him not to rush and hang himself out too far. He said he would not. He planned to leave a little before lunch the next day. If she was heading to Marathon at all, they needed to handle something in the morning while Willie fished. Willie had needed to ask about the other matter. Graham did not blame him. Molly cursed the reporter, Freddie Lowndes, and wished she had not mentioned it. She suggested they go to bed so she could rub his back. A small blister of resentment rose in Graham. He had justified himself to an 11-year-old, and now she would rub his back because it was okay with Willie. When strain hit, it was better to keep quiet if possible. Molly offered to leave him alone if he wanted to think. He did not want to think at all. He told her she could rub his back and he would rub her front. She replied, "Go to it, Buster." By 9 the next morning, the thin rain had blown out over the bay, and the ground steamed under bright sun. Far targets on the sheriff's department range wavered in the heat shimmer. The rangemaster watched through binoculars to confirm the man and woman at the far end followed safety rules. The Justice Department credentials the man had shown listed him only as investigator. The rangemaster disapproved of anyone but qualified instructors teaching pistol work, yet he had to admit the Fed knew what he was doing. They began with a .22 revolver. He taught her combat shooting from the Weaver stance, left foot forward, solid two-handed grip with isometric tension. She practiced drawing repeatedly from the outside pocket of her shoulder bag, firing at a silhouette 7 yards away. The rangemaster grew bored until the sound changed. Now wearing earmuffs, she worked with a short, chunky revolver using light target loads. He strolled closer for a better look. It was a modified Bulldog .44 special, short, ugly, with a startlingly large bore, Magna port venting near the muzzle to control recoil, bobbed hammer, and fat grips. He suspected it was throated for speed loaders, a mean piece when loaded properly. He wondered how the woman would handle full power. The ammunition progressed from light wad cutters to service hardball, and finally to Glazer safety slugs. Tips like pencil erasers, copper jackets packed with number 12 shot in liquid Teflon. The light projectile flew at high velocity, then dumped its shot on impact with devastating effect in flesh. 90 had been fired at men so far. All were instant one-shot stops, 89 fatal. No ricochets, no penetration through walls. The Fed was gentle and encouraging with her, yet seemed sad about something. She advanced to full service loads and handled the recoil well, both eyes open, no flinch. Her first draw from the bag took about 4 seconds, but 3 shots landed in the X-ring. Not bad for a beginner. She had talent. Later, the rangemaster heard the hellish racket of the Glazers. She was emptying all 5 into the silhouette. Not standard federal practice. He wondered what they saw in that target that required 5 Glazers to kill. Graham eventually returned to the tower to turn in the earmuffs, leaving Molly seated on a bench with her head down, elbows on her knees. Graham stood at the range tower turning in the earmuffs while the rangemaster spoke to him. The woman had come a long way in a single morning. The instructor sounded pleased. Graham thanked him without really hearing, his face empty. The rangemaster studied that expression and saw something irrevocable, as though the man had already watched a loss he could never call back. In the larger room across the hall from Crawford's old office, Graham waited in the open door of the soundproof booth. Behind him sat Crawford's telephone, wiped clean. Beverly Katz occupied Sarah's chair now, surrounded by the voice print spectrograph, recorders, and stress evaluator. The wall clock showed 10 minutes to noon. Crawford and Dr. Alan Bloom stood beside him, hands in their pockets, watching. A technician drummed his fingers until Crawford's glare stopped him. 2 new telephones cluttered Crawford's desk. One open to the Bell Electronic Switching Center, the other a direct line to the FBI communications room. Crawford explained the trace time. With the new switching, it could lock on in roughly a minute if the call came through all electronic exchanges, longer if operators had to swarm a frame. Graham ran through the drill once more. When the phone rang, the tone generator would keep ringing in the caller's ear while the trace began. At the end of the 4th ring, the technician would kill the tone. Beverly would answer in a voice the caller had never heard, bored and neutral, then offer to page Graham and place him on hold. Graham would stay silent in the booth until she connected him. Dr. Bloom gave quiet advice. Graham should meet skepticism with polite doubt. Draw a firm line between nuisance cranks and the real caller's significance. Make the man prove himself. Match his mood a little at a time without rushing to offer help unless the caller seemed to want it. If paranoia surfaced, feed it gently and let him vent. Bloom rested a hand on Graham's shoulder and told him, low, that he could handle this. They waited. Crawford finally broke the silence. Whether the caller rang or not, they still had to decide on the mail drop. Graham agreed it was the best option they had. 2 baits now, the stakeout at his house and the keys in the Annapolis box. The telephone rang. The tone generator took over. 4 rings. The technician cut it. Beverly answered. Sarah shook her head. It was only one of Crawford's friends at alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Beverly ended the call quickly and killed the trace. They reviewed the mail drop plan again, tension and boredom mixing in the room. Lloyd Bowman arrived to show how the scriptural number pairs keyed to page 100 of the paperback Joy of Cooking. Sarah passed out coffee in paper cups. The telephone rang again. Tone generator on. Trace started at ESS. 4 rings. Technician cut it, Beverly answered. This time, Sarah nodded hard. Graham stepped into the booth and shut the door. He watched Beverly's lips move as she offered the hold. His own distorted face stared back at him from the polished receiver. 2 bloated reflections in the earpiece and mouthpiece. The faint smell of cordite still clung to his shirt from the range. He willed the caller not to hang up. 45 seconds. He lifted the receiver. He identified himself and asked how he could help. Low laughter came through. The voice muffled. The caller expected Graham to recognize the name Pilgrim. Graham kept his tone even, polite but skeptical, explaining that many people claim knowledge and most prove false. He needed something only the real man would know. They circled carefully. The caller confirmed he was talking about the same business in Atlanta and Birmingham. Graham probed for proof. The caller offered a trade. Graham first. Graham said the man was right-handed, physically strong, and misunderstood by people who could not grasp him. The caller accepted each point but pressed for more. Graham refused to describe the lead scene, sensing the trap. The caller started to end the call. Graham held him a moment longer, heart-hammering. Then the booth door slammed open in Chicago. Metal clanged as the receiver swung on its cord. Shouts filled the line. Police ordering the man to freeze, hands behind his head. Graham heard the scuffle, then a familiar voice identifying itself as Sergeant Stanley Riddle of the Chicago Department. Riddle had Freddie Lowndes in custody. Lowndes had been using the booth. Relief flooded Graham, then rage. He preferred charges for obstruction of justice and told them to hold Lowndes for the U.S. attorney. Lowndes tried to speak directly, fast and urgent, but Graham cut him off and slammed the receiver down hard enough to make the speakerphone jump. He walked out of the booth without looking at anyone and left the room. Behind him, Crawford's voice carried over the line. telling Lowndes he had stepped into hell this time. Freddie Lowndes pressed forward into Crawford's tense silence, offering his help in exchange for a minute of talk. He sensed the opening at once and seized it, assuring Crawford that the Tattler stood ready to assist in any way needed. Ads, editorial control, monitoring incoming mail, whatever it took, and he could be discreet. Crawford asked how he had learned of the ad. Lowndes explained that the ad manager had come to him after a man from the Chicago office had collected 5 letters under the pretext of mail fraud. The manager had made copies first. Lowndes had studied them, spotted the smokescreen, and traced the real target through a Chesapeake postmark and a postage meter number linked to Chesapeake State Hospital. He had verified it by calling to test Crawford's reaction, and the response had confirmed everything. Crawford warned him that he had made a serious mistake. Lowndes countered by offering full cooperation again, urging Crawford to cut him in on the case. When Crawford insisted there was nothing to share, Lowndes threatened to run 6 personal ads addressed to Mr. Pilgrim in the next issue, signed exactly the same way. Crawford promised an injunction and a sealed indictment for obstruction. Lowndes shot back that the story would leak to every paper in the country anyway. He swore he would destroy Crawford's chance before losing his own. Crawford added interstate transmission of a threatening message to the charges. Lowndes pleaded once more to be allowed to help. Crawford told him to go to the police station and put the sergeant back on the line. The police sergeant was relieved to escape the heavy reek of hair tonic, aftershave, socks, and cigars inside Lowndes' Lincoln Versailles once they reached the station house. Lowndes knew the precinct captain and many of the patrolmen. The captain offered him coffee and phoned the U.S. Attorney's office to straighten things out. No federal marshal arrived. Within half an hour, Lowndes took a call from Crawford in the captain's office and was released. The captain walked him back to his car. Keyed up and driving fast and jerky, Lowndes crossed the loop eastward toward his apartment overlooking Lake Michigan. He could already picture the rewards this story would bring. Money first, especially from an instant paperback on the stands, 36 hours after the capture. An exclusive in the daily press would be a major coup. He savored the thought of the straight press, the Chicago Tribune, the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, the New York Times, running his copyrighted material under his byline with his photo credits. Their correspondents, who had always looked down on him, could choke on it. He was a pariah to them because he had chosen a different path. They might have forgiven incompetence, but Lowndes was sharp, intelligent, gutsy, with a keen eye, great energy, and patience. What worked against him was his obnoxious personality and his habit of inserting himself into every story. Deep inside burned a raw need to be noticed. He was lumpy, ugly, and small, with buck teeth and rat eyes that gleamed like spit on asphalt. For 10 years he had labored in straight journalism, only to realize no one would ever send him to the White House. Publishers would wear him out until he ended up a broken drunk at a dead-end desk, sliding towards cirrhosis or a mattress fire. They wanted his information, but not Freddie himself. They paid him decently, yet never gave him respect. No name on a parking spot, no real recognition. One evening in 1969, while working, rewrite, he had watched Frank Larkin, 55 but looking 70, shuffle over reeking of liquor and asked the news editor for a Kotex from the ladies' room to staunch his bleeding behind. That moment ended everything. Lowndes pulled the story from his typewriter, wrote a letter of resignation, and a week later joined the Tattler as cancer editor at nearly double the salary. Management liked his drive. The Tattler paid well because cancer sold. Relatives of the dying, desperate for hope, snapped up issues promising miracle cures. Bold cover lines boosted sales sharply. The stories themselves were short, optimistic paragraphs that shrank in type size before admitting the drug was unavailable or still in animal testing. Freddie turned them out efficiently, and they moved papers. Extra revenue came from miracle medallions, healing cloths, and selling reader names to a screaming radio evangelist who begged for donations. After 11 years, Lowndes earned $72,000 a year, covered what he liked, and lived as well as he knew how. With this new development, he believed he could raise his paperback advance and maybe land movie interests. Hollywood, he thought, welcomed obnoxious men with money. He felt electric as he shot down the ramp into his building's underground garage, tires squealing into his reserved spot. There on the wall, in foot-high letters, stood his name, Mr. Frederick Lowndes. Wendy's Datsun was already parked beside it. Good. He wished he could bring her to Washington just to watch the cops' faces. He whistled softly in the elevator, rising to his floor. Wendy was already packing for him, neat and efficient in jeans and a plaid shirt, her brown hair tied in a chipmunk tail. She looked almost like a farm girl, except for her pallor and exaggerated figure. She noticed his trembling at once and told him he was working too hard. She asked if he was taking the 6 o'clock shuttle, brought him a drink, and cleared the bed so he could lie down. She offered to drive him to the airport before heading to her club. She teased that he had sounded mysterious on the phone, like some cartoon character helping Secret Squirrel. She saw how pleased he was with himself. Lowndes admitted he had taken a real chance today, and it had paid off. He now had a shot at something big. She urged him to nap, saying he was running himself ragged. When she suggested he finish his drink and relieve the tension, his tight face relaxed against her neck. The trembling eased. He whispered the whole story into the soft swell of her augmented breasts while her finger traced slow 8s on the back of his neck. She called it smart, told him to sleep, and promised to wake him for the plane. Everything would be fine, she said, and afterward they would have a high old time. They whispered together about the places they would go. At last he drifted into sleep. Dr. Allen Bloom sat on a folding chair in the stripped-down office, studying Crawford's heavy simian face and sensing the cold X-ray intelligence beneath the familiar complaints and antacid tablets. He waited to hear what would come next. Crawford asked where Will had gone. Bloom listened as he explained that Graham had stepped out to cool off after the encounter with Lowndes. Crawford admitted that Lecter's publication of Graham's home address had shaken him for a moment, making him fear Graham might return to his family. But he had realized neither Graham nor Molly and Willie could ever go home until the tooth fairy was stopped. When Bloom inquired about Molly, Crawford said he had met her and liked her, though she blamed him for using Will, and he was dodging her calls right now. Bloom observed the sharp look Crawford gave him when he suggested she thought he exploited Graham. Crawford insisted he only needed to discuss certain matters with Graham and would require Bloom's input. He asked when Bloom had to reach Quantico. Bloom replied he had postponed it until Tuesday morning. Crawford noted that Graham trusted Bloom because he sensed no mind games. Bloom assured him he spoke to Graham with complete honesty, the same as he would with any patient, and that he genuinely wanted to be his friend. He reminded Crawford that he had refused the earlier request for a formal study. Crawford conceded the idea had come from upstairs, but confirmed he had been the one to ask. Bloom stated that any future scholarly work on Graham would be abstracted beyond recognition or published only after both of them were gone. Crawford pressed further, curious why Bloom was never alone in a room with Graham. Bloom explained that Graham possessed an extraordinary visual memory, but was not psychic. He simply hated being examined or prodded. He described Graham's rare gift of pure empathy and projection, an uncomfortable ability to step into another person's viewpoint, even ones that frightened and sickened him. Crawford asked again about the avoidance. Bloom said Graham would instantly detect any professional curiosity and close off. Crawford then revealed he had a channel to reach the Tooth Fairy through the Tattler and asked whether they could push the killer towards self-destruction. Bloom doubted it would work, pointing out that the man's extreme caution ruled out classic suicidal tendencies or easy provocation into visibility. When Crawford wondered aloud about enraging him instead, Bloom saw the real intention. Crawford meant to stake Graham out as bait. He warned against it, but agreed to help only if Graham understood every risk and accepted it willingly. Crawford promised there would be no deception. Crawford found Graham in the small workroom he had claimed near Zeller's lab, the space crowded with victims' photographs and personal papers. He waited until Graham set aside the law enforcement bulletin he was reading. Crawford laid out the plan for the 25th, the date of the next full moon. He reminded Graham that both prior killings had occurred on Saturday nights and explained that this time the full moon fell on a Monday, so they would stand ready from Friday onward. A Grumman Gulfstream waited at Andrews Air Force Base, equipped with basic lab gear. The full team, Crawford, Graham, Zeller, Jimmy Price, a photographer, and 2 interrogators, could reach any scene in the east or south within 75 minutes. Local departments had been instructed to secure the site. First officers would enter only to confirm no survivors, then withdraw, leaving the scene untouched for Graham to examine alone while wired, taking as long as he needed before the rest of the team moved in. Graham felt the implications settle over him. He realized Crawford was positioning him as bait because they had run out of other options. The careful build-up about the coming full moon, the emphasis on freshness, the standby jet, all of it led here. He confronted Crawford directly, accusing him of having already struck a deal with Freddie Lowndes to run the provocation in the Tatler. Crawford confirmed it, saying the Tatler was the only reliable medium and that they would consult Bloom as well while still running the mail drop-in, parallel. They discussed the setup, an open location that gave the Tooth Fairy a clear approach, with surveillance on elevated positions. Both men understood the limits of protection. Kevlar would stop the 9mm and the knife, but nothing could guard against a headshot if a hidden rifleman found his chance. Graham told Crawford he would not speak to Lowndes himself. Crawford replied gently that Lowndes needed to interview him and take his photograph. When the moment arrived, Graham surprised both Crawford and Bloom by appearing cooperative, his face affable beneath the cold blue eyes. Inside FBI headquarters, Lowndes kept his manners in check. He stayed polite, moved quickly and quietly with his equipment. Graham refused only once, blocking Lowndes from seeing Mrs. Leeds' diary or any family letters. During the interview, he answered in a civil tone, both men frequently rephrasing questions and answers they had prepared with Dr. Bloom. Bloom found it hard to plot harm, yet he laid out his theories plainly. The others listened, like students at an anatomy lecture. He described the Tooth Fairy's crimes and letter as a projective, delusional system that masked deep feelings of inadequacy. Smashing mirrors linked those feelings to his appearance. The killer's hatred of the name Tooth Fairy sprang from its homosexual overtones. Bloom saw an unconscious homosexual conflict and a terror of being gay. He pointed to evidence at the Leeds house. Fold marks and covered bloodstains showed the killer had dressed Charles Leeds in shorts after death, as if to prove his lack of interest in the man. Bloom spoke of the early fusion of aggressive and sexual drives in sadists, and how the savage attacks on the women carried out before their families struck at a maternal figure. Pacing, almost talking to himself, he called the killer the child of a nightmare. Crawford's eyelids drooped at the compassion in his voice. In the published interview, Graham said things no investigator would normally admit, and no respectable paper would print. He claimed the Tooth Fairy was ugly and impotent with women, falsely stated that the killer had sexually molested his male victims, and described him as the laughingstock of his acquaintances, the product of an incestuous home. He stressed that the Tooth Fairy was clearly not as intelligent as Hannibal Lecter. He promised the Tatler further observations and insights as they came to him, noting that many law enforcement people disagreed with him, but as long as he led the investigation, the Tatler would get the straight story from him. Lowndes took many photographs. The crucial one showed Graham in a bathrobe at a desk in his borrowed Washington hideaway, studying late, poring over a grotesque artist's conception of the fairy. Through the window behind him glowed a slice of the floodlit Capitol dome. In the lower left corner, blurred but legible, appeared the sign of a popular motel across the street. The Tooth Fairy would be able to locate the apartment if he chose. At headquarters, Graham posed in front of a mass spectrometer that had nothing to do with the case but looked impressive. He also allowed a picture with Lowndes in front of the vast gun racks and firearms and tool marks. Lowndes held a 9mm automatic identical to the killer's, while Graham pointed out the homemade silencer made from television antenna mast. Bloom was surprised when Graham placed a comradely hand on Lowndes' shoulder just as Crawford took the shot. The interview and photos were scheduled for the Tatler issue, published the next day, Monday, August 11th. Lowndes left immediately for Chicago to supervise the layout himself. He arranged to meet Crawford on Tuesday afternoon, 5 blocks from the trap. Starting Tuesday, when the Tatler hit the stands, 2 traps would wait for the monster. Each evening, Graham would go to the temporary residence shown in the photograph. A coded personal notice in the same issue invited the Tooth Fairy to a mail drop in Annapolis, kept under constant watch. If the killer distrusted the drop, he might believe the main effort was focused there, making Graham the more tempting target. Florida authorities maintained a still watch at Sugarloaf Key. Among the hunters, there was quiet dissatisfaction. 2 major stakeouts tied up manpower needed elsewhere, and Graham's nightly presence at the trap would keep him pinned to the Washington area. Crawford knew it was the best move available, yet the whole operation felt too passive for his taste. They were playing games in the dark of the moon with less than 2 weeks until it rose full again. Sunday and Monday dragged in jerky time, minutes crawling, hours racing. On Monday afternoon, Spurgeon, the chief SWAT instructor at Quantico, drove around the apartment block with Graham beside him and Crawford in the back seat. Spurgeon noted that pedestrian traffic dropped sharply around 7:15 when people settled in for dinner. He instructed Graham to signal on the clear band tomorrow night when he crossed the B&O railroad tracks, aiming to arrive between 8:30 and 8:40. He pulled into the parking lot and explained the setup. Graham would park on this side each night, though the exact space would change. It was 75 yards to the apartment entrance. They walked the route while Spurgeon scanned for ambush points. He warned that the walk from car to entrance was the most likely danger zone, across open asphalt far from the parked cars. He asked how well Graham could hear. Graham said clearly on this lot. Spurgeon planned to reduce streetlight wattage slightly to hinder a rifleman, though it would also affect his own men, 2 of whom carried Startron night scopes. He insisted Graham wear body armor every time, no matter the heat. Spurgeon described how the killer would probably approach from behind or pass and turn to shoot. 7 headshots already showed his preference. He would try the same here if given the chance. In the lobby and apartment, he demonstrated a few moves, then took them to the range. He made Graham wear earplugs under earmuffs and flash targets from every angle. Afterward, he inspected the cylinder crane and latch screws on Graham's .44-4. Graham showered and changed to remove the smell of gun smoke before driving to the bay for his last free night with Molly and Willie. After dinner, he took them to the grocery store and made a show of choosing melons, loading the cart heavily. The old Tatler still sat on the racks. He hoped Molly would miss the new issue arriving in the morning. When she asked what he wanted for dinner the coming week, he lied and said he had to return to Birmingham. It was the first real lie he had ever told her, and it left him feeling dirty. He watched Molly move through the aisles, his pretty baseball wife, ever vigilant for lumps, insistent on checkups, carrying controlled fear of the dark and the hard-won knowledge that time is luck. She knew how to hold a moment. She had taught him to savor. In the sunlit room where they had first learned each other, Pachelbel's cannon had played, while exhilaration surged and fear flickered across him like an osprey's shadow. This was too good to last. Molly shifted her bag often from shoulder to shoulder, as though the gun inside weighed far more than 19 ounces. Graham muttered to the melons that he had to put the bastard in a rubber sack, that was all. Weighted with lies, guns, and groceries, the 3 of them formed a small, solemn troop. Molly sensed something wrong. After the lights went out, they did not speak. She dreamed of heavy, crazy footsteps approaching through a house of changing rooms. At the newsstand in Lambert St. Louis International Airport, The operator squatted, arranging the late Chicago Tribunes, when the bundle of tattlers thumped down beside them at 10 o'clock Monday night. Still warm at the center, black zippered boots stepped into his peripheral vision and stayed there, pointed straight at him. He snapped at the knees that he would open the bundle when he was ready. The boots did not move. A hand flashed bright steel, the twine parted with a pop. A Susan B. Anthony dollar rang on the floor. A clean copy of the Tattler was yanked from the middle, spilling the rest across the tiles. The operator rose flushed and angry as the man walked away with the paper under his arm. He called after him. The man turned, stepped too close, and asked what exactly he had been told. The operator dropped his eyes to the floor and muttered that the man had a quarter coming back. Dolarhyde turned without another word and left. The operator's cheeks burned for the next half hour. He remembered the same man from last week and promised himself he would not let it happen again. Dolarhyde kept the Tattler folded under his arm and did not open it inside the terminal. Last Thursday's message from Lecter still stirred mixed feelings. Thrilling confirmation that he was beautiful, yet contempt for the doctor's fear of the policeman. He burned to know whether another message waited inside. But he held himself back with fierce pride in his self-control. He would wait until he reached home. Driving, he replayed the newsstand encounter and felt a quiet satisfaction. Once he would have apologized and never returned. For years he had swallowed every insult. Not anymore. The man could insult Francis Dolarhyde, but he could never face the dragon. That difference was part of becoming. At midnight, the desk lamp still burned. The decoded message lay wadded on the floor amid clipped scraps of the Tattler. The great journal stood open beneath the dragon painting, fresh glue drying around new entries. A small, empty plastic bag had been fastened below them, labeled, "With these he offended me." Dolarhyde left the desk and sat on the basement stairs in the cool, musty smell of earth and mildew. His lantern beam swept over draped furniture, dusty mirrors leaning against the walls, and the trunk that held his dynamite. It stopped on a tall, shrouded shape in the far corner. Cobwebs brushed his face as he crossed to it. He pulled away the cloth, sneezed at the rising dust, and uncovered one of the heavy oak wheelchairs his grandmother had used in her 1940s nursing home. The wheels squeaked when he rolled it across the concrete. He carried the chair easily upstairs, oiled the bearings in the kitchen, and listened as the large rear wheels spun smooth and silent at the flick of a finger, while the small front ones still squeaked. The low, steady hum eased the burning anger inside him. He found himself humming along with it. At noon, Tuesday, Freddie Lowndes left the Tattler office, tired but exhilarated. He had written the story on the flight to Chicago and laid it out in the composing room in 30 minutes. The rest of the day he had worked steadily on his paperback, brushing off every caller. 50,000 words of solid background already sat ready. When the Tooth Fairy was caught, he would add the explosive lead and capture account, then turn 3 of the paper's best reporters loose on details. His agent was already talking large numbers. Post-dating the contracts would cover the technical breach of his agreement with Crawford. He knew Crawford held the tape of his threats and could make permanent trouble with the IRS. Yet a near-religious fervor had taken hold of him. Beneath all the dirt he had ever done, his old hopes still faced east, stirring now to rise. Satisfied that his cameras and recorders were packed, he drove home to sleep 3 hours before the flight to Washington and the meeting with Crawford near the trap. In the underground garage, the black van next to his space sat over the line. Lowndes slammed his door hard, denting the van's side. That would teach the inconsiderate bastard. He was locking his own car when the van door opened behind him. He half-turned. A flat sap struck above his ear. His hands came up, but his knees buckled. Pressure clamped around his neck, cutting off air. When his chest could finally expand again, it drew in chloroform. Dolarhyde parked the van behind his house, climbed out, and stretched. The long drive against the crosswind had tired his arms. He studied the night sky. The Perseid meteor shower would arrive soon, and he must not miss it. He unlocked the back door, made his usual careful search of the house, then returned wearing a stocking mask. He fitted a ramp to the van and rolled Freddie Lowndes into view. The reporter wore only his shorts, a gag, and a blindfold. Though only semi-conscious, he sat rigidly upright in the high-backed oak wheelchair, bonded from the back of his head to the soles of his feet with epoxy glue. Dolarhyde wheeled him inside and parked him in a corner of the parlor facing the wall, as though he had been placed there for misbehaving. He asked whether Lowndes was too cool and would like a blanket. Then he peeled the sanitary napkins from the man's eyes and mouth. Lowndes gave no answer. The sharp smell of chloroform still clung to him. Dolarhyde draped the Afghan around, Lowndes up to his chin, then held an ammonia bottle under his nose. Lowndes' eyes snapped open to a hazy blur of walls. He coughed, his voice shaky as he asked if this had been an accident and whether he was badly hurt. The voice behind him reassured him calmly that he would be just fine. His back and skin burned with pain. He begged to know if he had been burned, pleading that he hoped to God he wasn't. The voice told him no, he should rest, and that he would return soon. Lowndes begged to lie down. He realized he was locked in a striker frame and insisted his back was broken, demanding the truth. Footsteps retreated. His question rose shrill. What was he doing here? From farther away came the answer. He was atoning. Lowndes heard footsteps climbing stairs, then the sound of a shower. His head cleared enough to recall leaving the office and driving, but nothing after. The side of his head throbbed. The sharp smell of chloroform made him gag. Held rigidly upright, he feared he would vomit and choke. He opened his mouth wide and drew deep breaths, hearing his own frantic heartbeat. He hoped desperately this was only a nightmare. He forced his arm upward from the armrest, deliberately increasing the pull until the raw pain in his palm and arm convinced him he was awake. His mind raced faster now. By straining, he could glimpse his arm for brief moments and saw how he was fastened. This was no medical device for a broken back. This was no hospital. Someone had taken him. He thought he heard footsteps above. Or perhaps it was only his pounding heart. He fought to stay cool and think clearly, whispering the words to himself like a lifeline. The stairs creaked under Dolarhyde's descending weight. Lowndes felt the heavy presence settle behind him. His voice came out too loud at first before he could control it. He insisted he had not seen the man's face, could not identify him, and offered that his paper, the National Tattler, would pay a huge reward for his safe return. $500,000, maybe $1 million. Silence followed, then the squeak of couch springs as the other man sat. The question came again. What did he think? Lowndes pushed the pain and terror aside and thought hard. The man had not yet decided to kill him. He had not shown his face. The question repeated. He answered that he did not know what had happened to him. Did he know who he was speaking to? No, he insisted. And he did not want to know. The voice recited the ugly things Lowndes had written about him. That he was a vicious, perverted sexual failure. An animal probably released from an asylum by a lenient judge. The sibilants flowed freely now. He asked if Lowndes understood now. Lowndes admitted yes. Why had he written those lies? Why call him crazy? Answer. Lowndes began to explain that when someone did things most people could not understand, they labeled him crazy, citing the Wright brothers and history. The voice cut in sharply with, crazy. Lowndes pressed on, saying history was full of such cases. Did he understand what was happening here? Lowndes saw his chance. He said no, but believed he had an opportunity to understand, so his readers could understand too. Did he feel privileged? It was a privilege, he replied. But man to man, he admitted he was terrified, making it hard to concentrate. If there was a great idea, there was no need to scare him to impress him. The voice appreciated the man-to-man frankness, but corrected him. He was not a man. He had begun as one, but by the grace of God and his own will had become something other and more. He asked if Lowndes believed God was present here. Lowndes said he did not know. Was he praying now? Sometimes he prayed, mostly when scared. Did God help him? He did not know. He did not think about it afterward, though he ought to. There were many things he ought to understand, the voice said. In a little while he would help him. Would he excuse him now? Certainly. Footsteps left the room. Lowndes heard the slide and rattle of a kitchen drawer. Water ran. He knew police reporting had forever changed how he saw kitchens. He thought it must be night. Crawford and Graham would be expecting him. He had surely been missed by now. A hollow sadness surged through his fear. Breathing approached. A flash of white. A powerful, pale hand held a cup of tea with honey. Lowndes sipped through the straw. Between sips he promised a big story, anything the man wanted, describing him however he wished, or with no description at all. A finger tapped his head to silence him. The lights brightened. The chair began to turn. Lowndes protested. He did not want to see. But he must, the voice insisted. He was a reporter here to report. When turned around, he should open his eyes. If he refused, his eyelids would be stapled to his forehead. A wet mouth sound, a snapping click, and the chair spun. Lowndes faced the room with eyes squeezed shut. A finger tapped his chest insistently, then touched his eyelids. He looked. Seated as he was, the figure in the kimono seemed very tall. A stocking mask was rolled up to his nose. The man turned his back, dropped the robe. Powerful back muscles flexed above the brilliant tattoo of a tail that ran down his lower back and wrapped around his leg. The dragon turned his head slowly, looked over his shoulder, and smiled with jagged, stained teeth. Lowndes gasped. "Oh, my dear God, Jesus!" Now positioned in the center of the room where he could see the screen, with Dolarhyde behind him, wearing the robe and special teeth that let him speak clearly. Did he want to know what he was? Lowndes tried to nod, but the chair jerked his scalp. More than anything, though he had been afraid to ask. Look. The first slide showed Blake's painting. The great man-dragon, wings flared, tail lashing, poised above the woman clothed with the sun. Did he see now? Yes. Rapid clicks followed. Mrs. Jacoby alive? Did he see? Yes. Mrs. Leeds alive. Yes. The dragon rampant over to Jacoby's bed. Yes. Mrs. Jacoby waiting. Yes. Mrs. Jacoby after. Yes. The dragon again. Yes. Mrs. Leeds waiting. Her husband slack beside her. Yes. Mrs. Leeds, after, covered in blood. Yes. Then a Tatler photograph of Freddie Lowndes himself. Did he see? Oh, God. Did he see? Oh, my God, the words dragged out like a crying child. Did he see? Please, no. No what? Not me. No what? Was he a man, Mr. Lowndes? Yes. Did he imply the speaker was queer? God, no. Was he queer? No. Would he write more lies? Oh, no, no. Why had he written lies? The police had told him. It was what they said. Graham had told him the lies. Would he tell the truth now? About him, his work, his becoming, his art? Was this art? Art? The terror on Lowndes' face freed the words to flow. Dolarhyde declared that he who saw more and had pushed the world further had dared more and pressed his unique seal deeper into the earth. Lowndes' life was nothing but a slug track on stone compared to his monument. He was the dragon, and they called him insane. His movements were followed like a mighty guest star. Before him, Lowndes was a slug in the sun, an ant in the afterbirth. It was in his nature to tremble rightly. Fear was not enough. He owed awe. Dolarhyde stood with head-lowered fingers against the bridge of his nose, then left the room. He didn't take off the mask, Lowndes thought desperately. If he returned without it, he was dead. Sweat soaked him. He rolled his eyes toward the doorway and waited through the sounds from the back of the house. When Dolarhyde returned, the mask was still in place. He carried a lunchbox and 2 thermoses for the trip home. Ice would be needed. Before they left, they would tap a little while. He clipped a microphone near Lowndes' face. Repeat after me. They recorded for half an hour. At last, he said that was all. Lowndes had done very well. Would he let him go now? He would. There was one way, though, to help him understand and remember better. Dolarhyde turned away. Lowndes insisted he wanted to understand and appreciated being set free. He would be fair from now on. Dolarhyde could not answer. He had changed his teeth. The tape recorder ran again. He smiled at Lowndes with a brown-stained grin, placed a hand on his heart, and leaned in intimately as though to kiss him. Then he bit Lowndes' lips off and spat them onto the floor. Dawn broke over Chicago beneath heavy air and a low gray sky. A security guard stepped from the Tatler lobby, stood at the curb smoking, and rubbed the small of his back. Alone on the silent street, he heard the distant clack of a traffic light changing a long block uphill. Half a block north, out of the guard's sight, Lowndes lay in the back of the van. Pain roared through him. He looked stuporous, yet his mind raced, clutching at things he must remember. The blindfold tented across his nose, and he watched Dolarhyde's fingers check the crusted gag. Dolarhyde slipped on a white medical orderly jacket, placed a thermos in Lowndes' lap, and rolled him out. When the wheels locked and Dolarhyde turned to stow the ramp, Lowndes caught the van's bumper beneath the blindfold. He saw the license plate for one flashing second and burned the number into memory. The chair rolled now, sidewalk seams, a corner, a curb drop. Paper crackled under the wheels. Dolarhyde stopped in a littered gap between a dumpster and a parked truck, tugged the blindfold away. Lowndes kept his eyes shut. Ammonia stung his nose. The soft voice spoke close. He was almost there. Blink if he could hear. A thumb and forefinger pried his eye open. Lowndes stared straight into Dolarhyde's face. Dolarhyde admitted one small lie, tapping the thermos. He did not actually have the lips on ice. He yanked the blanket off and unscrewed the cap. Gasoline fumes hit Lowndes. He strained violently, skin pulling free under his forearms, while the stout chair groaned. Cold liquid drenched him, fumes burning his throat. The chair rolled toward the center of the street. Dolarhyde asked, in a drawn-out taunt, whether he liked being Graham's pet. Flame whooshed up with a heavy whump. The chair was shoved hard and sent rolling downhill toward the Tatler, wheels squeaking faster and faster. The guard looked up as a scream tore the burning gag loose. He saw the fireball bouncing over potholes, trailing smoke and sparks, flames streaming back like wings, reflections leaping along the shop windows. The chair veered, struck a parked car, and overturned in front of the building. One wheel spun. Flames licked through the spokes while blazing arms rose in the rigid posture of the burned. The guard sprinted back inside, wondering if it would explode, whether he should stay clear of the windows. He yanked the fire alarm, grabbed the extinguisher, and peered out. It had not blown up yet. Cautious through the low, greasy smoke, he finally sprayed foam across Freddie Lowndes. Graham was due to leave the staked-out Washington apartment at 5:45 a.m., ahead of rush hour. While shaving, he took Crawford's call. Crawford greeted him, then delivered the news. The Tooth Fairy had taken Lowndes in Chicago. Graham's stomach dropped. Lowndes was still alive and asking for him, but time was short. Graham said he would go. Crawford told him to meet at the airport. United 245, wheels up in 40 minutes. He could still return for the stakeout if it remained active. Special Agent Chester met them at O'Hare in a downpour. Chicago traffic parted reluctantly as the siren howled and red light flashed pink across the driving rain. Chester raised his voice over the noise. Chicago PD said Lowndes had been jumped in his garage. The information was secondhand. The Bureau was not popular today. Crawford asked how much had leaked. Everything, the trap, all of it. Had Lowndes seen the man? No description yet. Chicago PD had issued an all-points bulletin on a license number around 6:20. Had they reached Dr. Bloom? Only his wife. Bloom's gallbladder had come out that morning. Glorious, Crawford muttered. Chester pulled beneath the dripping hospital portico and turned in his seat. Before they went up, he warned them. He had heard the attacker had really worked. Lowndes over. They should be ready. Graham nodded. All the way from Washington, he had tried to choke down the hope that Lowndes would die before he had to see him. In the spotless tile corridor of the Page Burn Center, a tall doctor with an oddly old-young face drew Graham and Crawford aside from the cluster outside Lowndes' door. The doctor told them Lowndes' burns were fatal. He would manage the pain and intended to do so. Lowndes had breathed flame. His throat and lungs were damaged. He might not regain consciousness, which, in his condition, would be a mercy. If he did wake, the city police had asked that the airway be removed briefly so he might answer questions. The doctor had agreed to try very briefly. Right now, the nerve endings were still anesthetized by fire, but a great deal of pain was coming if he lived long enough. The doctor had made this clear to the police and now made it clear to them. He would stop any questioning and sedate Lowndes the instant he wanted relief. Did they understand? Crawford said yes. The doctor nodded to the patrolman at the door, clasped his hands behind his lab coat, and walked away. Crawford glanced at Graham. Was he all right? Graham said he was fine. He had faced a SWAT team. Lowndes' head lay elevated. His hair and ears were gone. Compresses covered the sightless eyes where lids had burned away. Blisters swelled his gums. The nurse slid the IV stand aside so Graham could step close. Lowndes smelled like a stable fire. Graham spoke his name. Lowndes arched his neck against the pillow. The nurse said it was only reflex. He remained unconscious. The plastic airway hissed in rhythm with the respirator. A pale detective sergeant sat in the corner with a tape recorder and clipboard. Graham had not noticed him until the man spoke. Lowndes had said Graham's name in the emergency room before they inserted the airway. The detective had arrived later but held the tape. Lowndes had given firemen a license number at the scene. He passed out in the ambulance, yet came around for a minute in the ER when they injected his chest. Tatler's staff had followed the ambulance and recorded it. He offered Graham the earphone. Graham listened. Voices, rattle of casters, a retching cough, then the lipless croak. Tooth Fairy. Wendy pleading. Graham set me up. The cunt knew it. Graham set me up. Cunt put his hand on me in the picture like a fucking pet. A sucking drain noise, then a doctor cutting in sharply. That was all. Graham stood over the bed while Crawford listened. The detective said they were running the license number. Had Graham understood the words? Crawford asked who Wendy was. The blonde hooker in the hallway. She had been trying to see Lowndes. She knew nothing. From the bedside, back still turned, Graham asked why they would not let her in. No visitors. The man was dying. The detective snapped that he knew it. He had been there since 5:45. Excuse him, nurse. Crawford told the detective to take a few minutes, get coffee, splash water on his face. If Lowndes spoke, Crawford would stay with the recorder. When the detective left, Graham left Crawford at the bedside and approached the woman in the hall. Wendy? Yeah. If she was sure she wanted to go in, he would take her. She wanted to. Maybe she should comb her hair first. It did not matter, Graham said. When the policeman returned, he did not try to remove her. Wendy of Windy City took Lowndes' blackened claw and looked straight at him. He stirred once, a little before noon. She told him it was going to be just fine, Roscoe. They would have some high old times. Lowndes stirred again and died. Captain Osborne of Chicago Homicide had the gray, pointed face of a stone fox. Copies of the Tatler lay scattered across the station. One rested on his desk. He did not invite Crawford and Graham to sit. Had they run any operation with Lowndes in Chicago? No, Crawford answered. Lowndes had been heading to Washington with a plane reservation they were sure Osborne had already checked. Osborne confirmed it. Lowndes left his office around 1:30 yesterday and was jumped in his building's garage near 2:00. Anything in the garage? His keys had been kicked under the car. No attendant. The radio door had been removed after jamming on cars. Nobody saw anything. They were examining his car now. Could they help? Osborne would share results when he had them. Graham had stayed quiet so far, yet had plenty to say in the paper. Graham replied. He had not heard much from Osborne either. Was he pissed? Crawford asked. Why shouldn't he be? They had run a phone trace, collared a reporter, then cut a deal that left him cooked on the front of his own scandal sheet. Now every paper treated him like one of their own. Chicago had its first Tooth Fairy murder. Before midnight, they would see 6 accidental shootings. Husbands sneaking home drunk, wives firing in panic. The Tooth Fairy might decide he liked Chicago and stay for more fun. Crawford offered 2 paths. Butt heads, dragging the commissioner and U.S. attorney, stir up every asshole on both sides. Or settle down and catch the bastard. The operation had been his, and it had gone to hell. He did not want to fight. They wanted the killer and then to go home. What did Osborne want? Osborne shifted a pen holder and a photo of a fox-faced child in band uniform, leaned back, and blew out a breath. Right now he wanted coffee. Did they? Both accepted. Osborne passed foam cups and pointed to chairs. Graham said the Tooth Fairy needed a van or panel truck to move. Lowndes in the wheelchair. Osborne nodded. The plate Lowndes remembered had been stolen from a TV repair truck in Oak Park. The killer swapped it for another stolen plate so the theft would not be noticed quickly. The original plate had come off after 8:30 yesterday morning. The repairman had filled gas with a credit card and the correct number was copied on the slip. Nobody saw any truck or van? Nothing. The Tatler guard saw zip. Firefighters arrived first and focused only on the blaze. They were canvassing overnight workers in both neighborhoods, hoping someone spotted the plate theft. Graham wanted to see the chair again. It was in the lab. Osborne would call ahead. Lowndes had been a ballsy little guy, remembering the plate and spitting it out in that condition. Had they listened to what he said in the hospital? Graham nodded. Osborne wanted to be sure they heard it the same. What did it sound like to Graham? Graham recited flatly. Tooth Fairy. Graham set me up. The cunt knew it. Graham set me up. Cunt put his hand on me in the picture like a fucking pet. Osborne could not read Graham's feelings. He asked if Lowndes had meant the Tatler photo of Graham with him. It had to be. Where would he get that idea? They had run-ins before, but Graham looked friendly in the picture. The Tooth Fairy killed the pet first. Was that it? That was it. The stone fox was quick, Graham thought. Too bad they had not staked Lowndes out. Graham stayed silent. Crawford reminded Osborne that Lowndes should have reached them by the time the Tooth Fairy saw the Tatler. Did the words mean anything else useful? Graham refocused and repeated the question silently before answering. From what Lowndes said, the Tooth Fairy had seen the Tatler before attacking him, right? Right. If the Tatler set him off, the speed was striking. The paper hit Monday night. He stole plates in Chicago Tuesday, probably morning, and hit Lowndes Tuesday afternoon. What did that suggest? Either he saw it early or he did not have far to travel, Crawford said. He could have seen it in Chicago or somewhere else Monday night, especially since he would watch for the personal column. Either already here or within driving distance, Graham added. He moved too fast with a big old wheelchair that would not fit on a plane and did not fold. He had not flown in, stolen a van and plates, then hunted an antique wheelchair. He already had the old chair. A new one would not have worked for what he did. Graham rose, fingering the Venetian blind cord, staring at the brick wall across the air shaft. He already had the wheelchair or saw it all the time. Osborne began a question, but Crawford's look warned him to wait. Graham tied knots in the cord. His hands were unsteady. He saw it all the time, Crawford prompted. Graham agreed. The idea started with the wheelchair itself. From seeing and thinking about it, that was where the plan formed, when he imagined what to do to those fuckers. Freddy rolling down the street on fire must have been quite a sight. Did he think the killer watched it? Maybe. He certainly saw it in his mind before acting, while deciding. If he had the chair or saw it constantly, they could check nursing homes and the VA, Osborne suggested. It had been perfect for holding Freddy still, Graham said. For a long time, Lowndes had been gone 15 hours and 25 minutes, more or less. If he only wanted to kill him, he could have done it in the garage or burned him in the car, Graham continued. He wanted to talk to Freddy, or hurt him for a while. Either in the back of the van or somewhere else, Crawford said. That length of time pointed to taking him somewhere. It had to be safe. Bundled up, he would not draw much notice around a nursing home, Osborne offered. But there would be noise and cleanup, Crawford countered. Assume he had the chair, access to the van, and a safe place to work. Did that sound like home? Osborne's phone rang. He growled into it, then listened. Lowndes' secretary had received a call 5 minutes earlier. She swore it was Lowndes' voice. He said something she could not fully catch. Strength of the great red dragon. That was what she thought she heard. Dr. Chilton stood in the corridor outside Hannibal Lecter's cell with 3 large orderlies, one carrying a straitjacket and leg restraints, another holding mace, the third loading a tranquilizer dart into an air rifle. Lecter sat at his table, reading an actuarial chart and making notes. He had heard the footsteps approaching and the rifle breech closing behind him, yet he kept reading without any outward sign he knew Chilton waited there. Chilton had sent the newspapers at noon and left him to wait until night for punishment over helping the dragon. Lecter turned at Chilton's address. He greeted him evenly, eyes only on Chilton, ignoring the guards entirely. Chilton announced he had come for all the books. Lecter acknowledged it and asked how long they would be kept. Chilton said it depended on his attitude. Lecter asked if this was Chilton's own decision. Chilton confirmed he decided all punitive measures here. Lecter observed it was not the sort of thing Will Graham would request. Chilton ordered him to back up to the net and put on the restraints. Lecter complied with smooth precision, as though dressing for dinner, hoping for the right size. An orderly reached through the barrier and fastened them from behind. Chilton told them to help him to the cot. While the orderlies stripped the bookshelves, Chilton polished his glasses and stirred Lecter's papers with a pen. Lecter watched from the shadowed corner, a curious grace still about him, even in restraints. He spoke quietly, directing Chilton to a rejection slip beneath the yellow folder, an archives notice mistakenly included with his own mail that he had opened by accident. He was sorry. Chilton reddened and ordered the toilet seat removed. Chilton examined the actuarial table where Lecter had written his age at the top. 41. He asked what it showed. Lecter replied it was time. Section Chief Brian Zeller strode through instrumental analysis carrying the courier's case and the wheelchair wheels, his gabardine pants whistling a signal the held-over staff recognized at once. The courier had endured weather delays, a diverted flight, and a long drive from Philadelphia. Zeller knew the Chicago Police Lab was capable but limited. He prepared to handle what they could not. He dropped the paint flecks from Lowndes' car door at the mass spectrometer. Beverly Katz, in hair and fiber, took the wheels to share with the section. His last stop was the small hot room where Liza Lake bent over her gas chromatograph, testing ashes from a Florida arson and reading the spiky line on the graph. She identified Ace lighter fluid without hesitation. She had seen so many samples she no longer needed the manual. Zeller rebuked himself for the small pleasure the sight gave him, cleared his throat, and held up the 2 shiny paint cans from Chicago. She confirmed the source, checked the seals. One held wheelchair ashes, the other charred material from Lowndes. 6 hours sealed, at least. She pierced the lid, extracted headspace air, and injected it into the chromatograph. After adjustments, the stylist traced the sample along the long column. Unleaded gasohol, rare. She would run it with pentane for a brand match. By 1 a.m., Zeller had everything possible. Liza Lake named the gasohol Servco Supreme. Brushing the wheelchair treads yielded wool and synthetic carpet fibers. Mold in the dirt showed the chair had been stored in a cool, dark place. The paint flecks were not factory original. Mass spectrometry matched them to high-quality Duco enamel from a 1978 lot of 186,000 gallons sold to auto paint shop chains. Zeller telexed the results to Chicago, returned the wheels in their awkward package, and added lab reports plus a package that had arrived for Graham. The courier muttered that he was not Federal Express once Zeller was out of earshot. Graham entered the small Justice Department apartment near 7th District Court at 9 p.m., tired and wet. He had eaten nothing since breakfast on the plane, and the thought of food turned his stomach. Rainy Wednesday had finally ended, as bad a day as he could remember. With Lowndes dead, he knew he was likely next. Chester had stayed on his back all day, in Lowndes' garage, on the scorched pavement where the chair had overturned. Facing camera strobes, he had told the press he grieved the loss of his friend Frederick Lowndes. He would attend the funeral, too, along with agents and police hoping the killer might appear to watch him grieve. In truth, he felt only cold nausea and occasional waves of sickly exhilaration that he had not been the one burned. It seemed to him he had learned nothing in 40 years. He had simply grown tired. He mixed a large martini and drank it while undressing, another after his shower as he watched the news. The broadcast reported the FBI trap backfiring and a veteran reporter dead. Before it ended, they were already calling the killer the Dragon. The Tattler had leaked everything. Thursday's edition would sell briskly. He made a third martini and called Molly. She had seen the evening news and the Tattler. She knew he had been the bait. She asked why he had not told her. He said perhaps he should have, but he had not thought so. Would the killer come for him now? Sooner or later, but it would be difficult while he stayed mobile and covered. Covered. He sounded a little slurry. Had he been drinking? A couple. How did he feel? Fairly rotten. The news said the FBI had given the reporter no protection. He had been supposed to reach Crawford before the Tooth Fairy saw the paper. They were calling him the Dragon now. That was what he called himself. She wanted to take Willie and leave. Go where? His grandparents' ranch on the Oregon coast. It felt creepy at home. They were not sleeping much. The shooting lessons might have spooked her. He was sorry, Molly. She would miss him. They both would. When were they going? In the morning. What about the shop? Evelyn would take it. She would underwrite the fall stock and let Evelyn keep the profit. The dogs? She had asked the county to take them. He wished he could tell her how sorry he was. She said if staying could prevent something bad from happening to him, she would. But she was not helping here. With them gone, he could focus only on himself. She was not carrying the pistol for the rest of her life. He suggested she might catch the A's in Oakland, then regretted the words in the lengthening silence. She said she would call or he could call her there. He felt something tearing inside, breath short. He offered to have the office arrange everything. She had not used her name. Smart, given the papers. He would have someone meet her at 8:30 behind the Smithsonian in the Park Right lot. The man would check his watch and hold it to his ear. The plane left at 9:40, American 118, change in Minneapolis. He offered to meet her at O'Hare. No need. Maybe when it was over he could come up and get her. That would be very nice. Graham pressed his face against the cool window, watching sheets of rain lash the traffic below, while lightning strobed the gray street into sudden color. His breath fogged the glass, leaving behind the faint imprint of his forehead, nose, lips, and chin. Molly was already gone. The day had ended, leaving only the long night ahead and the memory of that lipless voice still accusing him. In Washington, the night duty officer handled the arrangements for her without complaint. Graham stood motionless, the storm's chill seeping through the pane into his skin. He poured another glass and sat at the table by the window, staring at the empty chair opposite him. The space slowly took on shape in his blurred vision. A dark presence swirling with motes like a shadow caught in dust. He strained to give it a face, but it remained faceless, watching him with heavy, wordless attention. He admitted it was hard, his voice thick with drink. He urged the presence to hold off, to stop until they caught up with it. If it had to act, it should come for him instead. He no longer cared. Things existed now that could help it end the craving. He pleaded for a little cooperation. Molly had left. Freddie was dead. Only the two of them remained. He reached across the table, hand extended, but the shape dissolved before he could touch it. Graham lowered his head to the table, cheek resting on his arm. Lightning flared again, illuminating the ghostly print of his own face on the window, eyeless, streaked with crawling raindrops. He had tried everything to understand the dragon. In the hushed rooms of the victims' homes, the very air the killer had moved through seemed to whisper. At times he felt eerily close, as if their days ran in parallel, eating, showering, sleeping at the same hours. He studied slides and reports, peering through the dense print, willing a face to emerge. He pushed as hard as he knew how. Yet true understanding would demand seeing what he could never see, flying backward through time itself. Springfield, Missouri, June 14, 1938. Marion Dolahide Trevane stepped out of the taxi at City Hospital, tired and aching. Hot wind drove grit against her ankles as she climbed the steps, suitcase in one hand and mesh evening bag pressed to her swollen belly with the other. She carried only 2 quarters and a dime. She gave the admitting officer a false name, Betty Johnson, and said her husband was a musician whose whereabouts she did not know. They placed her in the charity maternity ward. She kept her eyes fixed on the soles of feet across the aisle, ignoring the women on either side. 4 hours later, they took her to the delivery room. Francis Dolahide was born with bilateral clefts in his lip and palate. The central section of his mouth protruded unanchored. His nose lay flat. The obstetrician noted he resembled a leaf-nosed bat more than a baby. The staff delayed, showing him to his mother, first checking if the infant could breathe without aid. They positioned his crib at the back of the nursery, turned away from the viewing window. He could breathe, but could not suck. His cries on the first day pierced the ward. By the second afternoon, they had weakened to a thin keening. On the second day, during the 3 o'clock shift change, a wide shadow fell over his crib. Prince Easter Mize, 260 pounds and 26 years in the nursery, studied him with folded arms. She had seen thousands of infants. This one would live if he ate. She had received no divine instruction to let him die. From her pocket, she took a rubber stopper fitted with a curved glass straw, inserted it into a milk bottle, and cradled the baby against her breast until he felt her heartbeat. Then she turned him and slipped the tube down his throat. He took 2 ounces and slept. She murmured approval and returned to her duties with the diaper pails. On the 4th day, the nurses moved Marion to a private room. Hollyhock stood in an enamel pitcher on the washstand. She looked composed now, the puffiness fading from her face. When the doctor spoke to her, his hand on her shoulder, she smelled strong soap and studied the crinkles at the corners of his eyes until his words sank in. She closed her eyes and kept them shut while they brought the baby in. Only then did she look. Her scream brought the door shut quickly. They gave her a sedative. On the 5th day, she left the hospital alone. She had nowhere to go. Her mother had made returning home impossible. She counted the steps between streetlight poles, resting on her suitcase every 3. At least she still had the suitcase. In every town, a pawn shop waited near the bus station. Springfield offered no advanced plastic surgery in 1938. Faces were worn as they came. A surgeon at City Hospital did what he could, first retracting the protruding mouth section with an elastic band, then closing the lip clefts with an outdated rectangular flap method. The cosmetic outcome was poor. He correctly decided to delay hard palate repair until the boy turned 5 to avoid distorting facial growth. A local dentist volunteered an obturator to plug the palate so the infant could feed without flooding his nose. Francis spent a year and a half at the Springfield Foundling Home, then moved to Morgan Lee Memorial Orphanage. Reverend S.B. Buddy Lomax gathered the children and explained that Francis had a hair lip, but warned them never to call him that. He suggested they pray for the boy. In the years after the birth, Marion learned to survive on her own. She found work typing for a ward boss in the St. Louis Democratic Machine. With his help, she had her marriage to the absent Mr. Trevane annulled, with no mention of any child. She had no contact with her mother, whose final words had condemned her for running off with Irish trash. Her ex-husband called her office once, sober and claiming salvation. He wanted to reunite with her and the child he had never known. Marion told him the baby had been born dead and hung up. He later appeared drunk at her boarding house with a suitcase. When she ordered him away, he blamed her for the failed marriage and stillbirth, doubting the child was even his. In fury, she told him exactly what he had fathered and invited him to take the boy. She reminded him of the cleft palates already in the Trevane family, then put him out on the street and forbade further contact. He never called again. Years later, drunk and resentful of Marion's new wealthy husband, he phoned her mother instead. He revealed the deformed child and claimed the Dolahide side carried the hereditary fault, citing Mrs. Dolaride's own teeth. A week after that, a Kansas City streetcar cut Michael Trevane in two. When the news reached Grandmother Dolahide, she sat up most of the night in her rocker, tall and lean, staring into the fire. Toward dawn, she began to rock with slow, deliberate purpose. Upstairs, a cracked voice called out in sleep. The floor creaked as someone shuffled toward the bathroom. A heavy thump followed, then another pained cry. Grandmother Dolahide never looked away from the flames. She rocked faster until the calling finally stopped. Near the end of his 5th year, Francis Dolahide sat in the thick reek of the orphanage cafeteria when an older boy fetched him and led him to Brother Buddy's office. A tall, middle-aged woman waited there beside Brother Buddy. Powder dusted her stark white face, her hair drawn into a tight bun. Touches of yellow showed in the gray strands and in her eyes and teeth. What Francis would never forget. She smiled with open pleasure the moment she saw his face. No one had ever done that before. No one ever would again. Brother Buddy introduced her as his grandmother. She greeted him warmly. Brother Buddy wiped his mouth and urged the boy to say hello. Francis had learned to shape a few words by pressing his upper lip over his nostrils, but hello rarely came up. He managed only a mangled ho, ho. His grandmother looked even more pleased. She asked if he could say, grandmother. Brother Buddy repeated the request. The hard G defeated him. Tears rose fast and choked him. A red wasp buzzed against the ceiling. She told him never mind. She bet a big boy like him could say his own name. She urged him to try. The child's face brightened. The older boys had practiced this with him. He wanted desperately to please. He gathered himself. Cunt face, he said. 3 days later, Grandmother Dolahide collected him from the orphanage and took him home. She began speech lessons at once, drilling him on one single word. Mother! Within 2 years of her annulment, Marion Dolahide had married Howard Vogt, a successful lawyer tied to the St. Louis machine and the remnants of the Pendergast organization in Kansas City. Vogt was a widower, 15 years her senior, with 3 young children, affable and ambitious. He despised only the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, which had attacked him over the 1936 voter registration scandal and the 1940 attempt to steal the governorship. By 1943, his prospects were rising again. He ran as a brewery candidate for the state legislature and was mentioned for the upcoming state constitutional convention. Marion proved an attractive, useful hostess. Vogt bought her a handsome, half-timbered house on Olive Street, ideal for entertaining. Francis had lived with his grandmother for 1 week when she brought him to the house. She had never seen her daughter's home. The maid who opened the door did not recognize her. Grandmother announced herself and pushed past the servant, her slip showing 3 inches at the back. She led Francis into the large living room where a pleasant fire burned. A woman's voice called down from upstairs, asking who it was. Grandmother cupped Francis's face in her gloved hand. He smelled cold leather, she whispered urgently, telling him to go see Mother and run. He shrank from her, twisting under the pressure of her stare. She gripped his shoulders and marched him toward the stairs. He trotted up to the landing and glanced back. She jerked her chin upward. He continued down the strange hallway to the open bedroom door. Mother sat at her dressing table, checking her makeup in a lighted mirror. She was preparing for a political rally and did not want too much rouge. Her back faced the door. "Mooner!" Francis called, as he had been taught, struggling to form it correctly. She caught his reflection. She began to say that if he was looking for Ned, he wasn't home yet. Mooner. He stepped into the bright light. Marion heard her mother's voice downstairs demanding tea. Her eyes widened. She sat frozen, refusing to turn. She switched off the makeup lights and disappeared from the mirror. In the darkened room, she let out one low, keening sob that might have been for herself or for him. After that, Grandmother took Francis to every political rally. She explained exactly who he was and where he came from, then had him greet everyone. They never practiced hello at home. Mr. Vogt lost the election by 1,800 votes. At Grandmother's house, Francis's world became a forest of blue-veined legs. Grandmother had run her nursing home for 3 years by the time he arrived. Money had been tight since her husband's death in 1936. Raised as a lady, she possessed no marketable skills, only a large, isolated house and mounting debts. Boarding house plans failed. Eviction loomed. The newspaper announcement of Marion's marriage to the wealthy Howard Vogt had seemed like salvation. Grandmother wrote repeatedly for help, but received no replies. Servants always claimed Marion was out when she called. Bitterly, she struck a deal with the county and began accepting elderly indigent residents, paid a set sum for each plus erratic contributions from relatives. It remained difficult until she started taking a few private middle-class patients. Marion offered no help throughout. Now Francis played on the floor among the twisted root-like legs racing cars made from Grandmother's mahjong tiles. She kept the residents in clean wash dresses, but despaired of making them wear shoes. The old people sat all day in the living room, listening to the radio, their faded eyes fixed on the small aquarium, on nothing, or on memories from long ago. Grandmother had covered the parquet floors with linoleum against inevitable accidents. Francis would always remember the shuffle of feet on linoleum during hot buzzing afternoons, the smell of stewed tomatoes and cabbage drifting from the kitchen, the sun-dried meat wrapper scent of the old people, and the constant murmur of the radio. He spent as much time as possible in the kitchen with his friend, the cook Queen Mother Bailey. She had served the late Mr. Dolarhyde's family and sometimes slipped him a plum from her apron pocket, calling him "Little Possum, always dreamin'." The kitchen felt warm and safe, but Queen Mother Bailey went home every night. December 1943. 5-year-old Francis Dolarhyde lay in his upstairs room, the blackout curtains shutting out all light against the Japanese. He could not say the word. He needed to pee, but feared getting up in the dark. He called down to his grandmother in a bleeding voice. He kept calling until exhaustion set in. Then it escaped, hot down his legs and under him, quickly turning cold while his nightdress clung to his skin. He breathed deeply, rolled over, and put one foot on the floor. Nothing happened. He stood, face burning, nightdress plastered to his legs, and ran for the door. The knob struck him above the eye. He sat down hard in the wetness, scrambled up, and raced downstairs, fingers squealing along the banister, straight to Grandmother's room. He crawled over her in the dark and burrowed under the covers against her warmth. She stirred, tensed, her back stiffening against his cheek. Her voice hissed. She fumbled on the bedside table for her teeth, inserted them with a clack, and told him she had never seen a child so disgusting and dirty. She ordered him out of the bed. The lamp clicked on. He stood shivering on the carpet. She wiped her thumb across his eyebrow, and it came away bloody. She asked if he had broken something. He shook his head violently, spattering drops of blood onto her nightgown. She sent him upstairs. Darkness swallowed him as he climbed. Grandmother had cut the light cord short so only she could reach the switches. He did not want to return to the wet bed. He stood gripping the footboard for a long time, certain she would not come. The blackest corner seemed to know it too. She arrived at last, snatching the short ceiling cord light, arms loaded with fresh sheets. She changed the bed without speaking. She seized his upper arm and marched him down the hall to the bathroom. Standing on tiptoe, she switched on the light over the mirror and handed him a cold, wet washcloth. He removed his nightshirt and wiped himself. The smell of adhesive tape filled the air as bright sewing scissors clicked. She cut a butterfly of tape, stood him on the toilet lid, and closed the cut above his eye. Then she held the open scissors beneath his round belly. He felt cold metal there. She told him to look. She gripped the back of his head and bent him forward until he saw his small penis resting across the bottom blade. She closed the scissors until they pinched. She asked if he wanted her to cut it off. He tried to look up, but she held his head firm. He sobbed, spit falling on his stomach. She repeated the question. He begged her not to, calling her Ima. She gave her word. If he ever wet the bed again, she would cut it off. She asked if he understood. He said yes. She told him he could find the toilet in the dark and sit on it like a good boy. He did not need to stand. Then she sent him back to bed. At 2 a.m., the wind rose, blowing warm from the southeast and rattling the dead apple tree branches while rustling the live ones. Warm rain drove against the side of the house where Francis Dolahide, now 42, lay sleeping. He lay on his side, sucking his thumb, hair damp and flat against his forehead and neck. Now he wakes. He listens to his own breathing in the darkness and the tiny clicks of his blinking eyes. His fingers carry a faint smell of gasoline. His bladder feels full. He reaches to the bedside table for the glass holding his teeth. Dolahide always inserts his teeth before rising. Now he walks to the bathroom without turning on the light. He finds the toilet in the dark and sits down on it like a good boy. Francis Dolahide noticed a change in grandmother during the winter of 1947 when he was 8. She ended their private meals in her room and moved them both to the common table in the dining room, where she presided over the elderly residents with a polished silver bell beside her plate. She had been trained as a charming hostess, and now she drew out the old people's memories, guiding conversation with practiced skill. Frances sat at the opposite end of the long table, lined with nodding heads, while she listened brightly to Mrs. Flotter's honeymoon in Kansas City, to Mr. Eaton's yellow fever stories, and to the random sounds of the others. Each time she asked if it wasn't interesting, Frances then rang for the next course. The food remained simple mushes, but she divided it into courses anyway. Mishaps at the table went unmentioned. A quick bell and gesture handled spills, sleep, or confusion. As her health declined, she lost weight and began wearing the elegant old dresses stored away for years. In features and hairstyle, she now resembled George Washington on the dollar bill. By spring, her manners had loosened. She ruled the table without interruption, recounting her girlhood in St. Charles and offering object lessons meant to inspire Frances and the residents. She spoke of her season as a belle in 1907, of lovely skin and hair she had used to full advantage, of overcoming her own teeth through sheer personality until they became her trademark. She distrusted doctors, but had gone to the renowned Dr. Felix Bertel in the Midwest for dentures that reproduced her natural teeth. Exactly. She had kept every bit of her unique charm. Francis understood the lesson clearly. There would be no further surgery for him until he could pay for it himself. He endured the dinners only because of what came afterward. When grandmother was occupied upstairs, he could ride down the lane with Queen Mother Bailey and her silent husband in the mule-drawn firewood wagon. He lived for those evenings, the jingle of bits, the loud iron tires on gravel, the 2 brown mules with cropped manes like brushes swishing their tails. The warm smells of sweat, boiled cotton, snuff, and harness filled him, and sometimes wood smoke or the long bodies of rabbits and squirrels in the wagon box. The motion rocked him pleasantly between the Baileys. Dropped at the main road, he promised to walk straight back and stood listening as their voices and laughter faded into the dark. He liked knowing the laughter was not about him. His occasional playmate was the listless red-haired daughter of a sharecropper 3 fields away. Grandmother allowed her visits because it amused her to dress the girl in Marion's old childhood clothes. One hot June afternoon, bored with doodlebug fishing, the girl asked to see Francis's private parts. In the sheltered corner between the chicken house and hedge, she showed him hers in return, underwear around her ankles. As he squatted to look, a headless chicken flapped around the corner on its back, spattering blood on the girl's feet and legs. Queen Mother Bailey came after the bird, saw them, and spoke calmly. She told them they had seen what they wanted to see and should now find something else to do, keep their clothes on, and help catch the rooster. Their embarrassment faded quickly in the chase. Grandmother had been watching from the upstairs window. She waited until Queen Mother went inside, then slipped down and flung open the chicken house door. The children were gathering feathers for headdresses. She sent the girl home and led Francis into the house. She told him he was going back to Brother Buddy's orphanage once she had punished him. She ordered him upstairs to his room to remove his trousers and wait while she fetched her scissors. He lay on the bed for hours, trousers off, clutching the spread, waiting. Supper sounds rose from downstairs. The firewood wagon creaked and clopped away. Sometime toward morning, he slept in starts, still waiting. Grandmother never came. Perhaps she had forgotten. The dread never left him. In the days that followed, he avoided Queen Mother Bailey entirely, convinced she had told what she saw and that the laughter he once heard had been about him. He knew now he could trust no one. Sleep grew difficult on bright nights when the thought returned. He knew Grandmother was right. He had hurt her, shamed her. Everyone must know, even in St. Charles. He was not angry. He loved her very much and wanted to do right. In his mind, he imagined burglars breaking in so he could protect her and earn her forgiveness. Hear her say he was her good boy after all. He pictured a burglar entering to show Grandmother his private parts. Too small to fight, Francis remembered Queen Mother's hatchet in the pantry. He crept downstairs, took the hatchet from its nail, its strange chicken-drawing smell strong in his hand, and carried it to Grandmother's room to make sure no intruder was there. The room was very dark, but he knew exactly where she lay by her breathing. If a burglar came, he would know the same way. He stepped quietly, raised the hatchet high with both hands. His foot came down on her slipper. The hatchet swayed and pinged against the metal Reading lamp shade. Grandmother rolled over and made a wet sound with her mouth. Francis froze, arms trembling. She began to snore. The love inside him felt ready to burst. He crept out. Outside in the brilliant night he stood gasping, face upturned to the tiny moon. The love swelled unbearably tight. He walked, then ran toward the chicken house, the hatchet bumping cold against his leg, running before he burst. Francis stood at the chicken yard pump scrubbing himself. He had never felt such sweet, easy peace. It stretched endless all around him. What Grandmother had kindly not cut off was still there like a prize once he washed the blood from his belly and legs. His mind felt clear and calm. He should do something about the nightshirt. Better hide it under the sacks in the smokehouse. The discovery of the dead chicken puzzled Grandmother. It did not look like the work of a fox. A month later, Queen Mother Bailey found another, with its head wrung off. At the dinner table, Grandmother declared it was spite from some sorry help she had dismissed. She said she had called the sheriff. Francis sat silent, opening and closing his hand around the memory of an eye blinking against his palm. In bed, he sometimes held himself to make sure nothing had been cut. Sometimes when he held himself, he thought he felt a blink. Grandmother changed rapidly. She grew contentious and lost household help. Short of housekeepers, she took personal charge of the kitchen, directing Queen Mother Bailey and spoiling the food. Queen Mother, who had served the Dolar hides all her life, remained the only constant. Red-faced in the heat, Grandmother moved restlessly, leaving dishes half-finished. She made casseroles from leftovers while vegetables wilted. She grew fanatical about waste, cutting soap and bleach until the sheets turned dingy gray. In November, she hired 5 different black women. None stayed. The evening the last one left, Grandmother stormed through the house yelling. In the kitchen, she spotted a teaspoon of flour Queen Mother had left on the board. Half an hour before dinner, in the steamy heat, she slapped Queen Mother's face. Queen Mother dropped her ladle, tears springing to her eyes. Grandmother raised her hand again. A large pink palm pushed her back. Queen Mother warned her never to do that again, saying she was not herself. Screaming insults, Grandmother shoved over a kettle of soup with her bare hand, sending it slopping and hissing onto the stove. She stormed to her room and slammed the door. Frances heard her cursing and throwing objects against the walls. She did not emerge all evening. Queen Mother cleaned the soup, fed the old people, packed her few things in a basket, and put on her old sweater and stocking cap. She searched for Francis but could not find him. She was already in the wagon when she saw him sitting in the corner of the porch. She climbed down heavily and came back. She told him she was leaving for good. Saronia at the feed store would call his mother. If he needed her before then, he should come to her house. He twisted away from her touch on his cheek. Mr. Bailey clucked to the mules. Francis watched the wagon lantern fade down the road. Once it had left him with a sad emptiness, knowing Queen Mother had betrayed him. Now he felt nothing. He was glad. The feeble kerosene light was nothing compared to the moon. He wondered how it would feel to kill a mule. Marion Dollarhide Vogt did not come when Queen Mother called. She arrived 2 weeks later after a call from the sheriff in St. Charles. She drove herself in a pre-war Packard, wearing gloves and a hat. A deputy met her at the end of the lane and spoke through the car window. He explained that Grandmother had called the office around noon, claiming the help was stealing. When he arrived, she was talking out of her head, and the place looked neglected. The sheriff wanted to contact the family first, especially with Mr. Vogt in public life. Marion understood. Her husband was now Commissioner of Public Works in St. Louis, and already out of favor with the party. The deputy assured her no one else had seen the condition of the house. Marion found her mother asleep. 2 old people still sat at the table waiting for lunch. One woman wandered the backyard in her slip. She telephoned her husband, asking how often the county inspected such places, noting nothing had been seen before. She told him to stay away, asked for several Negro workers and Dr. Waters, and said she would handle everything. The doctor and an orderly in white arrived within 45 minutes, followed by a panel truck with Marion's maid and 5 other domestics. Francis came home from school to find Marion, the doctor, and the orderly in Grandmother's room. He heard her cursing. When they wheeled her out in a nursing home chair, she looked glassy-eyed with cotton taped to her arm. Her face appeared sunken and strange without her teeth. Marion's own arm was bandaged where she had been bitten. Grandmother rode away in the doctor's car, sitting in back with the orderly. Francis watched her go and started to wave, but his hand dropped. Marion's crew scrubbed and aired the house, did a massive wash, bathed the old people, and prepared a sketchy meal while she worked alongside and supervised. She spoke to Francis only to ask where things were. Then she sent the crew away and called the county authorities. She explained that Mrs. Dollarhide had suffered a stroke. It was dark when the welfare workers arrived in a school bus to take the patients. Francis thought they would take him too. No one discussed him. Only Marion and Francis remained. She sat at the dining room table with her head in her hands. He went outside and climbed a crabapple tree. Finally, she called him in. She had packed a small suitcase with his clothes. She told him he would have to come with her, walked to the car, and ordered him to get in without putting his feet on the seat. They drove away in the Packard, leaving the empty wheelchair standing in the yard. There was no scandal. The county said it was a shame about Mrs. Dollarhide. She had kept things nice. The Vogts remained untouched. Grandmother was placed in a private nerve sanatorium. 14 years would pass before Francis went home to her again. In the Vogts' library, Marion introduced Francis to his stepsisters and stepbrother. Ned was 12, Victoria 13, Margaret 9. Ned and Victoria exchanged glances. Margaret stared at the floor. Francis received a room at the top of the servants' stairs. Since the failed 1944 election, the Vogues no longer kept an upstairs maid. He was enrolled at Potter Gerard Elementary, within walking distance and far from the Episcopal private school the other children attended. The Vogue children ignored him at first. At the end of the first week, Ned and Victoria climbed the servants' stairs. Francis heard them whispering before the knob turned. When they found the door bolted, they did not knock. Ned ordered him to open it. They did not knock. Ned ordered him to open it. Francis opened the door. They said nothing to him while they searched his wardrobe. Ned picked up items from the dressing table drawer with 2 fingers. Embroidered handkerchiefs, a guitar capo, a bright beetle in a pill bottle, a damp copy of Baseball Joe in the World Series, and a get well card from classmate Sarah Hughes. Ned asked what the capo was for. Francis explained it was for a guitar. Victoria claimed she could not understand him and made Ned repeat it. Ned blew his nose on one of the handkerchiefs and dropped it back. Victoria announced that the ponies had been taken away that day. No more ponies, no more lake house for summer. She explained their father was sick a lot and not making as much money. Some days he did not go to the office at all. Ned asked if Francis knew why he was sick. When Francis did not answer clearly, Ned said grandmother had called their father a drunk. Then Ned told him he was sick because of Francis's ugly face. Victoria added that was also why people had not voted for him. Francis told her to get out. As he turned to open the door, Ned kicked him in the back. Francis reached for his kidney with both hands, which saved his fingers when Ned kicked him in the stomach instead. Victoria gasped. Ned grabbed Francis by the ears and slammed his face into the mirror over the dressing table, repeating that this was why their father was sick. The mirror smeared with blood and mucus. Ned released him and Francis sat on the floor. Victoria watched with wide eyes, biting her lower lip. They left him there, his face wet with blood and spit. His eyes watered from the pain, but he did not cry. Rain drummed steadily through the night on the canopy above Freddie Lowndes' open grave in Chicago. Thunder jarred Will Graham's pounding head as he wove from the table to bed, dreams already coiling beneath the pillow. The old house above St. Charles shouldered the wind, repeating its long sigh beneath the hiss of rain on the windows and the bump of thunder. The stairs creaked in darkness. Mr. Dollarhide came down them, kimono whispering over the treads, eyes wide from recent sleep. His hair lay wet and neatly combed. He had brushed his nails. He moved smoothly and slowly, carrying his concentration like a brimming cup. Film waited beside his projector. 2 subjects chosen. The rest of the reels piled in the wastebasket for burning. He had copied dozens of home movies at the plant and brought them home to audition. Comfortable in his reclining chair with a tray of cheese and fruit beside him, Dollarhide settled in to watch. The first film showed a 4th of July picnic. A handsome family with 3 children, the father bull-necked and dipping thick fingers into the pickle jar, and the mother. The best view came during the softball game with the neighbor's children. Only about 15 seconds of her leading off second base, feet apart and ready, breasts swaying beneath her pullover as she leaned forward. A child swinging a bat interrupted. Then she tagged up again, 1 foot on the boat cushion they used for a base, hip-shot thigh muscle tightening under cutoff jeans. He watched those frames over and over, freezing the last one, the woman and her children, dirty and tired, hugging while a dog wagged among their legs. Thunder crashed, clinking the cut crystal in grandmother's tall cabinet. Dollarhide reached for a pear. The second film unfolded in segments. The title The New House appeared, spelled in pennies on a shirt cardboard above a broken piggy bank. It opened with father pulling up the for sale sign, holding it toward the camera with an embarrassed grin, pockets turned out. An unsteady long shot showed Mother and the three children on the front steps of the handsome house. A cut to the swimming pool. A small child padded around the diving board, leaving wet footprints. Heads bobbed in the water. A small dog paddled toward a daughter, ears back and eyes showing white. Mother held the ladder and looked up at the camera. Curly black hair glossy as pelt, bosom swelling and shining wet above her suit, legs scissoring below the surface. Night. A poorly exposed shot across the pool to the lighted house, reflections trembling in the water. Indoors. Boxes and packing materials everywhere. An old trunk not yet stored. A small daughter tried on grandmother's clothes, wearing a big garden party hat. Father sat on the sofa looking a little drunk. The camera shifted to Mother at the mirror in the hat. The children jostled around her, boys laughing and plucking at the old finery, while the girl watched coolly, appraising what was to come. Close-up. Mother turned and struck a pose for the camera with an arch smile, hand at the back of her neck, a cameo at her throat. She looked quite lovely. Dolarhyde froze the frame, backed the film, and watched her turn and smile again and again. Absently, he picked up the softball reel and dropped it into the wastebasket. He removed the second reel and read the gateway label, Bob Sherman, Star Route 7, Box 603, Tulsa, Oklahoma. An easy drive. He held the film in his palm and covered it with his other hand as though it were a small living thing that might struggle free. It seemed to jump against his skin like a cricket. He remembered the jerkiness and haste at the Leeds house when the lights came on. He had been forced to deal with Mr. Leeds first. This time, he wanted a smoother progression. It would be wonderful to crawl between the sleepers with the camera already running, snuggle up a little, then strike in the dark and sit happily getting wet. He could manage that with infrared film, and he knew exactly where to get some. The projector stayed on. Dolarhyde sat holding the film between his hands, while the bright blank screen flickered with other images only he could see, all to the long sigh of the wind. No sense of vengeance stirred in him, only love and thoughts of the glory to come, hearts growing faint and fast like footsteps fleeing into silence. Him rampant, filled with love, the Shermans opening to him. The past did not occur to him at all, only the glory ahead. His conscious memories of his mother's house remained remarkably few and indistinct. He knew he had lived there only a month. He did not recall being sent away at the age of 9 for hanging Victoria's cat. One of the few images he retained was the house itself, lighted and viewed from the street in winter twilight as he passed it walking from Potter Gerard Elementary to the boarding house a mile away. He could remember the smell of the Vogt library, like a piano just opened, when his mother received him there to give him holiday gifts. He did not remember the faces at the upstairs windows. As he walked away down the frozen sidewalk, the practical gifts burning hateful under his arm, hurrying home to a different place inside his head. At 11, his fantasy life had been active and intense. When the pressure of his love grew too great, he relieved it. He preyed on pets, carefully, with a cool eye to consequence. They were tame, and it was easy. The authorities never linked him to the sad little bloodstains soaked in the garage dirt floors. At 42, he did not remember that. Nor did he ever think about the people in his mother's house, his mother, stepsisters, or stepbrother. Sometimes he saw them in sleep, in brilliant fragments of a fever dream, altered and tall, faces and bodies in bright parrot colors, poised over him in a mantis stance. When he chose to reflect, which was seldom, he had many satisfactory memories from his military service. Caught at 17, entering a woman's window for a purpose never established, he had been given the choice of enlisting in the Army or facing criminal charges. He took the Army. After basic training, he was sent to specialist school in darkroom operation and shipped to San Antonio, where he worked on medical corps training films at Brooke Army Hospital. Surgeons at Brooke took an interest in him and decided to improve his face. They performed a Z-plasty on his nose using ear cartilage to lengthen the columella and repaired his lip with an Abbe flap procedure that drew an audience of doctors. The surgeons were proud of the result. Dolarhyde declined the mirror and looked out the window instead. Records showed he checked out many trauma films from the library and kept them overnight. He re-enlisted in 1958. In his second hitch, he discovered Hong Kong. Stationed at Seoul, developing film from spotter planes over the 38th parallel. He managed 2 leaves to Hong Kong and Kowloon, where any appetite could be satisfied in 1959. Grandmother was released from the sanatorium in 1961 in a vague Thorazine piece. Dolarhyde asked for and received a hardship discharge 2 months early and went home to take care of her. It was a curiously peaceful time for him as well. With his new job at Gateway, he could hire a woman to stay with grandmother during the day. At night, they sat together in the parlor, not speaking. The tick of the old clock and its chimes were all that broke the silence. He saw his mother once at grandmother's funeral in 1970. He looked through her with his yellow eyes so startlingly like her own. She might have been a stranger. His appearance surprised her. He was deep-chested and sleek, with her fine coloring and a neat mustache she suspected was hair transplanted from his head. She called him once the following week and heard the receiver slowly replaced. For 9 years after grandmother's death, Dolarhyde remained untroubled and troubled no one. His forehead stayed smooth as a seed. He knew he was waiting, though he did not know for what. One small event told the seed in his skull it was time. Standing by a north window examining film, he noticed aging in his hands. The skin had slackened over the bones and tendons and lay creased in tiny diamonds like lizard scales. As he turned them in the light, an intense odor of cabbage and stewed tomatoes washed over him. He shivered, though the room was warm. That evening, he worked out harder than usual. A full-length mirror hung on the wall of his attic gym beside the barbells and weight bench. It was the only mirror in the house, and he could admire his body comfortably because he always worked out in a mask. At 40, he could have competed successfully in regional bodybuilding events. He was not satisfied. Within the week, he came upon the Blake painting. It seized him instantly. He saw it in a large, full-color photograph in Time magazine illustrating the Blake retrospective at the Tate. The Brooklyn Museum had sent the Great Red Dragon and the Woman Clothed with the Sun to London for the show. He carried the picture with him for days, photographed and enlarged it late at night in the darkroom. He felt agitated much of the time. He posted the painting beside his mirror in the weight room and stared at it while he pumped iron. He could sleep only after working to exhaustion and watching his medical films for sexual relief. He had known since the age of 9 that he was essentially alone and would always be alone. Now in his 40s, he was seized by a fantasy life with the brilliance and freshness of childhood. It took him a step beyond alone. At a time when other men first saw and feared their isolation, Dolarhyde's became understandable to him. He was alone because he was unique. With the fervor of conversion, he saw that if he worked at it, if he followed the true urges he had kept down for so long and cultivated them as the inspirations they truly were, he could become... The dragon's face was not visible in the painting, but increasingly Dolarhyde came to know how it looked. Watching his medical films in the parlor, pumped up from lifting, he stretched his jaw wide to hold grandmother's teeth. They did not fit his distorted gums, and his jaw cramped quickly. He worked his jaw in private, biting down on a hard rubber block until the muscles bulged in his cheeks like walnuts. In the fall of 1979, Francis Dolarhyde drew part of his considerable savings and took a 3-month leave from Gateway. He traveled to Hong Kong carrying his grandmother's teeth with him. When he returned, red-haired Eileen and the other workers agreed the vacation had done him good. He seemed calm. They barely noticed he no longer used the employees' locker room or shower. He had never done so often anyway. His grandmother's teeth rested once more in the glass beside her bed. His own new set remained locked in his desk upstairs. If Eileen could have seen him before the mirror, teeth fitted, new tattoo vivid under the harsh gym light, she would have screamed. Once. Time stretched ahead. He no longer needed to hurry. He had forever. 5 months passed before he chose the Jacobys. The Jacobys became the first to help him, the first to lift him into the glory of his becoming. They surpassed anything he had ever known. Until the Leedses. And now, as strength and glory swelled within him, the Shermans waited ahead, along with the new intimacy of infrared. Most promising, Francis Dolahide had to leave his own territory at Gateway Film Processing to obtain what he required. He served as production chief of Gateway's largest division, home movie processing, yet 4 other divisions existed. The recessions of the 1970s had slashed home movie making, with rising competition from home video recorders. Gateway diversified. The company added units that transferred film to videotape, printed aerial survey maps, and provided custom services to small-format commercial filmmakers. In 1979, a valuable contract fell to Gateway. The firm jointly agreed with the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy to develop and test new emulsions for infrared photography. Energy sought sensitive infrared film for heat conservation studies. Defense wanted it for night reconnaissance. Gateway purchased the neighboring Bader Chemical in late 1979 and established the project there. Dolahide crossed to Bader on his lunch hour beneath a scrub blue sky, stepping carefully around, reflecting puddles on the asphalt. Lowndes' death had left him in excellent humor. Everyone at Bader appeared to be out for lunch. He located the door he sought at the end of a maze of halls. The sign read, "Infrared sensitive materials in use. No safe lights, no smoking, no hot beverages." A red light glowed above it. He pressed a button. Moments later, the light turned green. He entered the light trap and knocked on the inner door. "Come," a woman's voice. Absolute darkness, cool and complete. The gurgle of water, the familiar scent of D76 developer, and a faint trace of perfume. "I'm Francis Dolahide. I came about the dryer." "Oh, good. Excuse me. My mouth's full. I was just finishing lunch." He heard papers, crumpled, and dropped into a wastebasket. "Actually, Ferguson wanted the dryer," the voice continued in the dark. "He's on vacation, but I know where it goes. You have one over at Gateway?" "I have 2. One is larger. He didn't say how much room he has." Dolahide had seen the memo about the dryer weeks earlier. "I'll show you, if you don't mind waiting a bit." "All right. Put your back against the door." Her voice took on a practiced lecturer's tone. "Come forward 3 steps until you feel the tile under your feet. There'll be a stool just to your left." He found it. He stood closer to her now. He heard the rustle of her lab apron. "Thanks for coming down," she said. Her voice rang clear, edged with faint iron. "You're head of processing in the main building, right?" "Hmm." "The same Mr. D who sends the rockets when requisitions are filed wrong." "The very one." "I'm Reba McLean. Hope there's nothing wrong over here." "Not my project anymore. I only planned the darkroom construction when we bought this place. I haven't been here in 6 months." A long speech for him. Easier in the darkness. "Just a minute more and we'll have light. Do you need a tape measure?" "I have one." Talking to the woman in the dark felt rather pleasant. He heard her rummage through a purse, the click of a compact. He regretted it when the timer rang. "There we go. I'll put this in the black hole," she said. A breath of cold air touched him, followed by the sound of a cabinet sealing on rubber and the hiss of a vacuum lock. A puff of air carried her fragrance as she passed. Dolarhyde pressed a knuckle beneath his nose, composed his thoughtful expression, and waited. The lights came on. She stood by the door, smiling roughly toward him. Her eyes made small, random movements behind closed lids. He spotted her white cane propped in the corner. He lowered his hand from his face and smiled. "Do you think I could have a plum?" he asked. Several rested on the counter where she had sat. "Sure, they're really good." Reba McLean was about 30, with a handsome prairie face shaped by strong bones and resolve. A small star-shaped scar marked the bridge of her nose. Her hair, a blend of wheat and red gold, fell in a slightly dated page boy. Her face and hands carried pleasant sun freckles. Against the tile and stainless steel, she glowed like autumn. He could look at her freely. His gaze traveled over her as easily as air. She had no way to block his eyes. Dolarhyde often felt warm, stinging patches on his skin when speaking to women, spots that shifted to wherever he imagined their gaze fell. Even when they looked away, he suspected they saw his reflection. He remained constantly aware of reflective surfaces, knowing their angles like a pool shark knows the banks. His skin stayed cool now. Hers appeared freckled, pearly along her throat and the insides of her wrists. "I'll show you the room where he wants it," she said. "We can measure." They measured. "Now, I want to ask a favor," Dolarhyde said. "Okay. I need some infrared movie film. Hot film, sensitive up around 1,000 nanometers. You'll have to keep it in the freezer and return it to the cold after shooting." "I know. Could you give me an idea of the conditions? Shooting at maybe 8 feet, with a pair of Ratten filters over the lights." It sounded too much like surveillance. "At the zoo," he added, "in the world of darkness. They want to photograph the nocturnal animals. They must be spooky if you can't use commercial infrared." I'm sure we can fix you up. One thing, a lot of our stock falls under the DD contract. Anything leaving here must be signed for." "Right. When do you need it?" "About the 20th. No later. I don't have to tell you. The more sensitive it is, the harder to handle. Coolers, dry ice, all that. They're screening samples about 4 o'clock if you want to see. You can pick the tamest emulsion that will work." "I'll come." Reba McLean counted her plums after Dolarhyde left. He had taken one. "Strange man, Mr. Dolarhyde." No awkward pause of sympathy had entered his voice when the lights came on. Maybe he already knew she was blind. Or better, maybe he simply did not care. That would be refreshing. In Chicago, Freddie Lowndes' funeral proceeded. The National Tatler covered the elaborate service, rushing arrangements so it could occur on Thursday, the day after his death, allowing pictures for the Thursday night edition. The service stretched long in the chapel and longer at the graveside. A radio evangelist delivered a fulsome eulogy. Graham endured the greasy waves of his hangover and studied the crowd. The hired choir performed fully at graveside, while Tatler photographers' motor-driven cameras whirred. 2 TV crews filmed with fixed cameras and handheld units. Police photographers with press credentials shot the gathering. Graham recognized several plainclothes officers from Chicago homicide. Their faces were the only ones that held meaning for him. Wendy of Wendy City, Lowndes' girlfriend, sat beneath the canopy nearest the coffin. Graham barely recognized her. Her blonde wig was pulled into a bun. She wore a black tailored suit. During the final hymn, she rose unsteadily, approached the casket, knelt, and laid her head upon it, arms outstretched across the chrysanthemums as strobe lights flashed. The crowd moved quietly over the spongy grass toward the cemetery gates. Graham walked beside Wendy. Uninvited onlookers stared at them through the high iron fence bars. "Are you all right?" he asked. They paused among the tombstones. Her eyes were dry, her gaze steady. "Better than you," she said. "You got drunk, didn't you?" "Yep." "Is someone watching over you?" The precinct sent people. Plain clothes at the club. Business is up. More weirdos than usual. "I'm sorry you had to go through this. You handled the hospital well. I admired that." She nodded. "Freddie was a sport. He shouldn't have gone out that way. Thanks for getting me in the room." She stared into the distance, blinking, eyeshadow like stone dust on her lids. Then she faced him. "The Tattler is paying me some money." "You figured that." "For an interview and the graveside moment. I don't think Freddie would mind. He'd have been angry if you passed it up." "That's what I thought. They're jerks, but they pay. They tried to get me to claim you deliberately set the freak on Freddie by chumming with him in that picture. I refused. If they print it anyway, that's bullshit." Graham said nothing as she searched his face. "You didn't like him, doesn't matter. But if you thought this could happen, you wouldn't have missed a shot at the ferry, right?" "Yeah, Wendy, I'd have staked him out." "Do you have anything at all?" "I hear noise from these people, and that's about it." "We don't have much. A few lab leads we're following. It was a clean job, and he got lucky." "Are you?" "What?" "Lucky. Off and on. Freddie was never lucky. He told me he'd clean up big on this, deals everywhere." "He probably would have. Well, look, Graham, if you ever feel like a drink, I've got one." "Thanks. But stay sober on the street." "Oh, yes." 2 policemen cleared a path for Wendy through the knot of gawkers outside the gate. One wore a printed T-shirt declaring the Tooth Fairy a one-night stand. He whistled at her. The woman beside him slapped his face. A big policeman squeezed into the 280ZX beside her, and she pulled into traffic. A second followed in an unmarked car. Chicago smelled like a spent skyrocket in the hot afternoon. Graham felt lonely, and he knew why. Funerals often stirred the urge for sex. One sharp thumb in death's eye. The wind rattled dry stalks of a funeral arrangement at his feet. For a hard second, he remembered palm fronds rustling in sea wind. He wanted badly to go home, yet knew he would not, could not, until the dragon was dead. The projection room at Bader Chemical was small. 5 rows of folding chairs with a center aisle. Dolar Hyde arrived late and stood at the back, arms folded while they screened gray cards, color cards, and variously lighted cubes filmed on different infrared emulsions. His presence unsettled Dandridge, the young man running the session. Dolar Hyde carried recognized authority as the parent company's darkroom expert and known perfectionist. Dandridge had avoided consulting him for months, nursing a petty rivalry since Gateway bought Bader. Dandridge asked Reba for the development details on Sample 8. Reba McLean sat at the end of a row, clipboard in her lap. In a clear voice, fingers tracing the board in the semi-darkness, she outlined the chemicals, temperature, timing, and storage rules before and after filming. Infrared film demanded total darkness. She had done all the darkroom work herself, keeping every sample straight by touch code and logging results blind. Her worth to Bader was obvious. The screening ran until quitting time. Reba stayed seated as the others filed out. Dolar Hyde approached carefully, speaking from a distance while people remained in the room. He did not want her to feel watched. She thought he had missed it. He explained a machine had gone down and delayed him. Lights were on now. Her clean scalp glistened where her hair parted as he stood over her. She asked whether he had seen the 1000C sample. He had. They said it looked acceptable, far easier to handle than the 1200 series. She wondered if it would suffice. It would. She gathered her purse and light raincoat. He stepped back as she moved into the aisle behind her, searching Kane. She expected no help. He offered none. Dandridge poked his head back in, addressing her with fond concern and asking if she could manage, since Marcia had flown out. Color flared in Reba's cheeks. She kept her voice even, saying she could manage perfectly well. She held her anger tight so her face would not betray it, though the flush did. Dolarhyde watched with cold yellow eyes and understood her anger completely. Dandridge's limp sympathy landed like spit on her cheek. He offered to drive her, a moment late. She declined, though she had hoped he might ask and had meant to accept. She refused to be forced. Damn! Dandridge and his clumsy pity, she would ride the bus. She had the fare, knew the route, and could go anywhere she pleased. She waited in the women's room until the building emptied, then let the janitor show her out. She followed the edge of a dividing strip across the parking lot toward the bus stop, raincoat over her shoulders, Kane tapping the curb and testing for puddles. Dolarhyde watched her from his van. Uneasy feelings stirred in him. They were dangerous in daylight. Under the lowering sun, windshields, puddles, and high wires splintered light into glinting scissors. Her white cane swept the dangerous glints away. The memory of her harmlessness steadied him. He started the engine. Reba heard the van pull alongside. She thanked him for the invitation to the screening, nodded, smiled, and kept tapping. He told her to ride with him. She thanked him, but said she took the bus every day. He called Dandridge a fool and urged her again, for his pleasure. She stopped. She heard him get out. People usually seized her upper arm, upsetting her balance, like standing on wiggly scales. He did not touch her. After a moment, she said it was better if she took his arm. Her fingers met a forearm hard as an oak banister. She could not know how much nerve it cost him to let her touch him. The van felt big and high, filled with resonances unlike a car. She gripped the bucket seat until he fastened her safety belt. The diagonal strap pressed one breast. She shifted it between them. They spoke little on the drive. At red lights, he studied her freely. She lived in the left side of a duplex on a quiet street near Washington University. She invited him inside for a drink. In his life, Dolarhyde had entered fewer than a dozen private homes. In the past 10 years, only 4. His own, Eileen's, briefly, the Leedses, the Jacobys. Other people's houses felt exotic. He felt the van rock as he got out. Her door opened. The long step down made her bump him lightly. It was like bumping a tree. He seemed far heavier and more solid than his voice or footsteps had suggested, yet light on his feet. Inside her front door, she stood her cane in the corner and moved suddenly free, turning on music, hanging her coat. Dolarhyde reminded himself she was blind. Being inside someone's home excited him. She offered gin and tonic. Tonic would do. Juice instead? No, tonic. He was not a drinker? No. She led him into the kitchen and offered Caro pecan pie. Dynamite. Fine. She took the whole pie from the refrigerator and set it on the counter. Fingers spread along the rim until her middle ones found 9 and 3 o'clock. She brought her joined thumbs down to locate the exact center and marked it with a toothpick. Dolarhyde tried to talk so she would not feel his stare. He asked how long she had been at Bader. No S sounds in the question. 3 months. Hadn't he known? They gave him only the minimum. She grinned. He had probably stepped on toes designing the dark rooms, but the techs loved the plumbing and the plentiful outlets. 220 wherever needed. She placed her left middle finger on the toothpick, thumb on the tin edge, and cut a slice, guiding the knife with her left index finger. He watched her handle the bright blade. It was strange to look at the front of a woman as long as he liked. In company, one could rarely look exactly where he wanted. She mixed herself a stiff gin and tonic. They moved to the living room. She passed a hand over the floor lamp, felt no heat, and switched it on. Dolarhyde ate the pie in 3 bites and sat stiffly on the couch, sleek hair gleaming under the lamp, powerful hands resting on his knees. She leaned her head back in her chair and propped her feet on the ottoman. She asked when they would film at the zoo. Maybe next week. He was glad he had already called the zoo to offer the film. Dandridge might check. She said it was a fine zoo. She had visited with her sister and niece when they helped her move in. They had the contact area. She had hugged a llama. It felt good, but smelled so strong, she thought the animal followed her until she changed shirts. This was conversation. He had to speak or leave. He asked how she had come to Bader. They had advertised at the Riker Institute in Denver, where she worked. She spotted the posting on the bulletin board. Actually, Bader had needed to improve its hiring to keep the defense contract. They had fitted 6 women, 2 blacks, 2 Chicanos, an Oriental, a paraplegic, and her into 8 slots. Everyone counted in at least 2 categories. She had worked out well for them. The others had too. Bader gave nothing away. Before that, she had trained newly blind adults at Riker for 10 years after finishing school. This was her first job in the outside world. Outside of what? Out in the sighted world. Riker had been insular. They trained people to live among the seeing, but stayed apart themselves, talking too much to one another. She had wanted to knock around a little. She had once planned to go into speech therapy for hearing-impaired children and expected to return to it someday. She drained her glass and offered Mrs. Paul's crab ball miniatures. Pretty good. She should not have served dessert first. Want some? Mm-hmm. Did he cook? A small crease formed on her forehead. She went to the kitchen. How about coffee? She called. Uh-huh. She made small talk about grocery prices and received no reply. She returned and sat on the ottoman, elbows on knees. She suggested they clear one thing up right now. Silence. He had gone quiet since she mentioned speech therapy. Her voice stayed kind but firm, carrying no pity. She understood him perfectly because he spoke well and she listened. Most people did not pay attention. They kept asking, what? What? If he preferred not to talk, that was fine. But she hoped he would, because he could, and she was interested in what he had to say. That was good, Dolarhyde said softly. The little speech clearly mattered to her. He wondered if she was inviting him into her 2-category club with the Chinese paraplegic. He wondered what his 2nd category would be. Her next words astonished him. She asked if she could touch his face. She wanted to know whether he was smiling or frowning. Wryly, she added that she wanted to know whether she should just shut up. She raised her hand and waited. How well would she manage with her fingers bitten off? Dolarhyde wondered. Even with street teeth, he could snap them off as easily as breadsticks. If he braced his heels on the floor, leaned back into the couch, and locked both hands on her wrists, she could never pull free in time. Crunch, 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 perhaps leave the thumb. For measuring pies. He took her wrist between thumb and forefinger and turned her shapely, hard-used hand in the light. Small scars marked it, along with fresh nicks and abrasions. A smooth scar on the back might have been a burn. Too close to home, too early in his becoming. She could not stay around to be looked at anymore. To ask something so bold, she must know nothing personal about him. She had not gossiped. "Take my word that I'm smiling," he said. The S came cleanly. It was true. He wore a sort of smile that showed his handsome public teeth. He held her wrist above her lap and let go. Her hand settled on her thigh and half-closed fingers trailing on the cloth like an averted glance. "I think the coffee's ready," she said. "I'm going." He had to go. Home for relief. She nodded. "If I offended you, I didn't mean to." "No." She remained on the ottoman, listening until the lock clicked behind him. Reba McClane mixed another gin and tonic. She put on Segovia records and curled up on the couch. Dolarhyde had left a warm dent in the cushion. Traces of him lingered. Shoe polish, new leather belt, good shaving lotion. What an intensely private man. She had heard only scattered office talk. Dandridge calling him "that son of a bitch Dolarhyde" to his toadies. Privacy mattered deeply to Reba. As a child learning to cope after losing her sight, she had none at all. Now in public, she could never be certain she was not being watched. So Francis Dolarhyde's fierce privacy appealed to her. She had felt not one flicker of sympathy from him, and that felt good. So did the gin. Suddenly, Segovia sounded too busy. She switched to whale songs. 3 tough months in a new town. Winter ahead, finding curbs in the snow. Reba McClane, leggy and brave, refused self-pity. She would not allow it. She carried a deep vein of cripple's anger she could not erase, but she made it fuel her drive for independence and her fierce determination to wring everything possible from every day. In her way, she was hard. Faith in natural justice was only a nightlight. She knew it. Whatever she did, she would finish the same as everyone, flat on her back with a tube in her nose, wondering if this was all. She knew she would never have sight again, but there were things she could still have, things to enjoy. Helping her students had given her pleasure, sharpened by knowing she would neither be rewarded nor punished for it. When making friends, she stayed wary of those who fostered dependency and fed on it. The blind attracted them, and they were the enemy involved. Reba knew she was physically attractive to men. God knew enough had copped a feel with their knuckles when grabbing her upper arm. She liked sex very much, but years ago she had learned a basic truth about men. Most fear taking on a burden. That fear grew stronger with her. She hated when a man crept in and out of her bed as if stealing chickens. Ralph Mandy was coming to take her to dinner. He had a cowardly whine about being too scarred by life to love. Careful Ralph told her that too often, and it scalded her. Ralph amused her, but she did not want to own him. She did not want to see Ralph tonight. She had no energy for conversation or the hitches in talk as people watched her eat. It would be good to be wanted by someone brave enough to stay or leave as he pleased, who gave her the same credit and did not worry about her. Francis Dolarhyde, shy, with a linebacker's body and no bullshit. She had never seen or touched a cleft lip and had no visual picture to match the sound. She wondered if Dolarhyde thought she understood him easily because blind people supposedly heard better. That was a common myth. Maybe she should have told him it was not true. Blind people simply paid closer attention to what they heard. So many misconceptions existed about the blind. She wondered if he believed they were purer in spirit, somehow sanctified by affliction. She smiled to herself. That one was false, too. Chicago police labored under a media blitz, a nightly news countdown to the next full moon. 11 days remained. Chicago families lived frightened. At the same time, attendance rose at horror movies that should have closed quickly. Fascination mixed with horror. The man who had sold Tooth Fairy t-shirts to the punk market now offered an alternate line. The Red Dragon is a one-night stand. Sales split evenly. Jack Crawford had to appear at a news conference with police officials after the funeral. Orders from above demanded a more visible federal presence. He kept it silent, saying nothing. Heavily manned investigations with little to feed on turned inward, retracing the same ground until it flattened. They took the circular shape of a hurricane or a zero. Wherever Graham went, he met detectives, cameras, rushing uniformed officers, and constant radio crackle. He needed stillness. Crawford, rumpled from the news conference, found Graham at nightfall in the quiet of an unused jury room above the U.S. prosecutor's office. Good lights hung low over the green felt jury table where Graham had spread his papers and photographs. He had removed his coat and tie and slumped in a chair, staring at two images. The framed Leeds family picture stood before him. Beside it, on a clipboard propped against a carafe, was a picture of the Jacobies. Graham's pictures reminded Crawford of a bullfighter's portable shrine, ready for any hotel room. No photograph of Lowndes appeared. He suspected Graham had not been thinking about the Lowndes case at all. He did not need trouble with Graham. "Looks like a pool room in here," Crawford said. "Did you knock him dead?" Graham was pale but sober. He held a quart of orange juice. "Jesus." Crawford dropped into a chair. "Trying to think out there is like trying to piss on a moving train." "Any news?" The commissioner sweated through a question and scratched his balls on television. That's the only highlight. Watch at 6 and 11 if you doubt it. "Want some orange juice?" "I'd rather swallow barbed wire." "Good. More for me." Graham's face looked drawn. His eyes shone too bright. "How about the gas?" "God bless Liza Lake. 41 Surfco Supreme stations in Greater Chicago. Osborne's men swarmed them, checking container sales to van and truck drivers. Nothing yet, but they haven't covered all shifts. Surfco has 186 other stations across 8 states. We've asked local help. It'll take time. If God loves me, he used a credit card. There's a chance. Not if he can suck a siphon hose. I asked the commissioner not to mention the tooth fairy might live in the area. These people are spooked enough. If he said that, the city would sound like Korea when the drunks came home tonight. You still think he's close? Don't you? It figures, Will. Crawford picked up the Lowndes autopsy report and peered through his half-glasses. The bruise on his head was older than the mouth injuries. 5 to 8 hours older, they're not sure. The mouth injuries were hours old when Lowndes reached the hospital. They were burned over too, but inside the mouth they could tell. He still had some chloroform in his system. You think he was unconscious when the tooth fairy bit him? No. He'd want him awake. That's what I figured. All right. He knocks him out with a blow to the head in the garage, keeps him quiet with chloroform until he reaches a place where noise won't matter. Brings him back, arriving hours after the bite. He could have done it all in the back of the van, parked somewhere remote, Graham said. Crawford massaged the sides of his nose, giving his voice a megaphone tone. You're forgetting the wheelchair wheels. Bev found 2 kinds of carpet fuzz, wool and synthetic. Synthetic might come from a van, but when have you seen a wool rug in a van? How many wool rugs in rental places? Damn few. Wool rug means a house, Will. And the dirt and mold came from a dark storage spot, a dirt-floored cellar. Maybe. Now look at this. Crawford pulled a Rand McNally Road Atlas from his briefcase. He had circled the United States mileage and driving time map. Freddie was gone a little over 15 hours, and his injuries spanned that time. I'm making a couple of assumptions. I hate doing it, but here goes. What are you laughing at? I just remembered those field exercises at Quantico, when that trainee assumed something. I don't remember. You made him write assume on the blackboard. Then you underlined it yelling, "When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me." He needed a boot in the ass. Now look. Figure Chicago traffic, Tuesday afternoon, leaving with Lowndes. Allow a couple hours to work on him at the site, then drive back. He couldn't have gone much farther than 6 hours driving time from Chicago. This circle around Chicago marks 6 hours drive time from Chicago. This circle around Chicago marks 6 hours drive. It's wavy because some roads are faster. Maybe he stayed right here. Sure, but this is the farthest he could be. So you've narrowed it to Chicago or inside a circle that takes in Milwaukee, Madison, Dubuque, Peoria, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Toledo, and Detroit. Better than that. We know he got a Tattler fast, Monday night probably. He could have done that in Chicago. I know, but outside town Tattlers aren't available Monday night in many places. Here's the circulation list. Places air-freighted or trucked inside the circle on Monday night. That leaves Milwaukee, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, and Detroit. They go to airports and maybe 90 all-night newsstands, not counting Chicago. Field offices are checking them. Some newsstand worker might remember an odd customer Monday night. Maybe. That's a good move, Jack. Clearly, Graham's mind drifted elsewhere. If Graham were a regular agent, Crawford would have threatened him with permanent duty in the Aleutians. Instead, he said, "My brother called this afternoon. Molly left his house." Yeah. Someplace safe, I guess? Graham knew Crawford, already knew exactly where she had gone. Willie's grandparents. Well, they'll be glad to see the kid. Crawford waited. No reply from Graham. Everything okay, I hope. I'm working, Jack. Don't worry about it. Now look, she just got jumpy over there. Graham pulled a flat package tied with string from beneath a stack of funeral pictures and began picking at the knot. What's that? It's from Byron Metcalf, the Jacobies' lawyer. Brian Zeller sent it on. It's okay. Crawford turned the package in his hairy fingers until he spotted the stamp and signature of SF Semper Fidelis. Einesworth, head of the FBI explosives section, certifying it had been fluoroscoped. He always checked. Always checked. Graham assured him he always checked, too. Chester had delivered it and shown the stamp first. Graham cut the string. The contents were copies of every probate document from the Jacoby estate. He had asked Metcalf to send them so he could compare them later with the Leeds material when it arrived. Crawford reminded him they already had a lawyer handling the comparison. Graham insisted he needed the papers himself. He did not know the Jacobies the way he knew the Leedses. They had been new in town. He had reached Birmingham a month too late, and their belongings were scattered and gone. He had a feel for the Leeds family. He lacked one for the Jacobies. He wanted to speak with people who had known them in Detroit and spent a couple more days in Birmingham. Crawford said he needed Graham right there in Chicago. Graham explained that Lowndes had been a straightforward killing, provoked only by their own actions. The sole link to Lowndes was the one they had created. Hard evidence on Lowndes existed, and local police were covering it. Lowndes had merely annoyed the killer, but the Leedses and Jacobies were what he truly needed. The connection between those two families was the key. If they ever caught him, that link would be how. Crawford asked what Graham hoped to find in the Jacoby documents. Graham said anything at all, but right now a medical angle. He pulled out the IRS estate tax form. Lowndes had been in a wheelchair. Medical. Valerie Leeds had undergone surgery 6 weeks before her death. A small breast cyst noted in her diary. Medical again? He wondered if Mrs. Jacoby had had any procedure too. Crawford did not recall surgery mentioned in her autopsy. Graham said it might have been something that left no visible trace. Her medical records were split between Detroit and Birmingham. Details could have slipped through. If she had treatment, there would be a tax deduction and possibly an insurance claim. Graham suggested an itinerant orderly who had worked in both places, Detroit or Birmingham and Atlanta. Someone who had spent time in a mental hospital could pick up the routine and pass as an orderly after release. Crawford offered dinner. Graham said he would eat later. Food made him slow. Leaving, Crawford paused in the doorway and looked back. He did not like what he saw. The low lights carved deeper hollows in Graham's face as he stared at the victims gazing out from the photographs. The room reeked of desperation. Would it serve the case better to put Graham back on the street? Crawford could not afford to let him burn out here for nothing. But for something? His administrative instincts, untouched by mercy, told him to leave Graham exactly where he was. By 10 that night, Dollarhide had pushed himself to near exhaustion with the weights, watched his films, and tried to satisfy the hunger inside him. Still, restlessness crawled through his chest. Excitement tapped against his ribs like a cold medallion whenever he thought of Reba McClane. He should not think of Reba McClane. Stretched in his recliner, torso pumped and reddened from the workout, he watched the television news to see how the police were progressing with Freddie Lowndes. There stood Will Graham near the casket while the choir howled. Graham looked slender. Easy to break his back. Better than killing him outright. Break it and twist it to be certain. They could wheel him to the next investigation. No hurry. Let Graham dread it. Dollarhide felt a quiet, steady power inside him, now at all times. The Chicago police held a noisy news conference. Beneath the claims of relentless effort lay the truth. No progress on Freddie. Jack Crawford stood among the officials behind the microphones. Dollarhide recognized him from a Tatler photograph. A Tatler spokesman, guarded by 2 bodyguards, declared the savage act would only make the paper's voice ring louder. Dollarhide snorted. Maybe. It had certainly silenced Freddie for good. Newsreaders now called him the Dragon. His crimes were what police termed the Tooth Fairy murders. Definite progress. Only local news remained. Some Prognathaus reporter broadcast from the zoo. They clearly sent him anywhere to keep him away from the office. Dollarhide reached for the remote when the screen showed someone he had spoken with only hours earlier on the phone. Zoo director Dr. Frank Warfield pleased to accept the infrared film Dollarhide had offered. Dr. Warfield and a dentist worked on a tiger with a broken tooth. Dollarhide wanted to see the tiger, but the reporter blocked the view. Finally, the man stepped aside. Rocked back in the recliner, gazing down his own powerful torso at the screen, Dollarhide watched the great tiger stretched unconscious on a heavy work table. Today they prepared the tooth. In a few days they would cap it, the reporter said. Dollarhide watched him work calmly between the jaws of the tiger's terrible striped-faced face. Reba McClane's voice echoed in his mind, asking if she could touch his face. He wanted to tell her something. He wished she had the slightest inkling of what she had almost done. He wished she could glimpse even a flash of his glory. But she could not have that. And live. She must live. He had been seen with her, and she lived too close to home. He had tried to share with Lecter, and Lecter had betrayed him. Still, he wanted to share a little with her, in a way she could survive. Crawford told Graham it was political. They both knew it was political, but it amounted to what Graham was already doing anyway. Just write out the parallels, and Crawford would handle the rest. The Chicago police had requested a detailed victim profile from the FBI's behavioral science section. Officials said they would use it to plan extra patrols during the full moon period. Crawford said they were simply covering their asses. The victims had all been affluent. They needed to concentrate patrols in affluent neighborhoods. They knew there would be complaints. The ward bosses had fought over extra manpower since Freddie's death. If they patrolled upper-middle-class areas and the killer struck the South Side, the city fathers would face hell. But if it happened, they could blame the feds. He could already hear them. The feds told us to do it that way. Graham said he did not think the killer was any more likely to strike Chicago than anywhere else. No reason to assume so. It was pointless. Why could Bloom not write the profile? He was a consultant to behavioral science. Crawford said they did not want it from Bloom. They wanted it from the FBI. Blaming Bloom would do them no good. Besides, Bloom was still in the hospital. Crawford had orders to produce it. Someone on the Hill had called Justice. Above said do it. Would Graham just do it? Graham agreed he would. It was what he was doing anyway. Crawford said that was all he needed to know. Just keep doing it. Graham would rather return to Birmingham. Crawford said no. Stay with him on this. The last light of Friday burned down the west. 10 days remained. Reba McLean sat beside Dolarhyde in the van on Saturday morning, the silence stretching between them for 10 minutes. She wondered what kind of outing this really was and hoped it might be a picnic. The van halted. She heard him lower the window and give his name, mentioning Dr. Warfield. A voice answered, instructing him to place something under the wiper when they left. They rolled forward along a gentle curve as strange, heavy odors drifted on the breeze. In the distance, an elephant trumpeted. Reba smiled, recognizing the setting. The zoo. Not her first choice, but it would do. She asked who Dr. Warfield was. Dolarhyde explained he was the director and that the zoo was returning a favor for some film work they had done. The favor meant she would get to touch a tiger. She cautioned him not to surprise her too much, though excitement stirred inside her. He asked if she had ever seen a tiger up close. She admitted she had not, only a puma from her childhood zoo in Red Deer, and suggested they discuss this further. He told her the tiger was being worked on for a tooth issue and would be put to sleep. If she wanted, she could touch him. She asked if there would be a crowd. He assured her there would be none, just Warfield himself and a couple of others. The television crew would arrive after they left. An odd urgency edged his question when he asked if she wanted to do it. She answered with eager enthusiasm, thanking him for the fine surprise. The van stopped again. She wondered aloud how she would know the tiger was truly asleep. His reply came dryly. She could tickle him, and if he laughed, she should run. Inside the treatment room, the floor felt like cool linoleum beneath her shoes. The space echoed largely and carried a faint, radiant heat from the far side. Dolarhyde guided her carefully to a corner until she felt the forked pressure of the walls. The heavy musk of the animal filled the air now. She sensed its presence. Voices directed movements, lifting, easing down, adjusting a sling and cushion beneath the tiger's head. Footsteps retreated, leaving her waiting. Dolarhyde remained silent. She stated that it was in the room with them. He described how 10 men had carried the massive creature in on a sling. It measured 10 feet long. Dr. Warfield was listening to its heart and checking under an eyelid. He approached them. Reba extended her hand. A large, soft one took it. Dr. Warfield's. She thanked him for allowing her to come, calling it a treat. His deep, cultured voice, carrying the accent of Virginia, replied warmly that it enlivened his day and that they appreciated the film. They waited to confirm the tiger's respiration, and heartbeat remained strong before the dentist began. Warfield introduced her to Dr. Hassler, who was adjusting his head mirror. He placed a gold fang in her hand, explaining he had cleaned the broken tooth and taken an impression days earlier. He had chosen gold for fun rather than white, joking that Warfield never let him advertise on the cage. Reba ran her sensitive fingers over the taper, curve, and point, praising the craftsmanship. She heard the tiger's deep, slow breathing nearby. They positioned her facing the tiger's back. He lay sleeping on his right side on a work table under bright lights, about 2.5 feet away and waist high. Warfield guided her left hand to the table's edge so she could explore with her right. Hassler stayed close as well. Both men clearly enjoyed the moment. Heat from the lights warmed the top of her head, making her scalp tingle. She smelled her own hair like fresh sawdust in sunlight, along with Warfield's soap, alcohol, disinfectant, and the rich animal scent. A brief wave of faintness passed quickly. She gripped the table edge and reached out until her fingers met warm fur tips. Then a cooler layer, and finally the deep, steady heat beneath. She flattened her palm against the thick coat, sliding it gently with and against the lay, feeling the hide move over wide ribs that rose and fell with each breath. She gripped the pelt, fur springing between her fingers. In the tiger's presence, her face flushed pink, and she slipped into unconscious blindisms, small facial movements she usually controlled. Warfield and Hassler watched her lose herself in the sensation and felt glad. From the shadows, Dolarhyde's back muscles quivered as a drop of sweat slid down his ribs. Warfield led her around the table, her hand trailing along the tail. A sudden tightness seized Dolarhyde's chest when her fingers brushed over the tiger's furry testicles before moving on. Warfield lifted a great paw into her hand. She explored the rough pads, smelled the faint cage floor scent, and felt the heavy claw extend as he pressed a toe. The supple shoulder muscles filled her palms. She touched the ears, the broad head, and, with guidance, the rough tongue. Hot breath stirred the fine hairs on her forearms. Finally, Warfield placed a stethoscope in her ears. With her hands on the rhythmic chest and her face lifted, she felt filled with the bright thunder of the tiger's heart. Reba sat quiet, flushed and elated as they drove away. She turned to Dolarhyde once and expressed her deep thanks, adding that she would dearly love a martini if he didn't mind. Dolarhyde parked in his yard and told her to wait a minute. She felt relieved they had not returned to her stale, safe apartment. He carried in a sack from the liquor store, made a quick inspection of the house, and paused in the kitchen with his hands over his face. Uncertainty gripped him. He sensed danger, though not from her. He could not look up the stairs. Part of him knew he should take her home. Before his becoming, he would never have risked any of this. Now he understood he could do anything. He stepped back outside into the sunset and the long blue shadow of the van. Reba held his shoulders until her foot found the ground. She sensed the tall loom of the house and the echo of the closing door. He guided her across 4 steps of grass and then a ramp. A tremor ran through him when she took his arm. She asked about the ramp. He said old people had lived there before. Not now, he added. Inside the parlor, the air felt cool and tall, like a museum, with a faint trace of incense and a distant ticking clock. She noted it was a big old house with old things inside, brushing against a fringed lampshade and touching it curiously. She was aware the tiger had excited him. He had shuddered like a horse when she took his arm earlier. It had been an elegant gesture, perhaps even eloquent. She offered to help make the martinis, slipping off her shoes. In the kitchen, she flicked vermouth into the glass, added 2.5 ounces of gin, and dropped in 2 olives. She quickly mapped the house by sound: the ticking clock, the hum of a window air conditioner, and a warm patch of floor near the kitchen door where afternoon sun had lingered. Dolarhyde led her to his big chair and sat on the couch. A charged tension filled the air, like phosphorescence tracing movement in dark water. She set her drink on the stand beside her as he put on music. Debussy as the light outside failed. The room felt different to him. She was the first voluntary company he had ever brought here, dividing the space into her part and his. He asked about Denver. She answered absently, as if her mind lingered elsewhere. He described the house and its big hedged yard. Conversation was not really needed. In the quiet while he changed records, she told him he was full of surprises. The tiger, this house, and that she did not think anybody truly knew him at all. He asked who she had asked about him. When she said no one, he pressed the point about how she could know that nobody knew him, his focus on the phrasing keeping his tone carefully neutral. Reba McClane sat on the couch in Dolar Hyde's parlor, the fresh martini cold in her hand, and mentioned that some women from Gateway had seen them getting into his van the other day. They had grown suddenly curious. Now she had company every time she stopped at the Coke machine. He asked what they wanted to know. She explained they had hoped for juicy gossip, but when they learned there was none, they drifted away, merely fishing. He pressed her on what they had said. She had meant to turn their avid curiosity into gentle humor at her own expense, but the attempt was falling flat. She told him they wondered about everything and found him mysterious and interesting. It was a compliment, she insisted. He asked if they had described how he looked. The question came lightly, but Reba knew no one ever asked lightly. She met it squarely, saying she had not asked, but yes, they had told her their thoughts. She offered to repeat it verbatim if he truly wanted to hear it, warning him not to ask unless he meant it. He stayed silent. Suddenly, the space where he stood felt emptier than empty to her, a black hole that swallowed sound and gave nothing back. She knew he had not left the room. She would have heard him. She decided to tell him anyway. They had said he possessed a hard, clean neatness they liked and a remarkable body. They also said he was very sensitive about his face and should not be. Then she quoted the woman with the dentine gum, Eileen, exactly as she had spoken. He was not bad looking. She had dated worse, even a hockey player with a scarred lip that she found macho, and she envied his skin and hair. Eileen had also asked if he was as strong as he appeared. When he asked what Reba had answered, she said she did not know. She drained her glass, stood, and wondered aloud where he had gone. She sensed him shift between her and the stereo speaker. There he was. She asked if he wanted to know what she herself thought about it. She found his mouth with her fingertips and kissed him, pressing lightly against his clenched teeth. She registered at once that shyness, not distaste, held him rigid. Astonishment flooded through him. She asked him to show her the bathroom. He guided her down the hall. She assured him she could find her own way back. In the bathroom, she patted her hair, ran her fingers along the basin, and located the medicine cabinet. Open shelves only, no door. She touched the items carefully until she found a bottle, verified it was mouthwash by smell, and rinsed. When she returned to the parlor, she heard the familiar whir of a projector rewinding. Dolar Hyde handed her a fresh martini and said he had a little homework to finish. She offered to leave if she was keeping him from work and asked whether a cab could reach the house. He insisted he wanted her to stay. The film check would not take long. She chose the couch instead of the big chair. She asked if the film had a soundtrack. No. Could she keep the music playing? He agreed. She felt his attention on her. He wanted her there, but was frightened. She stretched out on the couch, telling him she might rest a few minutes and asking him to wake her if she drifted off. Her head settled on his thigh, the tips of her hair brushing his hand. He started the projector. In his mind, he had wanted to watch the Leeds or Jacoby film with her beside him, glancing between the screen and her face. But he knew she would never survive that. The women had seen her climb into his van. Instead, he chose the Sherman film, the family he would visit next. He would draw strength from the coming relief while looking at Reba as much as he liked. On the screen, the words, "The New House" appeared, spelled in pennies on shirt cardboard. A long shot showed Mrs. Sherman and the children playing in the pool. She held the ladder and looked up at the camera, her wet bosom swelling above her suit, pale legs scissoring in the water. He felt proud of his self-control, keeping his thoughts on this film and not the other. Yet in his mind he began addressing Mrs. Sherman the way he had once addressed Valerie Leeds. Reba stirred, set her glass on the floor, and rested her head fully on his thigh. The movie light played across the pale nape of her neck. He sat motionless, thumb working the remote to stop and rewind the film. On screen, Mrs. Sherman posed before a mirror in a wide hat, turned to the camera and smiled. His thoughts shaped themselves into the old ritual. You see me now. That's how you feel to see me. Do you feel me now? Trembling overtook him. His trousers pressed painfully against him. Warm breath seeped through the cloth. Reba had made her discovery. His thumb jerked the switch convulsively. The silent questions continued inside him. Do you feel this? Your heart is loud. It's fluttering now. It's fluttering now. It's trying to get out. And now it's quick and light and quicker and light and... gone. She rested her cheek against his thigh, turned her face toward him, and slid her hand inside his shirt to rest warmly on his chest. She hoped she had not shocked him. The sound of her living voice jolted him. He reached to feel if her heart was beating. It was. She held his hand there gently and asked whether he was finished already. A living woman. The strangeness of it filled him with power, whether the dragon's or his own he no longer knew. He lifted her from the couch without effort. She weighed nothing and was easier to carry because she was not limp, not upstairs. Hurrying now, grandmother's bed, the satin comforter sliding beneath them. She told him to wait while she removed her clothes. Something tore, and she did not care. She urged him on, called it sweet, asked him not to hold her down so she could rise to meet him. With Reba, his only living woman, held inside this fragile bubble of time, he felt for the first time that it was all right. He was releasing his own life into her starry darkness, sending himself away from this pain planet to peace and the promise of rest. Afterward, in the dark, he placed his hand on her and pressed gently to seal the way back. As she slept, Dolarhyde, the man who had murdered 11, listened again and again to the steady beat of her heart. Images drifted through him, Baroque pearls flying through friendly darkness, a berry pistol fired at the moon, a Hong Kong firework called the dragon sows his pearls. The dragon. He felt stunned, cloven in two. All night beside her he listened, fearful, for the sound of himself descending the stairs in the kimono. She stirred once, sleepily searching for the bedside glass until grandmother's teeth rattled inside it. He brought her water. She held him in the dark. When she slept again, he lifted her hand from his great tattoo and placed it against his own face. He slept hard at dawn. Reba McLean woke at 9 to the sound of his steady breathing. She stretched lazily in the big bed. He did not stir. She reviewed the house layout in her mind, the order of rugs, the direction of the ticking clock, then rose quietly and found the bathroom. After a long shower, she returned. He was still asleep. Her torn underclothes lay on the floor. She gathered them with her feet and stuffed them into her purse, pulled her cotton dress over her head, took up her cane, and walked outside. He had described the yard as large and level, bounded by wild hedges. So she moved cautiously at first. The morning breeze was cool, the sun warm. She stood in the grass and let the wind toss elderberry seed heads through her fingers. It found every crease of her shower-fresh body. She raised her arms and the wind blew cool beneath her breasts, along her arms and between her legs. Bees passed nearby. She was not afraid, and they left her alone. Dolarhyde woke, puzzled for an instant, because he was not in his upstairs room. Memory flooded back. He turned his head to the other pillow. Empty. Panic rose. Was she wandering the house? What might she find? Or had something happened in the night that needed cleaning up? He would be suspected. He might have to run. He checked the bathroom, the kitchen, the basement where his other wheelchair stood, then forced himself upstairs. His tattoo flexed with each step. The dragon glowed at him from the bedroom picture. He could not remain in that room. From an upstairs window, he spotted her standing in the yard. Francis! The voice came from inside his own room. It was the dragon speaking. This new two-ness disoriented him. He had first felt it the moment his hand rested on Reba's beating heart. The dragon had never spoken to him before. The voice terrified Dolarhyde. Francis, come here. He tried to block out the summons as he hurried down the stairs. What could Reba have found? He had put grandmother's teeth away after bringing her water. She could not see anything. Freddie's tape sat in the cassette recorder in the parlor. He checked it. The tape was rewound to the start. He could not remember if he had rewound it after playing it over the phone to the tattler. She must not come back inside. He did not know what might happen in the house. She might receive a terrible surprise. The dragon might descend. He knew how easily she would tear. The women had seen her climb into his van. Warfield would remember them together. He dressed hurriedly. Reba McClane wandered the yard, feeling the cool bark of a tree trunk shadow, then the sun again on her skin. She navigated easily by the heat of the sun and the hum of the window air conditioner. She turned in slow circles, trailing her hands across shrubs and overgrown flowers. A cloud passed over the sun, and she stopped, uncertain of her direction. The air conditioner had fallen silent. Uneasiness flickered through her until she clapped her hands and heard the reassuring echo from the house. She flipped up her watch crystal and felt the time. She would have to wake Dolarhyde soon. She needed to go home. The screen door slammed. She called out a cheerful good morning. His keys jingled as he crossed the grass toward her. He approached cautiously, as if the wind of his movement might knock her over, and saw that she was not afraid of him. She showed no embarrassment or shame about what had happened in the night. No anger. She did not run or threaten him. He wondered if it was because she had never seen his private parts. Reba put her arms around him and rested her head on his hard chest. His heart raced beneath her ear. He managed a good morning in return. She told him she had had a really terrific time. He searched for the right reply. Good, me too. That seemed safe enough. He needed to get her away from here. She said she needed to go home now, because her sister was coming to pick her up for lunch. He could join them if he liked. He told her he had to go to the plant, adjusting the lie he had prepared. She offered to fetch her purse. No, I'll get it. Almost blind to his own true feelings, no more able to express them than a star could blush. Dolarhyde did not understand what had happened to him with Reba McClane or why. Confusion spiked with fresh fear at being two. She threatened him. She did not threaten him. There was the startling, live acceptance of her movements in grandmother's bed. Often he did not discover what he felt until he acted. He still did not know how he felt toward Reba McClane. An ugly incident on the drive home clarified a little. Just past the Lindbergh Boulevard exit off Interstate 70, Dolarhyde pulled into a Servco Supreme station to fill the van. The attendant was heavy-set and sullen, his breath sour with muscatel. He made a face when asked to check the oil. The van was a quart low. The attendant jammed the spout into the can and then into the engine. Dolarhyde climbed out to pay. The attendant grew enthusiastic about cleaning the windshield, the passenger side. He wiped it again and again. Reba sat in the high bucket seat, legs crossed, her skirt riding up over her knee. Her white cane rested between the seats. The attendant started over on the windshield, staring up her dress. Dolahide glanced up from his wallet and caught him. He reached through the van window and switched the wipers on high, batting the man's fingers. The attendant protested. He busied himself removing the oil can from the engine, wearing a sly grin until Dolahide came around the van. "You son of a bitch!" The words hissed sharply over the S. The attendant, roughly Dolahide's size but far softer, demanded to know what his problem was. He was young to have dentures and had not cared for them. Their greenness disgusted Dolahide. He asked softly what had happened to the man's teeth. The attendant snapped back defensively. Dolahide stepped too close. "Did you pull them for your boyfriend, you rotten prick? Get the hell away from me." Quietly, "Pig, idiot, trash, fool." With a single shove, Dolahide sent him, slamming back against the van. The oil can and spout clattered onto the asphalt. Dolahide picked him up. "Don't run. I can catch you." He pulled the spout from the can and eyed its sharp end. The attendant paled. Something in Dolahide's face was new to him. For a red instant, Dolahide envisioned the spout jammed into the man's chest, draining his heart. Then he saw Reba through the windshield, shaking her head and trying to roll down her window. "Ever had anything broken, ass eyes?" The attendant shook his head rapidly. He swore he had meant no offense. Dolahide held the curved metal spout before the man's face, bent it double with both hands as his chest muscles bunched, then pulled out the attendant's waistband and dropped the spout down the front of his pants. "Keep your pig eyes to yourself." He stuffed money for the gas into the man's shirt pocket. "You can run now, but I could catch you any time." The tape arrived Saturday in a small package addressed to Will Graham, care of FBI headquarters in Washington. It had been mailed from Chicago on the day Lowndes was killed. The laboratory and latent prints found nothing useful on the cassette, case, or wrapper. A copy reached Chicago in the afternoon pouch. Special Agent Chester delivered it to Graham in the jury room mid-afternoon with a memo from Lloyd Bowman attached. Voice prints confirmed it was Lowndes, clearly repeating dictation. The tape was new, manufactured within the last 3 months, and never used before. Behavioral science was examining the content. Dr. Bloom should hear it when well enough, Graham could decide. The killer was obviously trying to rattle him. He would do that once too often. Graham appreciated the dry vote of confidence. He knew he had to listen. He waited until Chester left. He did not want to be closed inside the jury room with it. The empty courtroom felt better. Sunlight slanted through the tall windows. The cleaning crew had been through. Dust still floated in the beams. The small gray recorder went on a counsel table. Graham pushed play. A technician's monotone announced the case number, item, and that this was a re-recording. The sound quality shifted. Graham gripped the jury box railing with both hands. Freddie Lowndes sounded exhausted and terrified. He had been granted a great privilege. He had seen with wonder and awe the strength of the great red dragon. The original recording had been stopped and started repeatedly. The machine captured each clack of the stop key. Graham pictured the dragon's finger on it. Lowndes said he had lied about him. Everything he wrote had come from Will Graham. He had been forced to blaspheme against the dragon. Even so, the dragon was merciful. Now he wanted to serve him. The dragon had helped him understand his splendor, and he would praise him. Newspapers must always capitalize the H in him when printing this. He knew Graham had made him lie. Because he had been forced, the dragon would be more merciful to him than to Graham. Reach behind you, Will Graham, and feel for the small knobs on the top of your pelvis. Feel your spine between them. That was the precise spot where the dragon would snap his spine. Graham kept his hands on the railing. He would not feel for it. Did the dragon not know the proper name for the iliac spine, or had he chosen not to use it? There was much more for Graham to dread. From Lowndes' own lips, he would learn a little more to dread. A pause. Then the awful screaming began. Worse was the blubbering, lipless cry. "You goddamn bastard, you promised!" Graham dropped his head between his knees until the bright spots stopped dancing before his eyes. He opened his mouth and breathed deeply. An hour passed before he could listen again. He carried the recorder into the jury room, but found it too close. He left it running and returned to the courtroom, listening through the open door. "I have had a great privilege." Someone appeared at the courtroom door. Graham recognized a young clerk from the Chicago FBI office and motioned him inside. A clerk stepped into the empty courtroom and told Graham a letter had arrived for him. Chester had sent it and made sure to note that the postal inspector had fluoroscoped the envelope. He pulled out a sheet of heavy mauve stationery. Graham hoped it might be from Molly. The clerk added that it was payday and handed over his check. On the tape recorder, Freddie Lowndes screamed. The young man flinched. Graham apologized and told him to go home. He carried the letter to the jury box and sat down, craving any scrap of relief. The note was from Dr. Hannibal Lecter. Graham read the elegant handwriting. Lecter offered brief congratulations on the fine job with Mr. Lowndes and called him a cunning boy. He admitted Lowndes had often offended him with ignorant drivel, but the man had revealed one useful detail: Graham's time in the mental hospital. Lecter suggested his own lawyer should have raised it in court. He advised Graham to stop worrying and relax with himself, reminding him that natures were issued along with lungs and pancreas and everything else, so there was no point fighting it. He wanted to help. He asked whether, after Graham shot Garrett Jacob Hobbs to death, the depression had truly come from the act itself or from how good the killing had felt. Lecter urged him not to worry about it. After all, it must feel good to God, who did it constantly, and were humans not made in his image. He pointed out yesterday's newspaper story of a church roof collapsing on 34 worshipers in Texas during a hymn, and last week's plane crash that killed 160 Filipinos. God would let Graham have Hobbs, too, now, and would not begrudge him such small mercies while staying far ahead. Graham knew Lecter was dead wrong about Hobbs. Yet for half a second, he wondered if the doctor might be a little right about Freddie Lowndes. The enemy inside him agreed with any accusation. He had placed his hand on Freddie's shoulder in that Tattler photograph to prove he had fed the reporter the insults about the dragon. Or had he wanted to put Freddie at risk, just a little? The certain knowledge that he would never knowingly miss a chance at the dragon steadied him. Aloud he muttered that he was worn out with crazy sons of bitches. He needed a break. He dialed Molly at her parents' house, but no one answered. He mumbled that they were probably out in their damned motorhome. He left the courthouse for coffee, partly to prove to himself he was not hiding in the jury room. In a jewelry store window, he spotted a delicate antique gold bracelet. It took most of his paycheck. He had it wrapped and stamped for mailing, then addressed the package to Molly in Oregon only when he stood alone at the mail drop. He did not realize, as Molly did, that he gave presents when he was angry. Back inside, the thought of Valerie Leeds pushed him forward. He forced himself to settle into the minutely detailed victim profile he was building from reports and his own observations. Affluence was one clear parallel. Both families had been affluent. He noted that Valerie Leeds had saved money on pantyhose and suspected she had grown up poor. Her own children seemed a little too well turned out. Graham himself had been a poor child, trailing his father from boatyards in Biloxi and Greenville to lake boats on Erie. Always the new boy at school, always the stranger. He carried a half-buried grudge against the rich. He compared the families. Jacoby had a ski boat, Leeds had a ski boat, Jacoby had a three-wheeler, Leeds had a trail bike. Graham licked his thumb and turned the page of the Jacoby probate file. The fourth item on the second page stopped him. A Xenon Pacific movie projector. How had he missed it? He had examined every crate in the Birmingham warehouse, hunting for anything that would give him an intimate view of the Jacobys. The projector was not listed on the warehouse inventory or Byron Metcalf's executor list. No camera, no film either. Graham leaned back and stared at the smiling Jacoby family photograph propped before him. What had they done with it? Had it been stolen? Had the killer taken it? If so, the equipment carried serial numbers that could be traced. He spent an hour cross-checking the storage inventory against the insurance declarations. Everything else matched except two small precious items. A crystal oddment box with a sterling lid and a sterling picture frame worked with vines and flowers. Both were listed on the insurance papers but absent from Metcalf's lockbox inventory. He called Birmingham Homicide and asked the 3 to 11 watch commander for the in-and-out log kept at the sealed Jacoby house. A clerk confirmed that Niles Jacoby had entered on July 2nd at 7 p.m. with permission to retrieve personal items. No suitcase was noted. Graham then phoned Byron Metcalf. He told the attorney he believed Niles had lifted a few things after the murders, including the missing sterling picture frame. Graham had seen a loose family photo in the boys' dormitory room with the mat impression still visible. He added that a movie projector and camera were also gone. If Niles had not taken them, the killer might have. They needed serial numbers circulated to hawk shops and placed on the national hot sheet. The frame had probably already been melted down. Metcalf said he would handle it. As executor, he could search Niles's car without a warrant, and a friendly judge would paper the room. He promised to call Graham back. Graham returned to the profile and added affluence as a key element. He wondered whether Mrs. Leeds and Mrs. Jacoby had ever shopped in tennis clothes, a fashionable but provocative choice that could stir both class resentment and lust. He pictured them pushing grocery carts, short pleated skirts brushing tanned thighs, sweat sock balls winking, while a husky man with barracuda eyes bought cold lunch meat to eat alone in his car. How many families with 3 children and a pet slept behind nothing stronger than common locks, separated from the dragon only by those thin barriers? When Graham imagined possible victims, he saw clever, successful people living in graceful houses. But the next person to confront the dragon had no children, no pet, and no grace in his house. The next person was Francis Dolarhyde. Dolarhyde strained beneath the barbell in the attic, muscles burning as he heaved 280 pounds from the floor to his chest and then overhead. Sweatpants hid his tattoo, the sweatshirt draped over the image of the great red dragon and the woman clothed with the sun. The kimono hung on the wall like discarded snakeskin, veiling the mirror. He wore no mask. A rasping voice suddenly cut through the room. Startled, he nearly dropped the weight, swaying before lowering it with a heavy clank. He turned, arms hanging loose, staring toward the sound. The voice demanded again whom he was thinking about, its harsh volume scraping his own throat. He knew it came from the dragon. Fear tightened in his chest. From the start, they had been one. He becoming, the dragon his higher self, bodies and wills merged. Not anymore. Not since Reba. He pushed her name from his mind. The dragon asked who was acceptable. Dolarhyde forced out Mrs. Sherman's name, the words thick and difficult. The voice sharpened, ordering him to speak clearly. He seized the barbell again, thrusting it overhead with greater effort, muttering about Mrs. Sherman wet in the water. The dragon accused him of obsessing over his little buddy, wanting Reba as his companion. The weight crashed down. Dolarhyde denied it, speech crumbling under fear as he sealed his nostrils with his lip. The dragon called the denial a stupid lie, commanding him to remember the becoming and prepare for the Shermans while lifting. Dolarhyde strained, desperately picturing Mrs. Sherman in his arms, fighting her husband in darkness until blood loss made the man's heart flutter like a trapped bird. He tried to focus only on that heart, not Reba's. Fear drained his power. The barbell rose only to his thighs before dropping again. The dragon declared it unacceptable. When Dolarhyde faltered on the name once more, the voice accused him of never intending to take the Shermans, of craving Reba as his little buddy and friend. Dolarhyde denied it. The dragon roared that it was a lie, mocking his sniveling harelip and demanding he approach. He obeyed. The dragon ordered the sweatshirt lowered. Dolarhyde complied, revealing the glowing image on the wall. The voice commanded the kimono removed and the mirror faced. He looked, unable to turn away from the scalding reflection, seeing his own drool. The dragon promised a surprise for his little buddy and ordered the sweatpants stripped. Dolarhyde's hands wore at the waistband until the fabric tore. His right hand flung the rags aside while his left clutched uselessly. He collapsed onto the mat, curling tight like a split lobster, hugging himself and groaning as the tattoo blazed under the harsh lights. The dragon repeated its disgust at the dirty child before him and ordered him to fetch the teeth. Dolarhyde padded out and returned with them. The voice instructed him to lock the dragon's teeth between his palms and squeeze, then hold them under his belly, gripping himself between the jaws. He resisted at first, but obeyed. The teeth bit into him. Spit and tears dripped onto his chest as he pleaded. The dragon named him Awful, left from the becoming. Then Cuntface, forcing him to repeat it while he struggled to form the words. It promised soon to be cleansed of him and asked if that would be good. Dolarhyde agreed weakly. The dragon demanded who would be next. When he stumbled on Mrs. Sherman again, sharp pain lanced through him with fresh terror. It threatened to tear him apart. In panic, his speech cleared as he offered Reba instead. The dragon claimed her and all the others as its own. Reba McLean first, then the Shermans. Dolarhyde warned the law would know. The voice assured him it had already provided for that day and demanded he doubt nothing. It asked who he was. He answered, Cuntface. The dragon mocked his weakness, vowing to destroy Reba and humiliate him with her remains if he opposed it, then ordered 300 pounds loaded. Dolarhyde added the plates, never having attempted so much before. The voice commanded the lift. He knew that if he failed to match the dragon's strength, Reba would die. He strained until the room reddened before his eyes, gasping that he couldn't. The dragon answered that he could not, but it could. The barbell rose smoothly to his shoulders and then overhead with ease. Dolarhyde heard his own voice, proud and quivering. Bid goodbye to Cuntface as the dragon spoke through him. Francis Dolarhyde never reached work that Monday morning. He left home precisely on schedule, appearance flawless, driving with mechanical precision. At the Missouri River Bridge, he slipped on dark glasses against the rising sun. The foam cooler squeaked beside him until he moved it to the floor, reminding himself to collect dry ice and retrieve the film. Crossing the channel, he watched whitecaps on the sliding water and suddenly felt himself sliding while the river stood still. A collapsing disorientation washed over him. He eased off the accelerator. The van drifted to a stop in the outside lane. Horns blared behind him. He heard none of it. He sat motionless, sliding northward over the fixed river, facing the sun. Tears slipped from beneath his glasses, burning hot on his forearms. A driver rapped on the window, face pale and swollen with sleep, shouting through the glass. Blue lights flashed from the far end of the bridge. Dolarhyde knew he should move. His body responded, pressing the gas. The man jumped back to protect his feet. He pulled into a large motel parking lot near the US 270 interchange. A school bus waited there, a tuba bell visible through its rear window. For a moment he wondered if he should board with the elderly passengers. The thought dissolved. He searched vaguely for his mother's Packard and heard her old command not to dirty the seat. None of it fit. He stood in a motel lot on the west side of St. Louis, desperate to choose but unable. In 6 days, he would kill Reba McClane if he could wait that long. A high nasal sound escaped him. Perhaps the dragon would accept the Shermans first and grant another moon. He knew it would not. Reba knew nothing of the dragon. She believed she lay with Francis Dolarhyde. She had welcomed his body in grandmother's bed, and later told him in the yard how terrific the time had been. The realization that she liked Francis Dolarhyde struck him as perverted and despicable, yet it felt unbearably good. She was guilty of that liking, demonstrably guilty. Without the power of becoming, without the dragon, he could never have brought her home or performed. Or could he? Her words echoed in memory. She had called it so sweet and addressed him as man. Breakfast guests streamed past his van, their casual glances brushing over him like insect feet. He needed to think but could not return home. He checked into the motel, phoned the office claiming illness. The room felt bland and silent, decorated only with poor steamboat prints. Nothing glowed from the walls. Dolarhyde lay fully clothed on the bed, staring at the sparkling flecks in the ceiling plaster. Every few minutes he rose to urinate, alternating between shivers and sweats. An hour slipped by. He did not want to surrender Reba to the dragon. In the brief calm between waves of crushing fear, he forced himself to imagine what the dragon would do to him if he failed to deliver her. Dolarhyde wondered how he could keep Reba from the dragon. One desperate way kept pushing at him. He rose. The bathroom light switch clacked sharply against the tile. He studied the shower curtain rod, a solid 1-inch pipe bolted firmly to the walls. He stripped the curtain free and draped it over the mirror. Gripping the pipe, he chinned himself one-handed, toes scraping up the tub side. It held. His belt would hold, too. He could force himself to do it. The fear of dying itself did not touch him. He knotted the belt around the pipe in a bowline, the buckle end forming a stiff noose. It hung motionless. He sat on the toilet lid and stared at it. There would be no drop, but he could endure the rest. He could keep his hands away until weakness took them. Yet how could he be certain his death would harm the dragon now that they were truly two? It might do nothing. How could he guarantee the dragon would leave her untouched? It could be days before anyone found him. She might worry, come to the house, feel her way upstairs, and walk straight into the surprise waiting there. The great red dragon would spend an hour spitting her broken body down the stairs. Should he warn her by phone? Even warned, what could she do against it? Nothing. She could only hope for a quick death. Hope the rage made the bite deep and final. Upstairs in his house, the dragon waited in the pictures. He had framed himself, waited in countless art books and magazines, reborn each time a photographer captured its image. In his mind, he already heard the dragon's powerful voice cursing Reba first, then turning that same rage on him, telling her he was nothing. "Don't do that," he whispered to the echoing tile. He listened to the sound of his own voice, Francis Dolarhyde's voice, the one Reba understood without effort. All his life he had been ashamed of it, had used it to spit bitter and vicious things at others, yet he had never heard that voice curse him. The memory of it repeating the dragon's abuse shamed him now. He was probably not much of a man, he thought. It struck him that he had never truly found out, and the question made him curious. One small rag of pride remained, the one Reba had given him. It told him dying in a bathroom was a pitiful end. There had to be another way. When it came, he knew it was blasphemy, yet it was a way. He paced the motel room between the beds, from door to windows, practicing the words aloud. They came clearly if he breathed deep between sentences and refused to hurry. Between fear surges, he could speak well. A bad wave hit him now, doubling him with dry heaves. He waited for the calm that always followed, then dialed Brooklyn. A junior high band loaded onto the bus in the motel lot. The children watched him pass. A fat boy scowled, puffed his chest, and flexed after him. Two girls giggled. The tuba blatted from the bus window. He heard none of the laughter behind him. 20 minutes later, he halted the van in the lane 300 yards from grandmother's house. He mopped his face, drew 3 or 4 deep breaths, gripped the house key in his left hand and the wheel in his right. A high keening tore through his nose, rising louder. He floored the accelerator. Gravel sprayed as the van lunged forward, the house swelling in the windshield. It slid sideways into the yard, and he was out, running. Inside, he kept his eyes straight ahead, pounded down the basement stairs, and fumbled at the padlocked trunk. The trunk keys were upstairs. He gave himself no time to think. A loud humming filled his nose, loud enough to numb thought and drown every voice as he sprinted back up. At the bureau, he rifled the drawer for the keys, refusing to look at the dragon picture at the foot of the bed. The voice crashed over him. "What are you doing?" It had never seen a child so disgusting and dirty. "Stop!" His hands slowed. "Look at me." He clutched the bureau edge, fighting not to turn. His head swung anyway. He cut his eyes painfully aside. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." The telephone rang and rang. He snatched it up, back still to the picture. Reba asked how he was feeling. He managed to whisper that he was okay. She said she had tried the office. They told her he was sick and he sounded awful. She wanted to know what was wrong. He told her it was flu. She asked if he was going to the doctor, repeating the question when he stayed silent. She told him he shouldn't be alone like this. She offered to send someone or come herself with Marcia at lunch. He said no. His fingers closed on the keys beneath a coiled belt. He backed into the hall, still holding the phone. He told her he was all right and would see her soon. The sibilance nearly tripped him. He ran downstairs. The cord ripped from the wall and the phone clattered after him. A scream of pure rage followed. "Come here, cunt face." He reached the basement. Beside the case of dynamite in the trunk lay the small valise packed with cash, credit cards, driver's licenses in different names, pistol, knife, and blackjack. He seized the valise, raced upstairs past the open stairwell ready to fight if the dragon descended, then dove into the van and fishtailed out the gravel lane. On the highway, he pulled onto the shoulder and vomited yellow bile. Some of the fear drained away. He drove at legal speed, signaling early with his flashers, and headed carefully for the airport. Dollar High paid the taxi in front of an apartment house on Eastern Parkway, 2 blocks from the Brooklyn Museum, and walked the rest of the way. Joggers passed him toward Prospect Park. From the traffic island near the IRT subway station, he studied the Greek Revival building. He had never seen it in person. Only in the guidebook he had ordered the moment he noticed Brooklyn Museum printed beneath photographs of the painting. The names of great thinkers from Confucius to Demosthenes stood carved above the entrance. The imposing structure with its botanical gardens beside it felt like a fitting house for the dragon. The subway rumbled beneath the street, vibrating through his soles. Stale air breathed from the gratings, mixing with the chemical smell of dye in his mustache. 1 hour remained before closing. He crossed and entered. The check room attendant took his valise. He asked whether the check room would be open tomorrow. The wizened woman in the blue smock told him the museum was closed tomorrow and turned away. He asked if tomorrow's visitors would use the check room. She said no, everything was closed. Good. He thanked her. He moved through the Oceanic Hall and the Hall of the Americas on the ground floor, taking in Andes pottery, primitive edge weapons, and the powerful masks of the Northwest Coast Indians. 40 minutes remained. He had no more time to memorize the ground floor, but he already knew the exits and public elevators. He rode up to the 5th floor. He could feel the dragon's nearness, yet it was safe. He would not round a corner and meet it face to face. The painting was not on public display. It had been locked away in darkness since its return from the Tate Gallery in London. Nearly 200 years old, and a watercolor, it could not bear light. He stopped before Albert Bierstadt's A Storm in the Rocky Mountains. Mount Rosalie, 1866. From there he could see the locked doors of the painting study and storage department. That was where the dragon waited, the original, not a copy. He would return tomorrow with his appointment. He circled the entire 5th floor, passing the corridor of portraits without seeing any of them. He noted every exit, the fire stairs, the main staircase, and the locations of the public elevators. The guards were polite, middle-aged men in thick-soled shoes, legs shaped by years of standing. None carried weapons except possibly the one in the lobby, who might be a moonlighting cop. Closing time sounded over the public address system. He collected his valise. Outside, on the pavement beneath the allegorical figure of Brooklyn, he watched the crowd spill into the pleasant summer evening. Joggers marked time on the sidewalk while the stream of visitors crossed toward the subway. He spent a few quiet minutes in the botanical gardens, then hailed a taxi and gave the driver the address of the store he had found in the yellow pages. Will Graham set his briefcase on the floor outside the Chicago apartment and dug for his keys. He had spent the day in Detroit interviewing hospital staff and checking records where Mrs. Jacoby had volunteered before the family moved to Birmingham. He hunted for a drifter who might have worked in both Detroit and Atlanta, or Birmingham and Atlanta, someone with access to a van and wheelchair, who had seen both Mrs. Jacoby and Mrs. Leeds before breaking into their homes. Crawford had called the trip a waste of time, but humored him anyway. Crawford had been right. Damn him for being right so often. The telephone rang inside the apartment. Graham's keys snagged in his pocket lining. He yanked them free, pulling a long thread with them. Coins spilled down his trouser leg and scattered across the floor. He cursed and crossed half the room before the ringing stopped. Maybe Molly had been trying to reach him. He called her in Oregon. Willie's grandfather answered with his mouth full. It was supper time there. Graham asked him to have Molly call back when she finished eating. He was in the shower, shampoo stinging his eyes, when the phone rang again. He rinsed quickly and dripped across the floor to answer. Byron Metcalf from Birmingham greeted him. Metcalf had good news and bad. Graham had been right about Niles Jacoby stealing items from the house. The boy had sold most of it, but Metcalf squeezed him with some hash found in his room and got a confession. That was the bad part. Graham had hoped the Tooth Fairy had taken and fenced the goods. The good news was some film. Niles claimed 2 reels were hidden under the seat in his car. Randy, Niles' friend, was still using the vehicle, but they would locate him soon. Metcalf offered to fly the film straight to Chicago and call when it was en route. Graham told him to do that and thanked him. Molly called just as he began drifting toward sleep. After they both said they were fine, conversation faltered. She reported Willie was having a wonderful time and let the boy say goodnight. Willie excitedly told him Grandpa had bought a pony. Molly had not mentioned it. The Brooklyn Museum stayed closed to the general public on Tuesdays, but admitted art classes and researchers by appointment. Staff were helpful and often allowed scholars to view items not on public display. Francis Dolahide emerged from the IRT subway station shortly after 2 that Tuesday afternoon, carrying a notebook, a Tate Gallery catalog, and a William Blake biography. Beneath his shirt, an elastic bandage pressed a flat 9mm pistol, a leather sap, and his razor-edged filleting knife tight against his belly. His sport coat buttoned over them. A chloroform-soaked cloth sealed in plastic rested in his coat pocket. In his hand, he carried a new guitar case. 3 pay phones stood near the subway exit on Eastern Parkway. One had been ripped out, another worked. He fed it quarters until Reba answered over background darkroom noise. She asked how he felt. Traffic noise made hearing difficult. He said he was okay and that he wanted to talk to her later. She agreed, but said she had to work tonight and could not see him. She asked him to call and told him she wanted him to come soon. Fear trickled from his breastbone to his belly. He squeezed it down and crossed the street. Tuesday entrance was through a single door on the far right. Dolarhyde followed 4 art students inside. They stacked their bags against the wall and showed passes. The guard checked them, then turned to Dolarhyde and asked if he had an appointment. Dolarhyde nodded and gave Miss Harper's name in the painting study. He signed the register as Paul Crane with his own pen. The guard called upstairs to confirm. Dolarhyde turned away and studied a painting above the entrance while the guard spoke. From the corner of his eye, he spotted the armed guard in the lobby. The desk officer directed him to wait on a bench by the main elevators at the back of the lobby near the shop. Miss Harper would come down. He handed over a pink-on-white visitor badge and agreed to watch the guitar case. With lights dimmed, twilight filled the spaces between the great glass cases. Dolarhyde waited 3 minutes before Miss Harper stepped off the public elevator. She introduced herself as Paula Harper, younger and more severely pretty than she had sounded on the phone from St. Louis. She wore her blouse and skirt like a uniform. She confirmed he had called about the Blake watercolor and led him toward the staff elevator, explaining they would go upstairs. As they passed the dark museum shop and a small room of primitive weapons, she noticed the 6th-floor pass on his lapel. She said it did not matter, since no guards were on 5 today, and asked about his research. Dolarhyde answered with nods and smiles until then. He said he was writing a paper on Thomas Butts. She admitted she knew little beyond footnotes as Blake's patron, and asked if Butts was interesting. He said he was just beginning and would need to visit England. She mentioned the National Gallery held 2 watercolors done for Butts and advised writing ahead. The elevator arrived. On the 5th floor, Dolarhyde felt only a light tingle. Blood still flowed freely in his limbs. Soon it would be yes or no. If it went wrong, he would not let them take him alive. She led him down a corridor of American portraits, a different route than before, yet he kept his bearings. Then something in a wall niche stopped him cold. Paula Harper turned back when he did not follow and saw him rigid before the portrait. She explained it was a Gilbert Stuart painting of George Washington, the Lansdowne version similar to the one on the dollar bill, painted to thank the Marquis of Lansdowne for Revolutionary War support. She asked if he was all right. Dolarhyde paled. This was worse than any dollar bill. Washington's hooded eyes and bad false teeth stared out exactly like grandmother. He felt like a child holding a rubber knife. She asked again if he was okay. He forced out that he was taking cobalt. She offered him a seat, noticing a faint medicinal smell. He refused and told her to go ahead. He would follow. He pushed the thought away. Grandmother was already dead. Dead forever. He repeated it silently as he followed Miss Harper through waves of fear. They passed through double doors into the long, peaceful painting study and storage department, bright with carousel racks of draped paintings. Small office cubicles lined one wall. Typing sounded from the far end. He saw no one except Paula Harper. She brought him to a counter-height work table and a stool, then told him to wait while she fetched the painting. She disappeared behind the racks. Dolarhyde unbuttoned a button at his belly. Dolarhyde watched Miss Harper approach, the flat black case in her grip. He hadn't expected the painting to feel so small, so contained. The dimensions from the catalogs had meant nothing until now. He felt the dragon's power suddenly diminished, pulled away from the old house in the orchard and reduced to this quiet room. She spoke about the Solander box, explaining how light would damage it and why it rarely appeared on display. She set the case on the table and began to open it, but a noise at the double doors made her pause. She refastened the case and carried it with her to let Julio inside with his wheeled dolly. After the man left, she returned and apologized for the interruption, mentioning the dusting and framework. She reminded Dolarhyde of the rule. He could not touch the artwork. She would display it for him. He nodded, throat tight, unable to speak. She lifted the white cardboard folder, removed the plastic sheet and mat. There it was, the great red dragon and the woman clothed with the sun. The man-dragon loomed rampant over the pleading woman coiled in his tail. Small, yet it struck him with stunning force. The colors burned far richer than any reproduction had ever shown. Blake's handwriting edged the borders. 2 brown spots marked the right side of the paper. The image seized him instantly. The woman's hair matched Reba McClane's exactly. He stood 20 feet from the door. Voices stirred inside him, but he held them down. Miss Harper continued speaking, noting the use of chalk alongside watercolor. She stood angled to watch him closely, eyes never leaving the painting or his hands. Dolarhyde slipped his hand inside his shirt. A telephone rang somewhere. Typing stopped. A woman called from the far cubicle that it was Miss Harper's mother on the line. Miss Harper refused to turn, eyes fixed. She asked the woman to take a message. The typing resumed. He could not hold back any longer. The dragon moved first. Dolarhyde suddenly pointed and exclaimed about a large rat climbing a frame. Miss Harper turned to look. The blackjack slid free. With a sharp wrist motion, he struck the back of her skull. She sagged. He caught her blouse, pressed a chloroform rag over her face. She made one high, brief sound and went limp. He lowered her to the floor between the table and the painting racks, pulled the folder down with him, and squatted over her. Sounds of rustling paper, wadding, his own hoarse breathing, and the distant telephone filled the space. The other woman emerged from the office, calling for Paula. She walked behind the table, offering to handle the visitor. Then she saw them, Miss Harper on the floor, Dolarhyde squatting above her with the pistol visible, stuffing the last piece of the watercolor into his mouth. He rose, still chewing, and ran toward her. She fled into her office, slammed the flimsy door, and scrambled for the phone as it fell. She tried to dial on her knees. Dolarhyde's kick caved in the door. The impact smashed the lighted dial behind her ear. The receiver dropped, quacking uselessly. In the staff elevator, Dolarhyde watched the floor lights descend, gun pressed flat against his stomach beneath his books. On the first floor, he moved quickly through the deserted galleries, running shoes whispering over terrazzo. A wrong turn took him past whale masks and the great Sishute mask, costing precious seconds. He corrected course near the Haida totems and primitive weapons, then peered around the corner into the lobby. The desk officer stood at the bulletin board, 30 feet away. The armed guard bent near the door, rubbing a spot on his shoe, holster creaking. Dolarhyde tucked the gun under his belt and buttoned his coat over it. He crossed the lobby, unclipping his pass. The desk officer turned at the sound of footsteps. Dolarhyde thanked him and dropped the pass on the desk by its edges. The guard asked him to slide it through the slot. The reception phone rang. Dolarhyde fumbled the pass on the glass surface, then dropped it through. He retrieved his guitar case from the pile of knapsacks. The guard moved toward the ringing phone. Dolarhyde exited and walked fast toward the botanical gardens, ready to turn and fire at any pursuit. He ducked between a shed and a hedge, opened the guitar case, and emptied it. Tennis racket, ball, towel, grocery sack, and a large bunch of leafy celery. He tore off his outer clothes in one motion, revealing a Brooklyn College t-shirt and warm-up pants underneath. He stuffed the books, clothing, and weapons into the grocery bag, celery protruding from the top. After wiping the case, he shoved it under the hedge. Carrying the bag, racket, and bouncing the tennis ball, towel around his neck, he cut across the gardens and emerged onto Empire Boulevard. Joggers moved ahead of him. He followed them into Prospect Park as the first police cruiser screamed past. None of the joggers reacted. Neither did he. He alternated jogging and walking, a man cooling down from a hard workout after stopping at the store, grocery bag in hand. He forced himself to slow. He could choose his pace now. He could choose anything. In the courtroom, Crawford sat in the back row of the jury box, eating peanuts, while Graham closed the blinds. Crawford reminded him that the profile was due later that afternoon, as promised on Tuesday. Graham wanted to watch the films first. He opened the express envelope from Byron Metcalf and spilled out 2 dusty rolls of home movie film in plastic bags. They discussed Niles Jacoby briefly. Possible charges over Hash, though he would likely inherit anyway. Graham threaded the projector as the movie screen lowered to face the jury box. Crawford mentioned incoming reports from newsstand checks in Cincinnati, Detroit, and Chicago for anyone who might have obtained the Tattler quickly. The first film showed the Jacoby children fishing by a pond with cane poles. Graham tried not to picture them in their graves and focused only on the scene. The girl's bobber dipped. She had a bite. Crawford continued talking about Indianapolis dragging on their checks. Graham asked him to watch quietly. The short film ended with the girl catching a perch. The second film opened on a birthday party. The Jacobys sat around the dining table, singing. 11-year-old Donald faced the camera with the cake and candles reflecting in his glasses. His siblings watched as he blew them out. Mrs. Jacoby leaned in, dark hair swinging, to remove the cat from the table. She then handed her son a large envelope with a trailing ribbon. Donald opened it, showed the card to the camera. "Happy birthday! Follow the ribbon." The camera followed them to the kitchen, down the basement stairs to a 10-speed bicycle tied at the end of the ribbon. A cut showed the scene outdoors after heavy rain. Mr. Jacoby emerged from the basement door carrying the bicycle, a breeze lifting the hair over his bald spot. He set it down ceremoniously. The film ended with Donald's cautious first ride on the wet grass. Graham watched the frame freeze on Mr. Jacoby carrying the bicycle from the basement, the door swinging shut behind him with its padlock clearly visible. He felt the question sharpen in his mind. Crawford glanced up from the papers in his briefcase. Penlight clicked off and studied the screen. He confirmed the steel door with deadbolts had already been in place the night of the murders. Jacoby himself had installed it, the kind of security a Detroit man would choose. Graham pressed for the exact date of the change. Crawford's face tightened as he grasped the implication. The Tooth Fairy must have cased the house while the old padlocked door was still there. Graham laid out the logic he could see so clearly. The heavy bolt cutter carried in daylight over a long hike, unnecessary unless the intruder had expected exactly that kind of lock. He pictured the frustration when the new door appeared, the hasty, noisy pry on the patio that woke Jacoby and forced the messy kill on the stairs. So unlike the dragon's usual clean work at the Leeds house. Crawford agreed the timeline mattered. He promised to have Birmingham check the installation date, calculate the gap before the murders, and expand the car rental search to include vans. Within 40 minutes, the Birmingham field office radioed back through Realtor Geehan and a carpenter still working rafters. The steel door had gone in during the last week of April, 2 full months before the Jacobys died. Graham saw the interval stretch out in his head. The Tooth Fairy had to have spotted Mrs. Jacoby or the whole family sometime after their April 10th move-in and before the door was replaced. Unless he had followed them from Detroit, he had been in Birmingham during that window. The Bureau and local police were already pushing the search. He pointed out the next gap, how the intruder could have known about the inside basement door leading into the house. Crawford nodded. No way to assume that layout from outside, especially in the South. Graham was certain the man had been inside the house beforehand, Crawford suggested pulling the Jacoby bank statements for service calls or purchases between April 10th and the end of the month. Anything a door-to-door salesman might handle. They would do the same for the Leedses, looking farther back than the previous 2-week window. Graham reminded him they had always assumed the dragon had been inside the Leeds place, too. The glass cutter had been ready, even though the alley view was blocked by a lattice porch and no service calls appeared in the final 3 months. Crawford wondered if the meter reader in the alley 2 days before the Leeds murders might have seen them entering, while the porch door stood open. Graham shook his head and threaded the Leeds film again. On screen, the gray Scotty perked up and ran to the kitchen door as Valerie Leeds and the children came in with groceries. Nothing but lattice showed through the glass. The sight of her tugged at him harder than before. While Crawford stepped into the jury room to phone Metcalf, Graham ran both films once more. The Leeds dog had worn no collar, yet the dragon had known exactly which one was theirs. Valerie moved past the vulnerable glass pane. The Jacoby children appeared around the birthday table, candlelight flickering across their faces. For an instant, Graham saw the blob of wax on their bedside table and the bloodstains at the Leeds corner, the two scenes overlapping in his mind. Crawford returned, started to relay something from Metcalf. Graham cut him off sharply, hands still on the projector. Crawford waited without a word, eyes narrowing. The Jacoby film continued. Their cat appeared. The dragon had known that one too. The inside basement door. The outside door with its padlock. The bolt cutter the intruder had carried. The reel ended. Leader flapping loose. Graham stared at the familiar green box the Leeds film had come in. Their name and address were printed on it, along with the return label, Gateway Film Laboratory, St. Louis, Missouri, 63102. The city name clicked into place the same way any old phone number would. St. Louis, the one city where the Tatler had been available on Monday night, the day it was printed, the day before Lowndes was taken. The realization hit him like a jolt. He clamped both hands to the sides of his head to hold the thought steady. He asked if Metcalf was still on the line. Crawford handed him the receiver. Graham spoke quickly, confirming the film reels had arrived in their original containers and asking for any bank entries showing where the Jacobys had sent movie film for developing, checks to pharmacies or camera stores. He told Metcalf it was urgent. Birmingham agents would start checking stores immediately, and any lead should go straight to them and then to Chicago. Crawford had watched the two films 12 times by the time Birmingham called back. He listened, then turned to Graham with curious formality and extended his hand. It was Gateway. Crawford stirred an Alka-Seltzer in a plastic glass as the stewardess's voice called for passenger Crawford over the 727's intercom. He waved from his aisle seat. She approached and asked him to go to the cockpit. He returned 4 minutes later and slid back into the seat beside Graham. The Tooth Fairy had struck in New York that day. He had tapped 2 women on the head at the Brooklyn Museum and eaten a painting. The art squad connected it quickly once they learned what he consumed. They lifted 2 partial prints from the plastic pads he used and sent them to Price. When Price matched him on the screen, they hit no full ID, but the thumbprint matched the one left on the Leeds boy's eye. Graham winced, teeth clicking. Crawford noted New York meant little. The man could still work at Gateway and had simply been off duty today, which might help. The painting was William Blake's The Great Red Dragon and the woman clothed with the sun. The younger woman was under observation at the hospital. The older one needed 4 stitches and had a mild concussion. Descriptions were limited. Quiet, husky build, dark mustache and hair, likely a wig, from the younger witness and the door guard. The older woman saw almost nothing. He hadn't killed them. Bloom, consulted from his hospital bed, suggested the Tooth Fairy might be trying to stop. Dollarhide felt the flaps lower as the lights of St. Louis wheeled slowly beneath the black wing. The landing gear rumbled down and locked with a solid thud. He rolled his head to ease the stiffness in his thick neck. He was coming home. He had taken a great risk, yet he carried back the power to choose. He could keep Reba McClane alive, talk with her, feel her startling, harmless movement in his bed. He no longer dreaded his house. The dragon now lived inside him. He could enter and destroy any copy on the wall if he wished. If love for Reba stirred, he could feed the Shermans to the dragon and return to her calm. From the terminal, he called her apartment. No answer. He tried Bader Chemical. The nightline was busy. He pictured her tapping along with her cane toward the bus stop, raincoat over her shoulders. He drove to the film laboratory through light evening traffic in under 15 minutes. She wasn't at the bus stop. He parked behind Bader near the darkroom entrance, intending to tell her he was there and wait to drive her home. He felt proud of his new power and wanted to use it. He could catch up on office work while he waited. Only a few lights burned in Bader. Reba's darkroom was locked, its signal light off. He buzzed. No reply. Maybe she had left a message in his office. Footsteps approached. The Bader supervisor, Dandridge, hurried past the darkroom area carrying a thick bundle of personnel files without looking up. A crease formed on Dolarhyde's forehead. He followed Dandridge across the parking lot toward the Gateway building. 2 delivery vans and several cars sat there, including Fisk's Buick. Gateway's personnel director, what were they doing? No night shift operated at Gateway. Most of the building was dark. Dolarhyde moved by the glow of red exit signs toward his office. Lights shone behind the frosted glass of the personnel department. He heard voices, Dandridge and Fisk's. A woman's footsteps came. Fisk's secretary rounded the corner carrying heavy ledgers from accounting, a scarf over her curlers. She knocked on Fisk's door with her toe. Will Graham open it for her? Dolarhyde froze in the dark hallway. His gun remained in the van. The door closed. He moved fast, running shoes silent on the smooth floor. He pressed his face to the exit door glass and scanned the parking lot. A man with a flashlight stood beside a delivery van, dusting the outside mirror for prints. Footsteps sounded somewhere behind him in the corridors. He ducked around the corner, down the stairs to the basement furnace room on the far side of the building. Standing on a workbench, he reached the high windows that opened at ground level behind shrubbery. He rolled out and rose on hands and knees, ready to run or fight. Nothing moved on this side. He stood, slipped a hand in his pocket, and strolled across the street. He ran when sidewalks darkened and walked when cars passed, looping widely around Gateway and Bader. His van waited at the curb behind Bader. No cover nearby. He sprinted across, leaped in, and grabbed his valise. He loaded a full clip into the automatic, chambered around, and laid the pistol on the console beneath the T-shirt. He drove away slowly, careful at lights, easing into scattered traffic. Thinking grew difficult. It had to be the films. Graham had somehow learned about them. He knew where, but not who. If he knew who, he wouldn't need personnel records. Accounting records, too. Absences, matching them against the strike dates. Those were mostly Saturdays, except Lowndes. He'd checked absences the days before. No workmen's compensation slips existed for management to fool them there. Dolarhyde drove slowly up Lindbergh Boulevard, gesturing with his free hand as he ticked off the points. They were hunting fingerprints. He had given them almost none, except possibly on the plastic pass at the Brooklyn Museum, grabbed mostly by the edges. They must have a print to match against. They were checking the van. The wheelchair used with Lowndes had tipped them, or someone in Chicago had seen it. Many vans operated at Gateway. Graham simply knew he had a van. Graham knew because he knew the son of a bitch was a monster. They would fingerprint everyone at Gateway and Bader. If they missed him tonight, they would do it tomorrow. He would run forever with his face on every bulletin board. Everything was coming apart. He felt puny and small. Reba, he said aloud. She couldn't save him now. They were closing in, and he was nothing but a puny Hirili. The dragon's voice rumbled from deep inside him, as deep as the shredded painting in his bowels. Are you sorry now that you betrayed me? He hadn't. He had only wanted to choose. The dragon had called him. Give me what I want, and I'll save you. No, he would run. Give me what I want, and you'll hear Graham's spine snap. No. I admire what you did today. We're close now. We can be one again. Do you feel me inside you? You do, don't you? Yes. And you know, I can save you. You know they'll send you to a place worse than brother buddies. Give me what I want, and you'll be free. No. They'll kill you. You'll jerk on the ground. No. When you're gone, she'll fuck other people. No. Shut up. She'll fuck other people. Pretty people. She'll put their... Stop it. Shut up. Slow down. And I won't say it. Dolarhide's foot lifted from the accelerator. Dolarhide felt the dragon's voice surge deeper inside him, rumbling with approval as he eased off the accelerator. It promised that giving what it wanted would prevent the horrors, that he could always choose afterwards and speak clearly, that he would be strong again. It directed him to slow further and pull into the service station just ahead so they could talk properly. Graham stepped from the office suite into the dim hallway and let his eyes rest a moment. Restlessness gnawed at him. The operation was dragging, and secrecy had its limits. Crawford moved with remarkable speed through the records of the 380 Gateway and Beta employees, keeping the core team small so the man would not be spooked. The plan was to spot him tonight and take him quietly outside the plant, perhaps at his house or in the lot. St. Louis Homicide had sent Lieutenant Fogel and a sergeant in an unmarked car with a data fax. Wired to a plant phone, it transmitted the full employment roll simultaneously to FBI identification in Washington and the Missouri Department of Motor Vehicles. Names with security clearances moved faster. Motor vehicle records would flag any van owners. Only 4 people had been brought in discreetly. Fisk, the personnel manager, his secretary Dandridge from Bader, and Gateway's chief accountant. Agents visiting their homes and warning them not to use the phone. They had hoped for an immediate match from the teeth. None of the 4 recognized them. Graham stared down the long corridors lit by red exit signs. It still felt right. He wondered what else they could do tonight. Miss Harper would fly in tomorrow if she could travel. The St. Louis surveillance van would let her watch employees arrive. If nothing broke tonight, every trace of the operation would vanish before morning shift. They might have one full day before word spread, and the dragon fled. Reba had kept the late supper with Ralph Mandy civil. She knew the conversation had to happen and disliked loose ends. She sensed he guessed what was coming when she insisted they split the check. In the car on the way home, she told him gently that she had enjoyed their time together and wanted to stay friends. But she was involved with someone now. He took it well enough, a flicker of hurt mixed with relief. At her door, he asked only for a goodbye kiss. She gave it gladly. He opened the door, handed her the keys, and waited until she was inside and locked up. When he turned, Dolarhyde shot him once in the throat and twice in the chest with the silenced pistol. 3 quiet thumps. He lifted the body easily and laid it between the shrubs in the house. The kiss had cut Dolarhyde deeply at first. Then the pain simply left him. He still moved and spoke like Francis Dolarhyde. The dragon performed the role perfectly. Reba was washing her face when the doorbell rang 4 times. She touched the chain, but left it on. She asked who it was. He identified himself. She recognized the voice, slid the chain free, and opened the door. He stepped inside and pressed a chloroform rag over her face. The street was empty, most houses dark. He carried her to the van. Ralph Mandy's feet still protruded from the shrubs. Dolarhyde no longer cared. She woke on the ride, cheek pressed to the dusty carpet, transmission whined loud in her ear. Her arms were bound from elbows to wrists with soft cloth strips, her legs tied the same way from knees to ankles. Something covered her mouth. Memory flooded back. Dee at the door, the terrible strength, the choking cold cloth. Fear swelled in her chest. The van rocked over gravel now, rocks pinging beneath it. He was crazy. That was the only word for it. She fought the gag, retching on chloroform and gasoline fumes. His voice came calm from the front. It would not be long. The van stopped. She heard the side door slide open. Grass and hot tires scented the air, crickets cheering. He climbed in. She squealed into the gag and twisted away when he touched her. Soft pats on the shoulder failed to calm her. A sharp slap across the face did. He lifted her, carried her up a ramp. His house, she knew it by the clock ticking to the right, then rug and floor. He set her on the bed in the room where they had been together. Metal cans clinked on the floor. She smelled gasoline. His voice, calm and strangely distant, addressed her by name. He did not know what to say. She had felt so good to him, and he had done something for her today so the dragon could not have her. But he had been wrong. She had made him weak and then hurt him. She tried to speak through the gag. He asked if she would stay good if he untied her and let her sit up. She nodded toward the voice. Cold steel touched her skin. Cloth whispered apart. Her arms and legs came free. The gag lifted. Slowly she sat up on the bed, gathering herself. She told him she had not known he cared so much, that she was glad he felt that way, but he had frightened her. No answer came, yet she knew he remained close. She explained that it was only dumb Ralph Mandy who had upset him, that she had told Mandy she no longer wanted to see him because she wanted to see Dee instead. She would never see Ralph again. Dolarhyde, said Ralph, had died, and had not liked it much. She hoped it was fantasy. She insisted she had never hurt him, never wanted to, and that they could simply stay friends, enjoy each other, and forget this. He told her to be quiet. He said he would tell her the most important thing she would ever hear. Sermon on the Mount. Important. 10 Commandments important. She nodded. He asked if she knew about the remarkable events in Birmingham and Atlanta, the two groups of people who had been changed, the Leeds and the Jacoby families the police called murders. She shook her head at first. Then understanding came, and she nodded slowly. He asked if she knew what they called the being that had visited them. She began to speak the name. His hand clamped over her face, silencing her. He told her to think carefully and answer correctly. She said it was the dragon, something red dragon. He leaned close. She felt his breath on her face. He declared that he was the dragon. The volume and terrible timbre drove her backward against the headboard. He said the dragon wanted her, had always wanted her. He had tried today to keep the dragon from having her, and had been wrong. She pleaded with Dee, begging him not to give her to it, insisting she belonged to him, that he liked her and should keep her. He said he had not decided yet, that he might not be able to stop it. He would test whether she could do exactly as he told her. She promised to try if he did not frighten her too badly. He told her to stand up beside the bed and asked if she knew where she was in the room. Reba nodded, her pulse hammering as she tried to read the shift in his tone. He pressed her about the house, questioning whether she had wandered through it while he slept, probing if she had discovered something strange and shown it to anyone. She denied it quickly, insisting she had only stepped outside for a moment while he rested, swearing it was the truth. He asked again if she knew the location of the front door. She nodded once more, tension coiling in her chest. His voice dropped, commanding her to raise her hand slowly to his chest. Her mind raced with the desperate idea of striking for his eyes, but his fingers settled lightly on either side of her windpipe, warning that any sudden move would end her. She obeyed, feeling the cool metal of a key on a chain at his throat. With careful movements, she lifted it over his head. He told her this was a test of trust. She was to go to the front door, close and lock it, then return the key to him. He promised to wait exactly where he stood and cautioned her not to run, claiming he could catch her easily. The key rested heavy in her palm, the chain tapping against her thigh as she moved. Navigation felt harder in her shoes, yet she kept them on, letting the steady tick of a clock guide her through the space. Rug gave way to floor, then rug again. The sofa loomed ahead. She veered right, heart pounding. She weighed her chances, wondering whether to play along or seize the moment. Had the others tried fooling him? Dizziness washed over her from her rapid breathing. She fought it, refusing to let fear paralyze her. Everything hinged on whether the door stood open. She called out to confirm her direction, already knowing she was correct. His voice drifted from the bedroom, directing her 5 more steps ahead. Cool air brushed her face. The door was half open. She positioned her body to shield it from his view and slipped the key into the lock on the outside. Now. She lunged through, yanking the door shut behind her and twisting the key hard. Without her cane, she bolted down the ramp, trying to recall the van's position, running blind into the night. A bush snagged her. She screamed for help, voice raw and repeating. Gravel crunched underfoot as she veered toward the distant sound of a truck horn, breaking into a fast walk that became a trot, then a desperate run, zigzagging when grass replaced gravel. Heavy footsteps pounded behind her on the gravel. She scooped up a handful of rocks, waited until he closed in, and hurled them, hearing the impacts thud against him. A hard shove spun her around. A thick arm locked under her chin and around her neck, squeezing relentlessly. Blood roared in her ears as she kicked backward, connecting with his shin. The world grew quieter, fading. 2 hours later, the compiled list of white male employees aged 20 to 50 who owned vans held 26 names. Missouri DMV hair color data was ignored, since the dragon might wear a wig. Fisk's secretary, Miss Trillman, distributed copies around the room. Lieutenant Fogel scanned the names when his beeper sounded. After a brief call to headquarters, he covered the receiver and informed Crawford that Ralph Mandy, a 38-year-old white male, had just been found shot to death in University City, in the front yard of a house belonging to Reba McLean. Neighbors noted she worked for Bader, her door was unlocked, and she was missing. Crawford called out for Dandridge, asking about Reba. Dandridge confirmed she worked in the dark room, was blind, and originally from Colorado. He seemed to recognize the name Ralph Mandy, but a check of the employee roll showed Mandy did not work there. Fogel suggested it might be coincidence. Crawford echoed the doubt. Miss Trillman expressed hope that nothing had happened to Reba, mentioning she had spoken with her several times. When asked about Mandy, she said she did not know him, but recalled seeing Reba getting into Mr. Dolarhyde's van, which she described as dark brown or possibly black. Crawford asked where Dolarhyde worked. Fisk replied that he was the production supervisor, with his office just down the hall. Graham was already moving before Crawford could turn to him. Dolarhyde's office door was locked, but a passkey from maintenance opened it. Graham flipped on the light and stood in the doorway, taking in the extreme neatness. No personal items were visible. The shelves held only technical manuals. He noted the desk lamp positioned on the left side of the chair, confirming the man was right-handed. They needed a left thumbprint quickly from a right-handed suspect. He suggested searching for a clipboard, where the man would likely press his left thumb on the clip. As they began on the drawers, Graham's eye caught the desk appointment calendar. He flipped back to Saturday, June 28th, the date of the Jacoby killings. The preceding Thursday and Friday were blank. He turned forward to the last week in July, Those Thursday and Friday were also unmarked, but Wednesday carried a note, M552, 3:45 to 6:15. Graham copied the entry and asked where the flight went. Crawford offered to check while Graham continued. Crawford stepped across the hall to a telephone. Graham was examining a tube of denture adhesive in the bottom drawer when Crawford called from the doorway. The flight went to Atlanta. It was time to take Dolarhyde. Cold water splashed across Reba's face and into her hair, leaving her dizzy on a hard, sloping surface. Wood pressed against her. A cold, wet towel wiped her skin. Dolarhyde's calm voice asked if she was all right. She recoiled from the sound, groaning. He told her to breathe deeply. After a minute, he asked if she could stand. With his arm supporting her, she rose, her stomach heaving until the spasm passed. He guided her up the ramp, asking if she remembered where she was. She nodded. He instructed her to remove the key from the door, step inside, lock it, and return the key around his neck. She heard him test the knob, confirming it was secure, then told her to go to the bedroom. She stumbled and dropped to her knees, head bowed. He lifted her by the arms and guided her the rest of the way, directing her to sit in the chair. A commanding voice inside him demanded she be given over now. She struggled to rise, but his strong hands held her down. He warned her to stay still, or he could not keep the other at bay. Her mind sharpened reluctantly. She pleaded with him to try. He told her it was all over for him. The sharp smell of gasoline filled the air as he moved about. He told her to extend her hand and feel something without grabbing. Her fingers touched steel nostrils slick inside, the muzzle of a shotgun. He asked if she understood what a 12-gauge Magnum would do. She nodded. He lowered the cold muzzle to the hollow of her throat. He expressed regret that he could not trust her, saying he had wanted to, that she had felt so good. His voice broke with tears. She replied that he had felt good too, that she loved it, and begged him not to hurt her. He repeated that it was finished, that he could not leave her to the other, who would bite her to death. It would be better if she went with him. He was sobbing openly now. A match struck, sulfur flared, and a sudden whoosh brought heat and smoke. Fire, the terror she feared most. Anything was better than burning. She hoped the first shot would kill her and tensed her legs to run. Still crying, he said he could not bear to watch her burn. The muzzle lifted from her throat. Both barrels discharged at once as she surged to her feet. Her ears rang. For a moment she believed she had been shot and was dead. Then she felt the heavy thud on the floor more than heard it. Smoke thickened and flames crackled. Heat licked at her arms and face. Fire snapped her fully alert. She stepped over legs, stumbling and choking toward the foot of the bed. She remembered to stay low under the smoke and not to run blindly. Locked in, she moved carefully, stooping with fingers trailing the floor until she found legs, then hair, and a hairy flap. Her hand sank into something soft and wet below it, only pulp, sharp bone splinters, and a loose eye. Reba snatched at the chain with both hands, legs driving under her. It snapped and she pitched backward, scrambling up again in confusion. She felt around frantically, straining to hear past the flames crackling in her numbed ears. She stumbled against the bed, unsure of the side, then tripped over the body while trying to listen. The clock struck deep bongs guiding her into the living room and rightward with each peal. Smoke burned her throat. The door was there. She found the knob, turned the lock without dropping the key, and yanked it open. Fresh air rushed over her. She hurried down the ramp, collapsed into the grass, then pushed up on hands and knees and crawled away. She rose to her knees, clapped to catch the house echo, and crawled opposite it, breathing deep until she could stand, walk, and finally run, colliding with obstacles before pressing on again. Locating Francis Dolarhyde's house took time. The gateway address was only a post office box in St. Charles. Even the sheriff's department had to consult a power company service map to confirm the location. They welcomed the St. Louis SWAT team across the river, and the caravan moved quietly up State Highway 94. A deputy rode beside Graham in the lead car, directing the route. Crawford leaned between them from the back seat, picking at something in his teeth. Light traffic passed at the north edge of St. Charles. A pickup full of children, a Greyhound bus, a tow truck. They spotted the glow as they cleared the city limits. The deputy confirmed it was the house. Graham pressed the accelerator. The glow swelled as they roared closer. Crawford called for the microphone and alerted all units that the house was burning, and Dolarhyde might be coming out requesting a sheriff's roadblock. A thick column of sparks and smoke leaned southeast over the fields. The deputy pointed out the gravel turn. They saw the woman then, silhouetted black against the flames, raising her arms as she heard them approach. The fire suddenly blasted upward and outward, burning beams and window frames arcing high into the night. The van rocking onto its side, the orange tracery of burning trees blown dark. The explosion shuddered the ground and rocked the police cars. The woman lay face down in the road. Crawford, Graham, and the deputies ran to her while fire rained down, some officers continuing past with weapons drawn. Crawford took Reba from the deputy, who was brushing sparks from her hair. He held her arms, face close to hers in the firelight, and asked where Francis Dolarhyde was. She pointed toward the heat with her stained hand and let it drop, saying he was dead inside. Crawford asked if she knew for certain. She told him she had been with him, that he had shot himself in the face, that she had put her hand in it, that he had set the fire, and asked if she could sit down. Crawford helped her into the back of a police car, put his arms around her, and let her cry against his shoulder. Graham stood in the road and watched the flames until his face felt red and sore. The morning wind was warm and wet, carrying wisps of cloud and thin smoke flat across the blackened chimneys where Dolarhyde's house had stood. A few raindrops struck the coals and burst into steam. A fire truck waited nearby, its light revolving. S.F. Ainsworth, the FBI explosive section chief, stood with Graham upwind of the ruins and poured coffee from a thermos. Ainsworth winced as the local fire marshal raked the ashes. He spoke his mind to Graham, saying he would have to wade in soon, before the special deputies and constables arrived after breakfast. Until his bomb van reached him from Washington, he used what he had carried on the plane. He unpacked Nomex underwear, asbestos boots, and coveralls from a faded Marine Corps duffel bag. He asked Graham what the explosion had looked like. Graham described the intense flash of light that died down, the darker base, debris flying, window frames, roof pieces, chunks tumbling sideways, and the shock wave with wind that blew out then sucked back. The fire already through the roof and upstairs windows with trees burning. Ainsworth recruited 2 local firemen with a hose and a third in asbestos with a winch line. He cleared the open basement steps and went down into the black timbers, making 8 short trips. He emerged with 1 flat piece of torn metal and seemed satisfied. Red-faced and sweating, he stripped off the asbestos gear and sat on the fire truck's running board with a raincoat over his shoulders. He laid the metal on the ground, blew away ash, and told Graham it was dynamite from a trunk or footlocker, the fern pattern matching the gauge likely on the ground floor where something had shielded it from the fire briefly. He pointed out where the marble tabletop had cut the tree, blown sideways. On the remains, Ainsworth said there would always be something, and promised to deliver them to Graham in a small sack after sifting. A sedative had put Reba McLean to sleep at DePaul Hospital shortly after dawn. She kept the policewoman sitting close beside her bed and woke several times through the morning, reaching for the officer's hand. When she asked for breakfast, Graham brought it in. He decided against an impersonal approach with her. He told her who he was. She asked the policewoman if she knew him. Graham passed the officer his credentials. She confirmed he was a federal officer. Reba told Graham everything about her time with Francis Dolarhyde, her sore throat forcing frequent pauses to suck cracked ice. He asked the difficult questions, guiding her through every detail until she waved him out once, while the policewoman held the basin for her. When he returned, her face was pale and freshly scrubbed. He finished the last questions and closed his notebook, promising he would not put her through it again, but would come back soon just to check on her. She replied with a touch of wry humor about being such a charmer. For the first time, he saw the tears and understood how deeply it had wounded her. He asked the officer to excuse them for a minute and took Reba's hand. He assured her there was nothing wrong with her, that Dolarhyde had been kind and thoughtful, because that was what she brought out in him. At the end, he could not kill her or watch her die, and experts believed he had been trying to stop because of her. She had probably saved lives. She had not drawn a freak, but a man carrying one on his back. Nothing was wrong with her, and believing otherwise would make her a fool. He would return in a day or so for relief from looking at cops all the time, and suggested she do something about her hair. She shook her head and waved him toward the door, a small grin possibly flickering across her face. Graham called Molly from the St. Louis FBI office. Willie's grandfather answered, addressing him formally as Mr. Graham, and mentioned that Mama had seen the news on Donahue. The grandfather asked if Dolarhyde was really white and blonde, looking Scandinavian, then passed the phone to Molly after commenting on Willie's healthy appetite from riding in the good air. Molly greeted him warmly, relieved he had not needed to catch the man. She asked when he had found out and why he had not called. Graham explained he had learned late the night before and thought she might be asleep. She said she was glad he was safe and that she wanted to see him once he finished everything. He suggested coming home soon, perhaps stopping in New Orleans, but she hesitated, mentioning Willie's uncles and aunts arriving from Seattle next week and her part-time job at the Western store needing notice. When he pressed, she admitted she had gotten sad and calm while staying with family after Willie's father died, and now she felt together again. Graham grew frustrated, pointing out the difference that he was not dead. The conversation tightened as she sensed his anger. He finally told her to do what she wanted and that he would call when things wrapped up. She suggested he come there instead, but he refused, saying her family did not like him because he reminded them of the past. He added bluntly that they wanted Willie and would take her too, but he wanted her and Willie in Florida. She told him he would feel better after sleep. He doubted it and ended the call. Crawford appeared in the doorway, having overheard Graham mutter in frustration, and told him to cheer up because Ainsworth had called from the site with something for him and needed them there due to static from the locals. At the blackened ruin of Dolarhyde's house, Ainsworth poured ashes carefully into new paint cans, covered in soot with a large blister under his ear. Special Agent Janowitz worked in the cellar. A tall, fidgeting man in a dusty Oldsmobile intercepted them, identifying himself as Robert L. Dulaney, the coroner, and complaining that evidence had not been turned over to him. Crawford apologized for the delay, explained it followed his instructions, and firmly told Dulaney to wait in his car. Ainsworth grinned through the soot and had Janowitz fetch the items. From an FBI sedan, they produced a long cardboard box containing a burned shotgun, with stock gone and barrels twisted by heat, wired to the bottom, plus a smaller box with a blackened automatic pistol. Ainsworth noted the pistol was in better shape for possible ballistics matching. He handed Graham 3 plastic freezer bags in a ritual-like moment. One held a charred section of human femur and hip ball. Another contained a wristwatch. The third held teeth, the plate black and broken, but with the unmistakable pegged lateral incisor. Graham felt a brief wave of dizziness and then deep relief. Ainsworth mentioned they would have to turn the evidence over to the coroner, but that St. Louis professionals could make good impressions first. While Crawford and the others spoke with Dulaney by his car, Graham stood alone with the ruined house, listening to the wind in the chimneys. He hoped Bloom would visit when recovered. He still wanted to understand what had bred the dragon here, but he had seen enough for now. A mockingbird landed on a chimney and whistled. Graham whistled back. He was going home. Graham smiled as the jet's thrust pressed him back, lifting him away from St. Louis and turning south and east at last toward home. Molly and Willie would be waiting. She had told him on the phone not to waste time on apologies or regrets. She would simply meet him in Marathon. In time, he hoped a few good memories would stay. The quiet satisfaction of watching skilled people fully committed to their work. He supposed such moments could be found anywhere if you look closely enough. He had called Lloyd Bowman and Beverly Katz to say he was glad to have worked with them again. Nothing more. Anything else would have felt presumptuous. One memory still troubled him. The savage burst of joy he had felt when Crawford turned from the telephone in Chicago and announced it was Gateway. Even before the words landed, he had known. That rush in that stuffy jury room had been the most intense and savage happiness of his life, and the knowledge unsettled him. He did not mention it to Bowman. The older man understood anyway, and spoke of Pythagoras offering 100 oxen to the Muse, after his theorem rang true, adding that some things were sweeter when left unspoken. Impatience built in Graham the closer the plane drew to home and to Molly. In Miami, he crossed the apron to board Aunt Lula, the old DC-3 that served Marathon. He liked everything about the day, including the plane itself. Built when he was 5, her wings still carried a faint oil film from the engines. He trusted her completely and hurried toward her as if she had come to rescue him from a jungle clearing. Islamorada's lights appeared below as the island slid past. White caps still showed on the Atlantic side. Minutes later, they descended into Marathon. The approach felt like his first landing here years earlier. The same steady glide, flaps down, exhaust flames flickering, passengers safe behind their windows. He had learned to watch only the arrivals and the hellos, never the takeoffs that left the air acrid with goodbyes. That was before Molly. The old plane grunted onto the apron. Graham spotted Molly and Willie behind the fence under the floodlights. Willie stood planted in front of her, guarding until Graham joined them. Only then would the boy wander off to examine whatever caught his eye. Graham liked him for that steadiness. Molly stood eye level with Graham at 5'10". A level kiss in public still carried a pleasant jolt. Willie offered to carry the suitcase. Graham handed him the suit bag instead. On the drive to Sugarloaf Key, Molly at the wheel, Graham watched familiar shapes picked out by the headlights and imagined the rest. When he opened the car door in the yard, the sea sounded close. Willie carried the suit bag on his head, the bottom flapping against his legs as he went inside. Graham lingered in the yard, brushing mosquitoes from his face. Molly touched his cheek and told him to come inside before the bugs ate him alive. He nodded, eyes wet. She waited, then peered up at him with a playful wiggle of her eyebrows, promising Tanqueray martinis, steaks, and whatever else they wanted, before adding under her breath the light bill, the water bill, and long talks with her child. They both wanted desperately for things to feel the same again between them. When it became clear they were not, the knowledge settled in the house like an unwelcome guest. Their careful reassurances, spoken in the dark or daylight, kept missing their mark. From a painful distance, Graham admired Molly's unconscious grace. She had never looked better. She tried to be good to him, yet she had been to Oregon and raised the dead. Willie sensed the strain and grew cool toward Graham, maddeningly polite. A letter arrived from Crawford. Molly brought the mail without comment. Inside was a picture of the Sherman family printed from movie film. Not everything had burned. Crawford's note explained that searchers had found it in the fields around the house, along with other debris the explosion had hurled clear. He wrote that these people had likely been on Dolarhyde's list and were safe now. Graham showed Molly the photo and told her this was why it had all been worth it. She said she understood. The bluefish ran under the moon, but the suppers Molly packed, the fires they built, and the fishing itself brought no pleasure. Grandpa and my mama sent Willie a picture of his pony, which he tacked to his bedroom wall. On the 5th day home, the last before they returned to work in Marathon, they walked a quarter-mile along the curving beach to a surf fishing spot that had once brought luck. Graham had decided to speak to both of them together. The outing started poorly. Willie set aside the rod Graham had rigged and used the new surf-casting rod his grandfather had sent instead. They fished 3 silent hours. Graham opened his mouth several times, but the words never felt right. He was tired of being disliked. He caught 4 snappers on sand fleas. Willie caught nothing, casting the big Rapala with its 3 treble hooks too fast and retrieving too fast until his face reddened and his t-shirt clung to him. Graham waded in, scooped 2 sand fleas from the backwash, and offered one. Willie refused, saying he would use the Rapala because it had been his father's. Graham glanced at Molly. She hugged her knees and stared far out at a frigate bird. She stood, brushed off sand, and said she would fix sandwiches, then left. Alone with the boy, Graham considered speaking to him privately, but knew Willie would feel whatever his mother felt. He would wait for her return and address them both. She came back sooner than expected, without sandwiches, walking quickly along the packed sand. She said Jack Crawford was on the phone and had insisted it was urgent. Graham should hurry. Graham blushed, jammed his rod butt in the sand, and trotted toward the dunes for the shortest route. A low whirring sound reached him on the wind. Wary of a rattler, he scanned the ground as he entered the scrub cedar. Boots appeared beneath the brush, then the glint of a lens and khaki rising. He looked straight into the yellow eyes of Francis Dolarhyde. Fear slammed through his chest. The pistol action snicked. Graham kicked as the muzzle bloomed yellow in the sun. The gun flew into the brush. Something burned in the left side of Graham's chest. He slid headfirst down the dune onto the beach. Dolarhyde leaped and landed with both feet on Graham's stomach, knife already out, never glancing toward the thin screaming from the water's edge. He pinned Graham with his knees, raised the blade, and drove it down. It missed the eye and crunched deep into the cheek. Dolarhyde rocked forward, putting his weight on the handle to force it through. The surf rod whistled as Molly swung it hard. The Rapala's treble hook sank into Dolarhyde's cheek, and the reel screamed line as she drew back to strike again. He growled, clawed at his face. The hooks caught his hand as well. One hand free, the other hooked to his own cheek, he yanked the knife out and started after her. Graham rolled, pushed to his knees, then his feet, choking on blood, and ran until he collapsed. Molly raced for the dunes with Willie ahead of her. Dolarhyde followed, dragging the rod until it snagged on a bush and jerked him to a howling stop before he cut the line. Molly gasped at Willie to run without looking back, shoving the boy ahead as the crashing in the brush closed behind them. They had 100 yards on him when they left the dunes, 70 when they reached the house. They scrambled up the stairs. Molly told Willie to stay put, then ran down again to the kitchen, fumbling the speed loader into the pistol. She forgot stance and front sight, but locked both hands on the grip. As the door exploded inward, she fired, punching a hole through his thigh. He slid down the facing, and she shot him in the face. Then again as he sat on the floor, and twice more as he sprawled against the wall, scalp peeled to his chin and hair burning. Willie tore up a sheet and went looking for Will, legs shaking so badly he fell several times crossing the yard. Sheriff's deputies and ambulances arrived before Molly thought to call them. She was in the shower, scrubbing flecks of blood and bone from her face and hair when they entered behind their drawn pistols. She could not answer when a deputy spoke through the curtain. One deputy finally picked up the dangling phone receiver and told Crawford in Washington, who had heard the shots and sent them, that they were bringing Graham in now. He looked out the window as the litter passed and said it did not look good. He watched the oversized clock on the wall at the foot of the bed, its numbers sharp enough to cut through the fog of drugs and pain. When Will Graham could force his right eye open, the intensive care unit came into focus. He fixed on the clock. Its steady hands promised this would pass. It read 4 o'clock. He had no idea which 4 and did not care, so long as the hands kept moving. He drifted off. It read 8 when his eye opened again. Someone stood beside the bed. He turned the eye cautiously. Molly gazed out the window, looking thin. He tried to speak, but pain exploded along the left side of his head as his jaw shifted. His head and chest beat in broken rhythm. A raw sound left him as she slipped from the room. Bright window light washed over him, while unseen hands pulled and tugged, cords standing out in his neck. Later, in yellow light, Crawford's face hovered above him. Graham managed a wink. Crawford grinned, a shred of spinach caught between his teeth. Odd. He never ate vegetables. Graham traced writing motions on the sheet. Crawford slid a notebook under his fingers and pressed a pen into them. He wrote that Willie was all right. Crawford told him the boy was fine, and Molly too. She had sat with him while he slept. Dolarhyde was dead. Crawford had taken the prints himself and had Price confirmed them. No question. Graham drew a question mark. Crawford said they would cover it later, but they only gave him 5 minutes. Graham wrote, "Now." Crawford explained the doctor had not yet spoken to him. Graham would recover. His eye was swollen shut from a deep stab wound to the face. They had repaired it, but it would take time. They had removed his spleen. Who needed one? Price had left his in Burma in 41. A nurse rapped on the glass. Crawford said he had to go. The rules here ignored credentials. He would be back. In the ICU waiting room, crowded with exhausted faces, Crawford approached Molly. She greeted him, noting how well he looked and suggesting a face transplant for Will. He told her not to. She asked if he had seen Will. He had. She admitted she had looked too. Crawford said the doctors would fix him. He offered to leave Phyllis with her. She refused any further help and turned away, fumbling for a tissue. Crawford saw the expensive mauve stationery when she opened her purse. He asked about the letter. She said the nurse had given it to her, along with flowers from Will's friends in Washington. He asked to see it. She said she would give it to Will when he was ready. He pressed, explaining Will did not need to hear from that particular person. Her face changed. She dropped the letter and purse. A lipstick rolled across the floor. As Crawford bent to gather her things, her heels clicked rapidly away. She left the purse behind. He handed it to the charge nurse. Knowing Lecter's capabilities, Crawford took no chances. He had an intern X-ray the letter in the department, then slit the envelope on every side and examined its surfaces for any stain or dust. Satisfied, he read it. Lecter wrote that here they were, both in hospitals, Will in pain himself without books thanks to Chilton. They lived in primitive times, neither savage nor wise. Half measures cursed it. Any rational society would kill him or return his books. He wished Will a quick recovery and hoped he would not be too ugly. He thought of him often. Signed, Hannibal Lecter. The intern checked his watch. Crawford said he was finished and asked for the incinerator. 4 hours later, Crawford returned for the next visiting period. Molly was absent from the waiting room and the unit. Graham was awake. He drew a question mark at once and wrote beneath it how Dolarhyde had died. Crawford told him. Graham lay still a full minute, then wrote how he had escaped. Crawford explained it had happened in St. Louis. Dolarhyde must have been hunting Reba McLean. He had entered the lab while they were there and spotted them. His prints were on an open furnace room window, reported only yesterday. Graham tapped for the body. Crawford said they believed it was Arnold Lang, now missing. His car had been found wiped clean in Memphis. The nurse approached. Crawford spoke faster as she tugged his sleeve. Dolahide had slipped him at the plant and driven to a Servco Supreme station at Lindbergh and US 270 where Lang worked. Reba had mentioned a tiff with an attendant the Saturday before. He killed Lang, took the body to the house, then went to Reba's. She had been kissing Ralph Mandy at the door. He shot Mandy and dragged him into the hedge. From the hallway, Crawford continued. He had chloroformed Reba and brought her to the house where the body waited. 4 hours later, he returned. He described how Dolahide had toyed with her, asking whether he would kill her or not, using the key around the neck so she would feel the body and later confirm it. Then he said he could not stand to see her burn and shot Lang's head off with a 12 gauge. Lang had no teeth. The shot created the thud of a falling body. The key hung on Lang. Reba scrambled for it, ears ringing from the shotgun, unable to hear him. He had started the fire, but not yet added the gasoline. She escaped on her own. If she had panicked, he would have knocked her out and carried her, but she had to get out for the plan to work. The nurse entered again. Graham wrote, asking about the vehicle. Crawford said the scheme was clean. Dolahide had made Lang tow the van to the house before killing him, left the tow truck in the fields behind the house, drove the van to fetch Reba. Then, after she escaped, he set the fire, fled in the tow truck, returned it to the station, and took Lang's car. No loose ends. Prints on the tow bar confirmed it. They had probably passed him on the road. The nurse pulled Crawford out. Molly took the next 5-minute visit. Graham wrote that he loved her. She nodded and held his hand. He wrote, asking if Willie was okay. She nodded. He wrote asking if the boy was here. She glanced up quickly, formed a kiss with her lips, and pointed toward the approaching nurse. He underlined, "Where?" twice. She said, "Oregon." Crawford came one final time. Graham was ready with the note asking about the teeth. Crawford said they were his grandmother's. The ones in the house had belonged to her. St. Louis police had located Ned Vogt, whose stepmother had been Dolahide's mother. Vogt remembered the teeth from childhood. That was what Crawford had been calling about when Graham ran into Dolahide. The Smithsonian had examined them and noted the upper plate was vulcanite, not modern acrylic. No one had made vulcanite plates in 35 years. Dolahide had ordered a new acrylic pair to match. The new ones were on his body. The old were Swiss, the new Chinese. He also carried a key to a Miami locker, holding a large diary. Crawford said he had to return to Washington, but would come back the weekend if he could. He asked if Graham would be all right. Graham started a question mark, scratched it out, and wrote, "Sure." The nurse injected Demerol into his line. The clock softened. He wondered whether the drug could dull feelings as well as pain. He could keep Molly a while with his ruined face, at least until the repairs were finished. It would be a cheap hold. Hold her for what? He drifted, hoping he would not dream. Memory and narcotic sleep folded together without sharpness. He did not see Molly leaving or Dolahide. Instead, a long recollection of Shiloh surfaced from the soft April after he had shot Garrett Jacob Hobbs. He had walked across the asphalt to Bloody Pond. New light green grass sloped to the water. Clear shallows let the grass show beneath the surface, growing downward as though it covered the pond's floor. He knew what had happened there in April 1862. He sat, feeling damp ground through his trousers. A tourist car passed and snapped a chicken snake's back. The snake writhed in endless figure eights on the road, black back flashing, pale belly flashing. Shiloh's presence hooded him with cold, though the spring sun was mild. He stood, trousers wet behind, lightheaded. He lifted the snake by its smooth, dry tail and cracked it like a whip. Its brains flew into the pond. A bream rose to them. He had once thought Shiloh haunted, its beauty sinister like battle flags. Now, between memory and sleep, he understood it was not sinister. it was indifferent. Its unforgivable loveliness simply underlined the green machine of nature and mocked every human plight. He roused and watched the clock's mindless hands. But the thought would not stop. In the green machine, there is no mercy. Humans manufacture it in the parts that have overgrown the reptile brain. There is no murder. Humans invent it, and it matters only to them. He knew he carried every element needed to make both murder and mercy. He understood murder too well. He wondered whether the vicious urges men controlled and the dark knowledge of those urges functioned like a crippled virus that the body arms itself against. He wondered whether old awful urges were the virus that made the vaccine. Yes, he had been wrong about Shiloh. Shiloh was not haunted. Men were. Shiloh did not care. The end. Thank you for staying with this story until the very end. Your patience and curiosity made this journey possible. Thomas Harris crafted Red Dragon after immersing himself in the FBI's behavioral science unit in the late 1970s. He attended classes, spoke with agents who hunted real monsters, and later spent months in isolation while caring for his terminally ill father. That intense, solitary time shaped the novel's raw psychological depth. Written in the early 1980s, it captured a world awakening to the modern phenomenon of serial killers, exploring themes of transformation, identity, and the thin line between hunter and hunted, all inspired by William Blake's haunting painting, The Great Red Dragon, and The Woman Clothed in Sun. Harris overcame the challenges of turning such disturbing research into compelling fiction, creating a masterpiece that launched the Hannibal Lecter saga. He later explored these dark corridors further in The Silence of the Lambs. The story reached the screen first as Michael Mann's stylish Manhunter in 1986, then as Brett Ratner's 2002 film Red Dragon, which stayed closer to the novel in many ways, especially in Francis Dolarhyde's haunting becoming and the tense Will Graham-Hannibal Lecter dynamic, while expanding Lecter's role for Anthony Hopkins. The 2002 adaptation faced its own production hurdles, including balancing fidelity to the book with cinematic pacing, yet delivered powerful performances from Edward Norton, Ralph Fiennes, and Hopkins. Behind the scenes, the cast brought chilling authenticity. Fiennes transformed into the tormented dragon, while Hopkins' Lecter carried the cultured menace audiences had come to crave. Ratner, known for his energetic style in films like the Rush Hour series, approached this with surprising restraint to honor the psychological tension. Fun fact, Harris actually viewed the original Blake watercolor during his research, and the book's influence helped popularize the term serial killer in mainstream culture. While the films are brilliant, the original novel offers even deeper layers, inner thoughts, subtle symbolism, and psychological nuance that only the written word can fully deliver. If this retelling moved you, I highly recommend experiencing Harris's masterful prose for yourself. If you enjoyed this, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment sharing your thoughts. What scared you most, or which character stayed with you? All perspectives are welcome. Share this story with anyone who appreciates tales that linger in the mind long after they end. In the end, stories like Red Dragon remind us how powerfully fiction can illuminate the darkest corners of the human soul, and perhaps help us see our own light a little clearer. Until the next tale, thank you.